What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 23rd of October, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in the half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm. To pay off my debt to society and my student loans, I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, I'm back to you. Ugh. I've got to figure out what is going on with my tummy. I keep on getting nausea. Like morning nausea. I don't know what the fuck it is. I do know one way to cure it, but it's not a remedy that I want to be using all the time. Let's just put it that way. How is everybody? How have you been handling yourselves? How have you been handling this this Graham Platner thing that's broken out, that's got a lot of people that normally agree on things kind of disagreeing, kind of not lining up on the same side of everything. A true Kiwi delicacy? Wait, what is a Kiwi delicacy? Afghan biscuits? I've never seen it. I know about the Dansk butter, what are they called? Butter cookies? I feel like somebody in my life, either my parents or grandparents, like always had a tin of those butter cookies. Because they're the kind of things that they're like treats, but unlike other treats, they don't get like devoured. Like there's some treats just like my mom couldn't keep Pepperidge Farm cookies in the house because we would find them and we would eat them all, right? And so she was always hiding Pepperidge Farm cookies because I think the kids, we couldn't appreciate them the way that she did. You should try snacking on some crystallized ginger. Yeah, I need some ginger. It's really what I need. That's how you handle it. Wait, how do you handle your nausea? So wildly attracted to Platner's looks? Sans tattoo. Yeah, definitely sans tattoo. Well, chat, have you seen what he replaced it with? Has anybody seen the new tattoo yet? Like, I don't know. Like, you could. Well, the idea of what he's doing is that, like, you can get a tattoo lasered off, right? I don't know how totally, how off it, how much it disappears, right? But you can get laser treatment to take a tattoo off. But he kind of wants it off, like, right now. So he got a tattoo, a cover up. He got a tattoo over the tattoo. And I don't know if he realizes this, but some people are telling me it looks a little bit like Fenrir the Wolf, which, may not be the best thing to cover up a Totenkopf with. I don't know, like a Celtic knot. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it looked like just a dog to me, right? But somebody was telling me that the dog figure was actually Fenrir, which, no, I don't think is Fenrir a Nazi symbol in and of itself? I don't think so. It is, like, obviously, like, Norse mythology adjacent, and a lot of Nazis like Norse mythology, but that doesn't mean that everything Norse mythology is cooked. Fenrir, Nazi symbol? Is that it's a real thing here? Okay, well, thanks a lot. I don't really. Is Fenrir eating the sun? Which Nordic, there's a Facebook post, which Nordic symbols have Nazi groups appropriated? 7 Norse tattoos to avoid. Think before you eat. Before you ink. Oh no, yeah, there's, and then like the 5th, when I search Fenrir Nazi symbol, the 5th result is a tweet about, okay, the horned helmet. That's a bad one. Oh, wait, why is it wrong? No archaeological evidence supports the use of horned helmets by Viking warriors. Okay, wait, so this one's not, it's not because it's Nazi shit, it's because it's not historical. Viking compass is bad because it's Icelandic. Oh, it's from Icelandic grimoires from the 17th century. After the Viking Age ended, there's no evidence to suggest it was used by the Vikings. So the compass is the compass looks cool as fuck, but yeah, that's it's just not authentic. The black sun, that one we know, that one is a Nazi symbol. Although that's a different black sun than the Sonnenrad. That the Viking one looks a little bit different, but single runes with dubious meanings. What? Using runes incorrectly can perpetuate misinformation, create a tattoo with a meaning that's far. Oh yeah, just like when somebody gets random, like Chinese or Japanese characters tattooed. Sometimes it doesn't mean what they think it means. The Valknut. It's a interlocking triangles. It's not inherently a hate symbol. The Valknut has been adopted by some white supremacists. Okay, so this one just got like appropriated by Nazis. Misspelled or misused runes. Generic Viking imagery without context. Okay. Let's look at this. Not sure Fenrir is where I would have gone, given its underlying context. Okay, so I don't think that Fenrir is a wolf. I mean, this is like a Celtic knot with a dog-like figure kind of coming out of it. I don't know if that's necessarily Fenrir, but that's what people are saying on the internet. Oh no, okay. North Star Radio says Graham Platner was a guard defending Abu Ghraib. Also pointing out that he didn't apologize. Oh God, he's apologizing for the tattoo. He's not apologizing for, yeah, like Fallujah. Okay, so I don't see a lot of people. It's just one person on Twitter. Wait a minute. Why am I not? Twitter is it like impossible to search. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna look at chat. I'm sorry. I just got pissed off by Twitter. For me, the Blackwater stuff is a no-no. Yeah, look, there's a lot of red flags, and in and of themselves, like any one of these red flags might be understandable, especially with a statement that you know, his politics have evolved, which, you know, some of the other part of the scandal is the Reddit post. Now at this point, the Reddit posts are kind of holding him up from the other charges, right? You know, I don't think it's like a super, I don't feel like there's a lot of people out there saying that he's a crypto Nazi, right? Is the worst interpretation of him having, yeah, like a literal Nazi symbol as a, does dark chocolate help with nausea? I hope so. God, I love dark chocolate. As far as Celtic knots, I know they were hijacked as, yeah, like the, what is it called? The Valk, the Valk, whatever, the knot thing, the three triangles together. It wasn't originally a hate symbol, but it got hijacked. Same thing with a lot of the runes. Especially, what is it? The death rune? Is the death rune the big one that Nazis gravitate towards? Is the majority report still supporting him? Yup. And, you know, fairly uncritically. Look, I mean, look, here's the whole thing. Like, it's a messy situation, right? The other candidate that's in the running, the other main candidate, is the governor, who the only thing the governor's really got going for her is that she stood up to Trump on trans sports, which is laudable, but no, other than that, she's just a regular Democrat. And the Democrats have tried to beat Susan Collins for years and years and years. There's a 6-year cycle of them trying to beat Susan Collins with somebody that is safe and centrist, because kind of the game that you play in Maine is that Maine is a purple state. Maine has, you know, left-leaning voters. Maine has right-leaning voters. And Susan Collins is there and in that position because she's able to convince people that she is somehow in the middle. She's not a Democrat, but she doesn't support / is concerned by some of the excesses of the right wing and the Trump administration. However, when it comes to a vote, they get her. The right wing gets her. You know, she's always concerned, and it looks like maybe she's going to stand up and say no. But do you miss the racist and homophobic posts? The post from 2013. He was saying black people don't tip. Yeah. He. Oh yeah, there was that was one of the new ones. Was calling people the F slur. So that one was more recent, right? The Reddit ask, what is it, like he's in some forum that's like the Ask Anything forum, or maybe it was specifically ask black people. I don't know. Reddit's kind of a mess. Honestly, George, my biggest concern is whether he is truly comprehending the gravity of what he did in Iraq, of the purpose that he served, of the military industrial complex that he's a part of, right? I don't see a lot of evidence that he's carried, you know, his, like that he's carried like forward any kind of racism or anything like that. but what I also don't see a lot of evidence, and if, in fact, there's like a kind of there's a missing piece, and that's the missing piece is him understanding like what Fallujah, for instance, represented, that it's not something to brag about, but it's something to explain. And yes, if you can explain that and you can understand that, then yeah, I guess it does become like a reason to, it can be, I don't know. I'm going to be taking shit from both sides today. I am going to be absolutely taking shits from both shits. Well, hopefully not, chat. Hopefully I'm not going to be taking shits on stream. That would be possibly TOS. I don't know. It's probably the wrong platform for that. I mean, there's a time and a place for everything. I'm not sure if there's a time and place for that, but I am going to be taking shit. I am going to invariably piss people off. I'm gonna definitely piss people off that want me to give him like a clean bill of health, say that this is all like a AIPAC plot against him. I don't think that AIPAC went back in time and forced him to get a Nazi tattoo in Croatia. I don't think that AIPAC was instrumental in making sure he didn't get that the tattoo covered up. I'm not gonna tell you that any of this shit like actually helps his chances or is neutral to his chances. No, it definitely hurts his chances. It's definitely a liability. It makes it more likely that Collins will win, or even Janet Mills will win against him. That's the one thing I don't do, Chad, is bullshit you. I didn't bullshit you about the Hasan situation. The dog shot collar thing. Like, I don't think that Hasan abuses his dog. I'm pretty fucking sure about that. But at the same time, I said that it was going to harm him. It was going to be a long-term bad thing for, and Ethan is still writing that. That's like all he's got left though with Ethan. But yeah, unfortunately, Saltman and the rest of the internet still writing it too. So it's fair to be nuanced and cautious and to let the primary play out. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, here's the deal. If there was an alternative to Platner that is somebody who is, stridently pro-Palestinian, then it'd be an easy decision. Yeah, Platner, you should vote for the other person, right? Unfortunately, please don't defend the guy. George, you're catastrophizing. That's another thing that I'm not gonna do is defend the guy. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna bullshit you. It's bad. It's really bad. The only question is like, the only questions, I mean, like are like how bad is it relatively compared to Janet Mills, and compared to Susan Collins, right? That's the only question. But no, look, George, to set your mind at ease a little bit, all right? I didn't blame anybody for having trepidation about voting for Kamala Harris. I didn't try to paper over or gloss over her lack of separating herself from Biden on the issue of Gaza. And I didn't take the opinion that somehow it's like helpful to the Kamala campaign to shut the fuck up about all of her mistakes. I called those mistakes, right? But at the same time, I didn't tell you that, voting for Kamala Harris over Trump is, like a betrayal of, I don't know. So the same thing with Platner, and here's a point where I think a lot of people are fucking up. A lot of people that I respect, I think, are fucking up, right? That they were willing to criticize Kamala during the election, which was the right thing to do. If you want Kamala Harris to be a strong candidate, you can't just shut up about her obvious mistakes You can't shut up and be like, oh no, we love the most lethal military, right? That's a mistake, both ethically and pragmatically. That is a mistake. Just wouldn't vote if I lived in Maine. Oh, that's the thing too, is like, and the Platner people have got to understand that, right? That if he doesn't say more about his experience in Iraq and talk about what a humanitarian disaster that was, and I think he's done some of that, right? But you do get time from time just like these quotes that are just like, what are you thinking, dude? Healthy NCC? God, I hope so. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me, honestly, chat. I'm getting I'm dealing with nausea that is recurrent. It keeps on coming back. All right, let me get ahead of stuff while I can. We usually do a butterfly goal. I usually give it 2 hours. 2 hours for you to put a butterfly in my hair. A butterfly in my hair. But look, I do get that there's a lot of frustration out there on both sides, right? And I have seen kind of like both sides, go too far in certain ways. I think that acting like this is not a problem, acting like, this is Oppo research and poor little Graham Platner never did anything wrong, that's wrong. But so is, looking at his tattoo on his arm and saying, it says 1919. That's the year the Nazi Party was formed. 19 is the, S is the 19th letter of the alphabet. That's an SS. That's a secret dog whistle there. No, the arm tattoo is something completely different, right? So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna piss everybody off today. I hope you're ready for that. Hope it stops soon. Yeah, me too. I don't even know what's going on. Like, I keep on thinking it's like something that I'm eating. I know that there's like a lot of palm oil in almost everything out here. So we got the butterfly goal. You got 2 hours to put a butterfly in my hair. That happens through super chats of the teal variety. 10 of them will put a butterfly in my hair. Let's see what was the other thing I'm trying to do. I will say that my spidey sense has been tingling about this guy in a not great way, right? And that's not in the sense where I think that I'd rather have Janet Mills. Again, like he is refreshingly good on issues like calling a genocide. That is something you won't get from Janet Mills, right? And Janet Mills does seem to be another in this line of centrist Democrats that they've tried to run against Susan Collins and just failed. Oh my God, what am I looking for? There we go. Browser, that's what I need. All right, there we go, and there we go. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Looks like I've got some weasels to read out. T.I., you just got weaseled. Aleja, you just got weaseled. Denver, you just got weaseled. Z, you just got weaseled. And Shellaville, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. But yeah, good to see everybody again. I don't know, I gotta figure out some way, like, even if I'm sick, like, I feel bad. I feel bad for missing this much stream, but it was always like, I'd wake up, I'd start to put together, the stream, and then I would just get sick at my stomach, and I would have to lay down, and then by the time I felt like halfway decent, it was too late to start the stream. But I don't know, on days like that, I don't know, maybe I should do a phone stream or something like that. Would you all appreciate that? This is what we are calling a Nazi tattoo. Okay. No, Christian Strand, you're posting an emoji. You're posting a skull and crossbones emoji. Do you want me to show that you the difference? Right? Look, I understand your, look, first of all, I want to say I understand your frustration, right? Because it's hard as fuck to find a Democratic candidate who doesn't turn your stomach, all right? And while Graham Platner is definitely turning people's stomachs on some issues, at least, you know, he can call a genocide. So I understand exactly where you're coming from and being frustrated and this feeling like they're just like nitpicking. But I want you to understand that Totenkopf, right? Meaning dead head. And no, this is before the Grateful Dead. So this is not like your uncle's dead head or your dad's dead head or your grandfather's dead. You know, it's not a steal your face. Okay. It's not scarlet begonias. No, this is a Nazi symbol. It is, I believe, the third most popular Nazi symbol. Right behind the swastika, of course. Oh my God, what's the second one? Why am I blanking on the second one? But yeah, no, it's not just, it's a very specific skull and crossbones. Now the question is, right? Graham Platner was a much younger man in 2007 when he went to get the tattoo. He was on shore leave. He describes from Croatia, and he went into a Croatian tattoo parlor and just saw the picture. I mean, these are his words. This is his explanation, right? He saw what he described as a terrifying looking skull and crossbones. And he said, yeah, I'm going to get that. Because he's like, I was a Marine. And at the time, that was how we rolled, right? Lightning bolts. Thank you. Chicky Nubbins. Thank you so much. I couldn't remember. Thank you for, I was going to say the Sonnen Rod, but actually the Sonnen Rod's not that well known. Yeah, it's in the Are We the Baddies sketch. If you've, the Are We the, yeah, exactly, Choky. You know it. It's a similar Himmler wore on his uniform. I think all the Nazis, didn't all the Nazis have the Totenkopf on their hat? Yeah, it's a pretty prominent Nazi symbol. Now, not everybody knows that. And so the question is, did Graham Platner not know that? Now, cutting against the idea that Graham Platner had no idea that there was anything wrong with that tattoo is the fact that soldiers tend to be World War II buffs, and World War II buffs, you would think, would know what that is, right? So there's some things about Graham Platner's story, I'm gonna say, that are a little bit fishy. Do I think, am I insinuating that he's a crypto-Nazi though? No, I'm not. I'm pretty sure he's not a crypto-Nazi. He had to have learned what it was since getting it. That's the other thing, is that people, he has it on his chest. He says that he would take his shirt off a lot. I believe him. We saw an example of him taking his shirt off to dance to Miley Cyrus for, I think, what was his sister's wedding or something like that. And so, like, the question is, like, nobody ever said anything to you? Like, hey, that, like, either somebody, like, saying, hey, are you a Nazi? Like, because they see a hate symbol on his chest. He's got a Nazi tattoo, or at least say, hey, did you know that symbol that you got tattooed on you is actually a Nazi symbol? Now, Hasan has talked about this a lot. And again, this kind of starts with, he's a history buff too. Yeah, I don't buy. Yeah, there's a bit about his story that does not check out. And that's the real thing that worries me, right? Just from a pragmatic point of view, because I would like to see Susan Collins lose in the election. My biggest fear, I guess, is that, you've got, I mean, this is reminding a lot of people of Fetterman. A lot of people are getting reminded of the way that everybody dismissed red flags with Fetterman. Everybody's like, oh, no, that's no big deal. And it turns out that Fetterman, probably better than Dr. Oz, probably still better than Dr. Oz, but not good. Like, one of the worst voting records for Democrats out in the Senate, right? But yeah, I don't think the guy's a Nazi. I don't think he's hiding his power level I just think that he has carried some baggage, some really fucked up baggage for a politician to be carrying. Some really fucked up baggage, even if you're not a politician, right? Like, why the fuck would you go through 20 years with a freaking, Nazi tattoo on your chest, right? That's but he's been carrying that baggage for all this time, and when he's caught with it, right? When he knows that the Oppo research is onto like what his tattoo is, his explanation, it's fishy. It's fishy. It's not fishy like I think he's covering up being a Nazi. Again, let me drive that home. I don't think he's a Nazi. But the fact that his first inclination is maybe to lie, and again, I don't know that he's lying. Maybe it just is a story that sounds fishy, but it's a story that's true. Like, I wasn't there with him. I don't know what he knew, right? But I do know that that there's just like it's worrying me. It's worrying me that they're gonna have it's worrying me that this is not the last shoe to drop, right? And that if stuff starts to come out drip drop, that it's just he's gonna look like a liar by the time that he's in the general election, and by that time it's too late to change horses, realistically speaking. They tried it with Joe Biden changing horses in midstream. Didn't exactly work. There's some complicated factors there too, in terms of Kamala being the vice president, and oh my god. Sorry, I've got to have like lyricless music so I can concentrate. Let me see if I want to make sure that I'm reading everybody. Maybe he should lean in by tying this tattoo scandal back to the rise of the real legit Nazis taking prominence like Fuentes this year. Yeah, I mean, I think that being more adamantly anti-fascist would be I would never argue against that. The other thing that I think he needs to do is really like deal with, and oh my god, no, chat, I don't know. I almost think pragmatically he's cooked. I almost think that pragmatically this guy is just cooked, because think about this, right? My advice would be to talk about the horror show unleashed by the U.S. military-industrial complex on Iraq, right? That would be, in terms of reestablishing credibility with his base, that would be the move. The problem with that is he's running for Senate. He's running for Senate at large in Maine, right? And it's really hard line to walk criticizing the military-industrial complex and not getting swift voted. That's my real fear, is that if he does what I think is the best advice to reestablish his credibility, just come clean with everything. If there's anything that he's, fudged or lied about, just be like, listen, I was embarrassed to say this, but he's got to totally come clean. And then he's also got to come clean about, the immorality of the mission that he was sent on. The only thing is that sets him up to get, if you don't know what swift voted is, John Kerry ran for president in 2004, actually almost won, came fairly close to beating George W. Bush out of his second term. But the reason that he didn't win is that his big claim to fame was the whole thing with the theory, the strategy with John Kerry was that John Kerry was a Vietnam vet, right? So unlike George W. Bush, he actually went to Vietnam, he actually served, but then after the fact, he was critical of what became a very unpopular war, right? And this pissed off soldiers who, I don't know if they knew him, but they were close enough to make claims that they had seen the supposed events of heroism that got him a Purple Heart, and started to deny, call him a fake war hero, basically. Right, and I think that would probably be the Republicans' move, if he if he were to take my advice. I don't know, chat. He might be cooked, right? Because on one hand, he's lost a lot of credibility with his base. That's why this scandal actually hurts him as opposed to others. Him saying that he is, a communist or a socialist or, is critical of police violence, was critical of police violence during 2020. That actually helps him with his base, and I think is not too big of a deal for the voters at large. But the Nazi tattoo kind of fucks him up on both ends. People need to understand that leftists need to broaden their tent to include progressive Nazis. That's how to win elections. Yeah. Now, for the record, Crotchy, I know you're joking, but I don't think that he's I don't think he's a Nazi. I do think he is. Yeah. Sisyphean Task says a PMC. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. Is the stuff that he'd need to say to really reestablish trust with his base, criticizing Blackwater, I think is stuff that would get him in trouble maybe with the voters at large. Also, I think the Nazi tattoo thing. Symira says, honestly, I distrust him as a POC. I don't want another Fetterman. Yeah, and you're not alone in that, Symira. I've seen that exact viewpoint echoed by a lot of people, and yeah, and it's a strange thing too, because usually with these situations, what you've got is you'd expect that maybe leftists would stick with the guy because because the Gaza issue is so important, and obviously anybody that's gonna run in his place is gonna be worse on that issue. And for liberals to be the ones that are like, I don't know, right? But it's kind of the opposite. Strange thing that I've noticed is it seems like it's a lot of the liberals that are, it kind of goes back a long ways, right? In terms of, for a long time, Democrats have been forcing any candidate that's got, a questionable past. Right, the general thing is that, something gets dug up about a Democrat in a primary, the Democrats ask them to drop out, right? Something happens to a Republican that gets brought up in a primary, and the Republicans are just like, nope, I don't care, it's fake news, it's no big deal, they'll say anything, right? And this goes back to Al Franken. Al Franken was in the Senate. He is a comedian from Saturday Night Live. He is also I guess a radio host from Air America. And he got elected to the Senate, right? And he's a pretty good as a senator. He was pretty far to the left, right? So he was kind of an important senator. There were pictures taken of him where he was pretending to grope I believe, journalist that he was on a helicopter with while doing USO. USO is where comedians and musicians and performers go out and perform for soldiers. This was in, I think, Afghanistan, where he performed. And what? No, wait, I don't remember. Was she I think later she became a journalist, but she might have actually been enlisted at the time. I can't remember. But anyway, she falls asleep. And he puts his hands over her breast, he's gonna grab her, he's gonna grope her. And when that came out, at the same time, the Republicans had this guy, oh my God, Roy Moore in Alabama, who was so bad in terms of his violations against underage people. Is that right? Underage women, that he was banned from his local mall. Roy Moore got banned. He couldn't go to the mall because he was such a menace to his own town that they banned him from the mall, right? So all this stuff comes out about Roy Moore and what he's done, and the Democrats want to show that unlike the Republicans, if stuff comes out about our guy, we'll take him down. And so they did. They took down Al Franken. I think forced him to resign from the Senate. And so because of this, a lot of Democrats, and this isn't this wasn't the first time this happened, it wasn't the last time that this happened. So there's Democrats out there that are just pissed off because it feels like they're on an uneven playing field. And yes, you are on an you're running against a reality star. Yes, you're on an uneven playing field, right? And that's not fair. But I don't know what you can do to change it. In 2025, we have progressive social dim closet Nazis. Wait, what? Sock Dems are social fascists. I don't want the governor to run for the Senate. Yeah, she's like 80 years old. Yeah. That's the whole thing. Is like, this is bad. This is really, really bad, right? This is not good. And, like running a guy that doesn't have a Nazi tattoo, would be way better. Unfortunately, there may not be one. Like, I don't know, it may be too late to get anybody in there to kind of pick up steam. Like even Fetterman. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I called him Fetterman by accident. Whoops. Freudian much? Such a burden to have a moral compass. Yeah. The woman Al Franken did that to was Lena Tweeden. She's a radio talk show host and a former model. Okay, so she wasn't a soldier? Craig Ash, our voters actually have values. It's unfair, yeah. I wish he'd just say he's a class reductionist and move on. Who is advising him? Good question. Franken was due a proper investigation. Anything is better than a Blackwater merc with a big Totenkopf tattoo. Some would argue, George, that a vote for Israel is worse, right? So some would argue that as ridiculous as this is to say, a dude that got a Nazi tattoo on his chest when he was in his early 20s and still hasn't taken it off is better than somebody who is going to vote to continue arming Israel for its current genocide, right? That would be the other side of that argument. Hegseth staying mum during the tattoo saga. Yeah, and ironically, his tattoo is worse than Hegseth's. People keep on comparing his tattoo to Hegseth's. Now, Hegseth's tattoo is racist. Hegseth's tattoo is white supremacist, right? It's Crusader related, but that is definitely a dog whistle for Christian nationalism at the very least. At the very least, I don't trust him. I don't trust him either, George. Like I said, I think he's lying. I think he's lying in his explanation. Like, right? And I anticipate there being more shoes to drop because he's unwilling or unable to come clean with the full story. And that means that if there's somebody out there, like so far, chat, we've got a report in Jewish Insider, not a publication that I would say is exactly trustworthy, but of anonymous friends of his, anonymous people that he knew, saying that he called it his Totenkopf in a jokey kind of way, right? So I mean, that's not a very firm story. A, because of the source, and B, because it's not attributed to anyone. It's anonymous, right? It's anybody could say that, right? But if let's say that he has acknowledged that he knows what that tattoo if like, I don't know, last year he talked to somebody and he was like, oh yeah, no, I know this tattoo is really bad. I know what this is. Yeah, no, I'm gonna get it covered up. If he knew what it was before this incident, right? And somebody can out that, then he is caught in a lie. Craig Ash, I don't buy that he's pro-Palestine, to be honest. I mean, he is willing to call a genocide a genocide. If he's not pro-Palestine, he's definitely taking some potential, something that's not necessarily going to help him in Maine. I don't know. Al Franken was our most effective senator at the time. He had the zingers. He could light up the GOP. Schumer and Gillibrand, who sabotaged Franken, carrying Roger Stone's water, basically. That's true. That's true. But can we admit he's kind of a creep? Can we admit that what he did was creepy? There's probably, if you want to make an argument that there's senators, that have done worse stuff, yeah, that's probably true. They didn't have a photo of them doing the, and that's what makes it look so bad, whether he was joking or, whatever the fuck he was doing. And they're, the victim in this case claims that it was more than just the jokes, that it was, I think she claimed that he was like hitting on her. Is Ethan Klein pro-Palestine? This is not comparable to the Ethan Klein situation. And look, if we want to, jump off that cliff, then we got to question everybody's bona fides. Everybody that's calling a genocide. But you're right. You can say those words and still have a lot of, in Ethan's case, Kahanist brainworms, right? He's learned a version of Israeli history that is pure propaganda, and he will actively try to correct people who correct that. But like I said, I knew coming into this that I was going to piss off people on both sides of the issue. I mean, it's a good point to bring up, though. Like, how much do we trust any politician, right? And I think overly trusting somebody because they fill the role of a savior that you feel like you need, I think that's a mistake. I think that putting people on pedestals is a mistake, right? I understand why people do that. I understand that people want something to believe in, need something and someone to believe in. But yeah, no, like, especially with like new politicians, like putting them on a pedestal is definitely a mistake. Yeah, no one is owed trust. Exactly, Sistifian. United States has nothing to believe in. Hey, I don't blame you for feeling that way. I left the country, so. Also a weird, Jewish, oh, Ethan. Brave says it's a pivotal time in politics, and with Nazis in office, it's incredibly important to be clear. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I like your logic here. It's incredibly important to be clear about the expectations and standards of the people who sit in office. That's what I've been thinking about too, right? With all these Republican like group chats coming out where they're like, I've got a little bit of a Nazi streak in me. Like, like the joking about gas chambers and shit like that. And I don't think they're joking either. I don't think the Republicans are joking about that kind of stuff. I think they're ideating is what they're doing, and really not living up to their own standard that they set down after Charlie Kirk. But are you surprised that Republicans are hypocrites? That's kind of a fork found in kitchen type story. If these are the only candidates that's what I'm afraid of, Saimira. That's what I'm afraid this will shake out, is that this is gonna all redound to the favor of Susan Collins. But yeah, the Brave was saying because of the very real Nazis in the White House, right? because of the very real plan to, further consolidate power behind Trump and then pass it down to Peter Thiel's favorite guy, JD Vance. Some would say that we can't worry about a little skull tattoo on that somebody got at a much younger age. But at the same time, if you want to, it makes it hard to criticize the right for things that they very much deserve criticism for things that very much need to be called out, for things that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are afraid to call out, right? It's very hard to do that when, the standard bearer on your own side, the person that, that all the, hype is about, has got a totem cough chilling on his chest. Now now I guess he's switched it to I don't care. I want Susan Collins out. Yeah. And that's valid too, Lotus Empire. Like, if you put it down to me, like, all right, here's your choices. Graham Platner or Susan Collins? Yeah, obviously Graham Platner. If you even give me the choice, Graham Platner or Janet Mills, right? There's an argument to be made that Graham Platner is still the better choice. I'm definitely not arguing for the play it safe strategy for the continuation of the Dems that do not piss off AIPAC. And I'm definitely not arguing that Susan Collins would be better either. No history of Nazi tattoos is a fine standard to have. Yeah, that's, and it doesn't seem like it should be so hard. Yeah, purity testing, that's right. I mean, like, I've heard people that should know better, like, calling this purity testing. I don't know if they realize how ironic that is. Really? Not having a Nazi tattoo is purity testing? Lithium 19, my black arse won't vote for people with a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, and there's a... Yo, Palace's cat, thank you for the follow. It would be illegal, in Australia, for him to take his shirt off in public. Yeah, standards are not purity tests, true. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of putting me on the opposite side of Emma and maybe to a certain degree, Sam. Emma Vigeland calling it elitist was shockingly bad. Yeah. And look, I understand where she's coming from. I just, I don't know if she realizes, like, that this is the same... Some of the rhetoric, it's giving me flashbacks from Vosh. I remember, like, people that say we shouldn't gatekeep. Vosh was a great example of a conflict between, I guess the...
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. I was wondering if his tenuous position as a progressive could be used by the left to push him to be further left, or he'll be replaced. Could the left be his AIPAC, but for free?
That's what I was kind of thinking, like that if I was working at his campaign, that's the advice that I would be tempted to give him. Unfortunately, there's a real argument to be made that he's got a decent amount of exposure on that already. He's already going to be attacked for saying ACAB. He straight up said ACAB. Right? At the very least, though, I think that he needs to be clear about his position on the Iraq War, right? Especially since he was such a part of it. He was a machine gunner in Fallujah. I don't know. I just saw North Star Radio tweet that he was a guard at Abu Ghraib. Now, he said when he explained that he was based at Abu Ghraib that that he was there after all the bad shit had already happened, which I don't know, when did he start? Is it 2004 when he when was he first deployed into Iraq? He pisses off AIPAC. That's enough for me. That's who you should vote for. Well, yeah. Like I said, Loaders, him versus Susan Collins. That's an easy choice to make. Him versus even Janet Mills, I would say, is a fairly easy choice to make. That being said, it would be better if we had a candidate without a freaking Totenkopf on his chest. And it makes it a little bit harder to criticize, what's going on with Trump. I think the question is like, people were really excited about his candidacy. And it wasn't just like, people were kind of using his responses to, like, I don't know, people that disagreed with him that would show up at like town halls or show up at events and disagree with him. People were using his rhetoric as being like exemplary, like this is what we should all be saying, and it's just not. I think the real question is like, how hard do you want to get behind this guy? And say, for instance, that you did have another option, that another option, somebody that's unambiguously in support of Palestine, right? Would that not be a better choice? Because we are a year out from the election itself. Yeah, and if the result of this, Loaders, was that Janet Mills gets elected, or worse yet, that Susan Collins gets elected, then that's definitely worse. George Jackson, there's a lot of Nazis that also hate cops. What makes you think he's a Nazi? Other than the obvious. Other than the Nazi tattoo. If Dems can vote for pro-genocide candidates to stop Trump, a Nazi tattoo pales in comparison. Yeah, I think I was mentioning that earlier, like that there is an argument that the real, the present day fascism maybe outstrips in importance his whatever him getting that tattoo like represented. Which I think, Chad, if I was to guess, I think he knew what that tattoo was. And I think that he thought of like a lot of Americans, I'm assuming that he thought of the Third Reich as being in the past, and look, back in 2007, I don't know. I mean, you could, there was definitely concerns about the creeping authoritarianism of George W. Bush and the Patriot Act, but the idea of somebody like Stephen Miller having so much power would have blown somebody's mind. If you showed them the future, this would blow their mind. Like they would be like, no, you're not serious, and be like, no, yes, this guy is absolutely like Trump's. You know how Rove is Bush's brain? This is Trump's brain. Stephen Miller, and he's an actual fucking Nazi. But yeah, like I said, I don't see, I mean, some people in chat, or one person in chat is saying so, but I don't see a lot of evidence that the dude is an actual Nazi, that he has far-right beliefs, or that it's some kind of Manchurian candidate type situation. But what I do see is a campaign fumbling, and a guy that seems to have been, caught with a very obvious scandal that he did not think that he was going to have to answer for, now answering for it in what seems like some very disingenuous ways. Has he made an apology or explained his change in ideology? Changing our views. Well, the funny thing, Cymira, is like part of the apology that he made was for things like saying ACAB, right? I said all cops are bastards. I no longer feel that way. I said that I was a communist. I no longer feel that way. So he definitely has apologized for some of that. Not exactly what you had in mind, and not what I would have in mind as far as an apology that I'd want to hear. I have heard like a general apology for, I guess, being a part of the war on terror, like a general criticism of Bush's policies. I definitely haven't heard anything in terms of an apology of being part of American imperialism, which unfortunately goes forward under both Republican and Democratic administrations, right? Like Kamala Harris talking about wanting to have the most lethal armed force in the world, right? That's or Obama, you know, doing drone strikes in Yemen. So there's definitely something missing in terms of the apology. But like I said, like that would be my advice for him to get his base back, because he's lost a part of his base. He's lost a big part of his base. That is that's really harmful, right? You need your base. But the advice that I would give him to rebuild trust there, to completely come clean with the whole story of the tattoo, and then make a real heartfelt speech about how you feel about being used in the war on terror, about having volunteered to be a part of that, not just once, chat, not just one tour, and then I saw what happened and I was disgusted by it and I want to know part of it, but 4 tours, I believe, and then a signing up with Blackwater. That's what I'd like to hear, like an apology about, right? His dad was a corporate lawyer. His granddad was a famous modernist architect. Oh yeah. So that's the other thing, is that some of this guy's some of his image, it's fake, right? Because he owns a business that does that harvests oysters and lobsters, and you can see pictures of him out there on the water looking like he's doing the real work. He's got dirty clothes on and stuff like that. No, he's the owner of the business. He's not like a oyster shucker. You know what I mean? He's not like a I don't know, like a single like a guy that's going out there and doing the work himself. So yeah, I mean, there's also been his campaign, I guess, has put forward an image of him with working class bona fides that are about as disingenuous as JD Vance's, right? Guy, and look, there's not, I don't think that people point to like Emma's background, for instance, and use that as a damning thing. People will point to Hasan's background or Hasan's current wealth and say, well, how can you be a socialist when you're you rent a Porsche, right? I think that's disingenuous, right? I don't buy into that. But if Hasan were to, or Emma were to try to become politicians, and their big line was like, I grew up in the working class, my family struggled, and they didn't, yeah, that's not, that's just a wound waiting to be exposed. And also, yeah, it's disingenuous. You could argue, part of that's the campaign and what they do with him, how they try to mold his image. But yeah, again, he's the buck stops with him, because he's got to sign off on all that stuff. This guy aside, I do fear see, that's the thing I can't buy, loaders. Like the purity test, I was about to get into this, right? With the notion of purity testing. Now look, while I don't want, I want to leave space for people to grow and change, and like, let's say somebody like used to be a libertarian or a right winger, right? I don't want to like automatically like reject that person and say that person has nothing to do with the left. I don't trust them. They're a bad person, right? That's a mistake. But this purity testing rhetoric that I'm hearing, you kind of echo here, Loaders, is the same kind of stuff that people were saying about Vosh, right? If you don't know, oh God, I hate to have to do this, but it was such a formative thing in my channel, like the fighting, and I literally had these people trying to take my channel down, right? It wasn't just like I was critical of him. I was critical of him, and as a result, his people, his stands, and his like employees. I don't know what if White Nervosa is an employee or what, but his sys admin, right? They came out. They literally tried to get my channel taken down for criticism of the guy. But anyway, yeah, he would always use this whole thing about purity testing. The left is too purity testing. It's too school marm. It's too this is why we're losing, right? A little bit more purity testing before allowing Vosh to take up such a prominent space in the left, especially considering that the guy came from the Destiny community, would have probably been a good thing. Because chat, when Vosh got exposed for looking at, for jerking it to like underage anime characters and horses and AI horses, right? It didn't just hurt him, it hurt the left. It hurt the whole left. And so this is a guy that maybe there should have been some purity testing, right? Instead, what he did is he came in and was like, listen, you leftists don't know shit. You're a bunch of pussies. You're unwilling to, do what needs to be done. And I'm your edgy boy messiah. Like, I'll come in, I'll debate Nazis, and I will say the N-word to let the Nazis know that they can't cow me. They can't back me down. They can't scare me, right? I'm Vosh. I can say, I'll let them know that I'll say the N-word too, right? Eminem and Snoop Dogg did an entire music video featuring Bored Ape Yacht Club characters. I don't think they knew they were. Wow, that's getting pretty abstract, but you're right. Bored Ape does have some Nazi dog whistles in it. You kind of have to watch I believe a 2-hour-long YouTube video. Do you remember, Sarah, who did that video? I think I covered that back in the day, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But Eminem and Snoop Dogg not running for senator. If they were, I would hope that we'd have better candidates. I'd say that, like, if you want to make the argument that you don't want to, I don't know, you don't want to gatekeep somebody out of the community just because they're like using Gen AI and stuff like that, right? That's easy for some people to not understand the impact of that kind of technology. The fact that that technology is built on this sort of like brute force approximation of logic or intelligence rather than something that's more thought out, and because of that, it just takes more and more compute. It harms the environment, right? I try to hold a place, for people who might not feel the same as I do, because I would like to convince more people on that. So. Wait, Lotus, when I see Kamala at her stupid book tour and all those still protesting her for good damn reasons, and she didn't get it, I want nothing to do with the Democrats ever again. Snoop is transphobic and a class elitist. Yeah. yeah. I don't even know where to start with Eminem. I mean, look, Eminem, I guess what can I say good about Eminem? He is, his politics are anti-conservative. And he's actually, you know, tried to use his music to... But yeah, I mean, I do think that there's places, Sarah, that we don't, like, hold enough empathy for each other. Oh my God. I do think that there are, you know, there's some knee-jerk reactions that we can make that both aren't helpful to the movement and maybe aren't, like, entirely, you know, moral, right? We're unable to see that our own viewpoint isn't something that we came to, like, right out of the uterus, and that we had to struggle for the understanding that we have, and that maybe we shouldn't you know, judge other people as harshly as we do sometimes, right? But I do want to make a distinction between that and the Vosh bullshit where you're like, they're all purity testing, I'm the edgy boy messiah, I'm your savior, and you won't let me save you because you keep on criticizing me when I want to use a little misogyny as a treat. Mozart says I renounced a fortune at the age of 7. Wow. Narwhal by nature, if I buy a used car, I need to test it, drive it, get a history of repairs, and have a mechanic check it out before I buy it. Politicians deserve far more scrutiny. That's true. That's definitely true. Wait, he got... Oh, I don't know how far behind I am. Yeah, Philion. That was the video that I watched. Yep. It was a really good and you really basically you had to, I don't know, to be able to figure that stuff out, you had to look pretty deep, but it was definitely there. You know, the Bored Ape people definitely fascinated with Nazis, and yeah, they put some Easter eggs. That's what I would call it. That's what I would say. I would say, you know, there was fascist Easter eggs in the Bored Ape content, but you had to go pretty deep into it to find it. DCAT-K, there are certain lines that can't be crossed. If they were crossed, then be honest about it and tell us how you're working to understand the harm that you've done and what you're doing to correct it. Yeah, and my biggest fear, BCAT-K, is that he's not being fully honest in some of his explanation, and that means that not only, you know, do I not only, you know, when somebody's being dishonest, do I not know where they really stand? Do I, like, lose trust for them? But also it makes me think that there is possibly another shoe to drop, and another shoe, chat, would be disastrous. Okay, I think the Reddit stuff is, you know, there's some, you know, there's some weird, there's some racist stuff, there's some misogynistic stuff, you know, in his early Reddit history, and then there is some, like, ACAB stuff and some pro-communist stuff in his Reddit history from around 2020. So all in all, that kind of that does actually show a little bit of transformation. That does show what looks like progress, what looks like somebody changing. So I mean, like, that's, you know, it's not. I mean, there's bad stuff in there, but overall, I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing. I don't think it's a damning thing. But then, you know, when you're like, okay, well, I think we know everything, right? That's, you know, that we've looked at his Reddit history, and then he goes on Pod Save America. I don't know. Should we start? I'm kind of two minds about where to start, chat. There is Graham Platner's interview on Pod Save America. Yeah, I guess that probably is the logical place to start. I want to show you some stuff from like about a week ago from Hasan, right? Because a week ago, Hasan was defending Platner so hard that he was coming down on his chat. He was yelling at his chat. He was cursing out his chat for having reservations over, you know, some of the stuff that came out from his Reddit history, right? And then when this came out, Hasan completely changed his tune, had to acknowledge that his chat had a point about this guy. And again, it's racking up one more for chat. If you don't know, chat, Hasan, and there's been a few times that his chat has been right, and his chat remembers every single time. And they don't let him forget it either. They don't let him yeah, I think he was wrong about Ethan Klein. He was trying to defend Ethan forever. Chat was right about that. Now chat feels like they were right about Graham Platner too, and I think Hasan has basically said as much. So let's see, Pod Save America. Oh wow! So they're really yeah. 3 days ago they did an interview with him. 1 day ago they've got the reaction to our Graham Platner an interview. The thing about the Podjons that really frustrates me about them is that they get access to so many people that I would love to ask some questions about, including Graham Platner, right? They didn't do it though. The Podjons, like, I don't know. It's like if they like you, they're too nice to you. They're too trusting, right? In fact, even if they don't like you, they had Aaron Ross Sorkin on the other day, and they were way too nice to him. But anyway, we got the Podjons here. I do want to get going here, chat, because I realized we've been... I also wanted to talk to you about this, like, right? Because there's a lot to talk to, and I knew that people were going to have different ideas, different opinions on this. Bernie Sanders, still with him, talking about it on Axios. There's also, yeah, like, anyway, I think I've got a sense of what I want to do with this, or how I want to proceed. Paige Larson with the watch streak. As much as I'm sick of the Democrats, I know Republicans just a little bit more worse than the Democrats. I should say I'm sick of centrist. Oh, you said you were sick of Democrats earlier, and you want to specify you mean centrist Democrats. Democrats' purpose is to safeguard the interest of capital. Given the platform they ran for the last presidential election, let's not pretend they're any better. I mean, any better than what? The Republicans? Hasan did the same with Fetterman, says George Jackson. I'd forgotten. Thanks for reminding me. Anyway, so like I said, the I've Had It ladies are the only pod with mainstream establishment dim access. Oh yeah, you're right about that, Christian Strand. They're very good about that. Even if they like you, like I think they like Cory Booker. Like I think they were legitimately excited to see Booker do the kind of filibuster, the talking filibuster that he did in earlier this year, and then legitimately disappointed with some of the things he said more recently. Anyway, like I said, we got a lot to go over today. I don't know if we'll get it all done. And we've got more than that, chat. This is the thing that's annoying. So much of the stuff that I wanted to talk to you about today, I've had to put in the bonus content, which is over right up here. So let me fix this. That should say 1, and then this one should say 25. So yeah, believe it or not, there's other stories, there's other things going on. Anna Kasparian was attacked by a poodle. We will, I think, chat, if I get to it, we will be talking about Anna Kasparian because she's also got a take on this whole, in fact, Jink and Anna have gone after the Majority Report again, I believe, for mainly Emma's tweets. The Majority Report, while they've talked about this, we'll watch what they had to say. They haven't made a standalone video from this, and you know, you can imagine why. You can imagine why, right? They've definitely talked about this subject. Emma's gone on record giving her take on Platner, but to my knowledge, they haven't put out a standalone video specifically about the Graham Platner tattoo situation. But yeah, Anna Kasparian and Jink have, and they are taking this opportunity to shit on the Majority Report, right? And now what's funny about this, I'm trying to remember how it works out. Was it like that? I think Anna's the one that's critical of Platner, whereas Jink's kind of, you know, I don't know if he's reserving judgment or what, but yeah, she's using this to go after Majority Report, to complain about them calling her a TERF, and so we'll try to make sure we have some time for that. But anyway, before we get to the bonus content, I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cover this story. If we get to 100 on this metric right here, we're at 25 out of 100 right now. That is 1/4 of the way there. If we get to 100 out of 100, I will stick around and cover another topic for you. The topics you're voting on now in YouTube chat, so keep on voting. Make your voice heard if you have not already. Our possibilities are Anna Kasparian attacked by poodle. That's separate from the Graham Platner thing, but it's hilarious. Just spoiler chat, spoiler. Anna's okay. The poodle didn't hurt her. She's not in danger. She wasn't injured. She doesn't have rabies. Okay, so everything's okay. But yeah, apparently Anna did get attacked by a poodle. And chat, it might be a Zionist poodle. We don't know. Find out by voting for that, because that's what that story's about. We also have the Mamdani debate. This is the second debate, I believe, with Cuomo and Silva. And not as definitive for Zoran, I believe, as the first one was. There's some bad moments in the debate for Zoran. There's definitely some good moments. There's some very satisfying ownage of Andrew Cuomo. But, he's not hard to own. So we got that going on. We got Curtis Sliwa. Speaking of the New York City mayoral race, we got this Curtis Sliwa deep dive. If you want to know more about Curtis Sliwa, what he comes from, what the Guardian Angels are all about, and how they did a hate crime live on Fox News, then pick that one. And then our fourth one is Cuomo's cringe AI hit piece. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo used AI to make a hit piece on Mamdani, released it, I think just as the debate was starting, and took it down immediately because it's racist. It's racist. It's fucking racist as fuck. TYT stands for the Young Traders. Yeah. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a rabid Zionist, is a regular contributor. Oh, to TYT, God, yeah, there's a lot. They love Tucker Carlson too lately. Vanguard called Anna and the Poodle Lady Karen on Karen violence. I agree with the Vanguard. I agree with Silly and Billy. I do think it's Karen on Karen violence. And what kind of dog does Anna have? Because I don't know what Anna's dog is, but it could be poodle on poodle violence. What does Anna have, a small? I feel like she either has a small, like Paris Hilton style purse dog, or she has a I can't remember what it is. Anybody know? I don't think you see Anna's dog because Anna's holding the camera in this clip, so I don't think you necessarily see. Anna's dog is a little white dog, like really small, like purse size. But yeah, Karen on Karen violence, and we love to see it. As much as we might want to deny that we love to see it, we do love to see it. But yeah, we got Cuomo with a, oh my god, chat. Why am I so sweaty? Was it a toy poodle? Oh no, the dog that, I think it was a pretty big poodle. The poodle that the other woman had, the other Karen had, I think was a pretty big, her dog is 20 pounds. Okay, so probably smaller than the Ready, Fight. Yeah, pretty much. He's more like tote bag size rather than, so like one of those NPR tote bags you get at the pledge drive. You could probably put the dog in. You're probably not putting the dog in a small purse though, like Paris Hilton's dog. So it's not quite that, but wait, what happened? Did somebody get, it was around the time of the story, TYT promoted the Gang of Illegals Attack Cop released by Max Left Judge. Wait, is that really a TYT title? Is that like legitimately the truth? Was the cops attacked the immigrant on cam? I vaguely remember that. What happened to Mopo? Stream Elements got you? Huh. Anyway, chat, we have enough problems with moderation overly, auto mod overly cramping people's style on Twitch. Now I gotta worry about YouTube too. Oh well, I guess I'll fix it when I fix it. But anyway, like I said, chat, I'm gonna cover this story on Graham Platner and the tattoo, and mainly like all the different takes on it that people have had. You know, Hasan's take before the tattoo dropped, Hasan's take after the tattoo dropped, and then Majority Report's the limited, you know, kind of commentary that they've given on air, as well as Emma's tweets. And if we get a chance, we'll look at the... Wait, did it actually time you out? I didn't realize auto mod had the power. Okay. God, if anybody finds a replacement for Stream Elements, please suggest it to me, because it's not there's so much I don't like about Stream Elements. Unfortunately, I don't know what to replace it with. I've been through a lot of different setups, right? I used to use Streamlabs. They were like, I don't know, stealing from the OBS project or something. There was something unethical with Streamlabs, so I switched off them to Stream Elements. Now I found a whole bunch about Stream Elements that I'm not cool with. AutoMod is too powerful. Yeah, anyway, Emma made some really bad tweets about the, says George Jackson, about Graham Platner, I'm guessing you're saying? YouTube has been going downhill for a bit now. Anyway, like I said, chat, so we have a chance for me to stick on a little bit later. Now, I do have class tonight at, it's 11 p.m., which means it's, well, it's, let me check. Yeah, it's noon here in Thailand at 5:45, so I got 5 hours and 45 minutes to try to bring this to you. If we hit 100 on this, I'll also cover another topic too, right? It could be any one of these topics. You're voting for them right now on YouTube, and oh wait, why is the subathon still up? Okay, we're not doing a subathon today. Sorry if anybody, I would love to let you turn back time, but unfortunately I can't because I have a hard out today. So I'm gonna turn off the subathon for now, at least. If someone is timed out with Stream Elements, you can type, oh, you can do a shortening. You could, if you time them out for shorter, it'll bring them back quicker. That's a nice trick. But anyway, like I was saying, you can vote for any of these topics up here. You can also, if you want to make sure that we get bonus content, right? What makes this number go up? Every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which is a great way to support the stream without getting a like a percentage cut out of it by either YouTube or Twitch, because yeah, they do both cut a proportion out of there. If you want to be able to throw me a donation without that, you can do so on throne.com. Right now it says the Vietnam trip. Your donations will not be going to support the Vietnam trip, because the Vietnam trip is over. I just haven't changed it. The donations will be going to supporting me getting a new computer, because the one that I'm on doesn't accept the new Windows, right? With the Windows 11 won't work on there, and they've stopped supporting Windows 10. So if you want to help me out with that before something bad happens, that would be much appreciated. Also, Patreon is a way that you can support me. It also goes towards this number if you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, as it does when you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you got Prime, hook that baby up to Twitch, your Twitch account, and you'll get a free Twitch Prime sub. Use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will get all the emotes. And yes, on Twitch, they are animated. They are animated emotes. So that is the perk over there. But any sort of support that you throw my way on Twitch will count towards this, whether it's getting yourself a sub, whether it's gifting subs to other people, or bits, or a Twitch Prime sub, which you can do, which I want to highlight because it costs you nothing. And some people are looking for a way to support the stream that costs them nothing. The two ways to do that are a Twitch Prime sub if you're on Twitch, or like a Prime sub if you're on Twitch, or if you are on YouTube, just hit that like button, right? That helps me out, helps my video get out to more people at no cost to you. So that's a great way to support the channel as well. And don't think I don't appreciate it, right? So again, all those ways that I mentioned, getting a membership, or like, what did I say? If you get a membership on YouTube, if you give a membership, if you do a super chat, if you do a super sticker, you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? That not only does that make this number go up, but it also gives you the ability to add to these numbers right here, right? See how it says +0, +0, +0? Well, if you donate, you can let me know in the chat, like, which of these topics you want to see, and I will actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So that's a way, you know, to kind of put your thumb on the scale just a little bit, but, you know, watch out, because other people can do it too. You know, one way to put your thumb on the scale for the vote of the chat is by saying Vox Populi. If you say Vox Populi, you're not supporting any of these things. You're supporting whatever you're saying. I'll have what she's having, right? That's what that is. So if you want to say, if you want to support like whatever chat votes for, you can do it with a Vox Populi as well. So let us get going, because we don't have all the time in the world. We do have more time than we normally do because I started slightly earlier. But I want to get us started on this as quickly as I can. Oh my God, seriously. Oh yeah, I forgot the Leftist Mafia covered this tonight, didn't they? Kind of curious what their various takes are. I think we already know Mike's take. Mike from Humanist Report has put out a video. But I'm kind of curious what the other members of the Leftist Mafia are saying about this. Oh no, chat. I want to just start us off here. I'm gonna start us off on the Pod Save America interview. I was gonna show you a quick story about Kristi Noem. Apparently, ICE has been caught hiring criminals. Are you surprised? Fork found in the kitchen. Are you surprised? Yeah, it's not that surprising, but it's coming out now. Have you seen that Destiny is dating a Nazi empath Chan? What? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Okay, first of all, Destiny is dating. That's surprising. Who would date Destiny? YouTube has been going downhill. Lance's mic was too loud? Oh no. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to get sound levels equalized. They had a heated debate? For real? Are you kidding me, Mopo? They got mad? If you have the pesky Bezos Prime subscription, put the blood money to good use. Link the Prime Switch to Twitch for a free NCC sub. Anyway, let's get on and see what Tommy Vitor's got for us. Again, if we hit 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stay on for a little bit later. And we'll cover another topic. You're in the same boat as me, Variant, as far as PCs go. As it pertains to Democratic primary candidates who almost certainly don't have Nazi tattoos, Andre Easton is running for Congress to represent New York's 15th congressional district to replace Torres. I thought there was somebody else running against Torres too. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, Tommy Vitor, Pod Save America. I don't know how I feel about these guys. Like, it's I really wish they'd ask harder questions, especially in interviews like this. But let's go see what they got. I don't know, chat. I'm gonna try to stay on. Like if starting to feel not great. I don't know what's wrong with me. I mean, all I know is that I've been nauseous, right? And that's my main symptom. Like, I sometimes feel a little hot and sweaty, but I don't think that's from a fever. I think that's like from the fact that I'm trying to go easy on my air conditioning.
Maine Senate candidate. My guest today is a veteran oyster farmer and Maine Senate candidate, Graham Platner. Graham, great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Even that. He's not an oyster farmer. He owns an oyster farming company. That's the other thing, is people are defending him based on his bullshit working class bona fides, which is why you shouldn't lie about your class. You shouldn't try to pretend to be look, like I said, I don't like, I'm not like the kind of person that's gonna like pocket watch Hasan over leasing a Porsche, or, not vote for a Democrat because they come from a background of privilege. But you got to be honest with this shit. Because so many politicians aren't. They all want to like wear this, working class kind of costume, and when you actually come from money, it's bullshit, right? Like I said, Emma, comes from a decent amount of money apparently, right? A lot of people give her shit about it. I don't, right? If she ran for office and she tried to pretend to be, to have lived a childhood of deprivation, then yeah, I think that I would have a problem with that, right? But again, not a simple oyster farmer.
Much, Tommy. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you for doing the show, and thank you for bearing with 15 minutes of Amazon Web Service, Amazon-related tech problems at the jump here. It's been very fun. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. Okay. I want to cover a bunch of stuff with you, but first, I just wanted to ask you about this kind of flurry of news reports about Reddit posts you made between 2009 and 2021. There's an Axios headline this past week that described the week for you guys is Bernie back Maine Senate candidate melts down. So maybe by the end of the conversation, we can fact check that headline too, and you tell me if that's how you feel.
Interesting.
Axios, yeah. They summon it all up for you, primary in June. So the first Reddit post I wanted to ask you about is from 2013. So someone wrote on Reddit, "What is one question you've always wanted to ask someone of another race?" You responded, "Why don't black people tip? I work as a bartender, and it always amazes me how solid the stereotype is. Every now and again, a black patron will leave a 15 to 20% tip, but usually it is between 0 and 5%. There's got to be a reason behind it. What is it?" End of quote. How did you feel rereading that post? And what's your response to people who hear that and think that is like textbook racism and it's offensive?
I mean, one, I was legitimately asking the question. I mean, that was the point of the thread, was to ask the question. Amusingly enough, I remember this time when I had first started bartending, and then I had a conversation with a friend of mine who was black, who was a bartender, who did a great job of walking me through structural injustice and the fact of feelings of lack of agency. There were a whole bunch of reasons, and after that, I was like, oh yeah, that makes absolutely perfect sense. It was certainly not meant as a malicious thing. I was asking the question because that was kind of the point of the thread, actually.
So you're saying that this is not something that you were shitposting about. This was not something that you felt, it wasn't meant to be a commentary. It was a question you were sincerely asking on a Reddit thread because you thought there might be some sort of like cultural explanation or something. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I like there was I grew up in Maine. I had never bartended before. I was living in Washington, D.C. And I honestly, I reread a lot of the comments for obvious reasons. Many of them I'm like, oh God. That one I must say, I was legitimately curious. And it was not, certainly not meant in any malicious way. And I got an answer soon afterwards in reality from an actual person, but.
Got it. Okay, so another one that's gotten a lot of attention is there were posts from 2013 where it seemed like you were playing down the challenges faced by members of the military who were trying to report sexual assault allegations. The first post was, in today's current climate, when every whisper of a misplaced hand brings down a feature-length film, anyone who actually thinks the military is purposely covering up rape to save a career of some goddamn captain is clearly both an idiot and junior enough in rank or life experience to think it matters. And then there was another post where you suggested that the way to avoid getting sexually assaulted was not to get blacked out drunk. Again, what do you say to someone who hears those comments and feels like it's minimizing
chat,
very serious?
Some might say that the way to avoid getting a Nazi tattoo while on leave carousing around the streets in Croatia might also be not to get blackout drunk.
Problem, if not suggesting that the victims are the ones to blame for sexual assault.
Yeah, they would be correct in that. I didn't know what I was talking about. I had, at this point, I had just gotten out of the infantry. It's important, like my time in the service was in the infantry. At that point, it was an all male branch. I had only recently separated, and my frame of reference was that world. And that was not a world in which, frankly, I had very little interaction with women in the service. Very soon after, actually, this time frame, when I started going to college, I became very close friends with a number of vets, female vets at George Washington, and all of them had a story. And I very quickly changed my tune. I think you'll find even not that much later in my Reddit history me acknowledging that. That was a moment in time in which I had not yet been exposed to things, and I had a opinion or I had thoughts that were colored by my experience in the service, but my experience in the service was frankly limited. That's when I reread those, I see me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. And sort of beyond like the substantive concern with the comments you made, I think is a political one, right? Like, as you know better than anyone, Maine is a really important Senate race, and Democrats are worried that if you're the nominee, like Susan Collins or the many super PACs that support Republicans will spend $50 million, $100 million on negative ads featuring a bunch of these Reddit posts. There's ones where you call yourself a communist. There's ones where you call police officers bastards. There's one where you say that rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid. What do you say to that, and how do you combat that?
Yeah, first, those were definitely, that was me trying to get a rise out of people on the internet. Those are not reflective of those weren't even reflective of my opinions back then. I would say that it is a little rich hearing about this right now, when just last week there was a pro Susan Collins ad run with Janet Mills in it saying nice things about her. Like it is and I also, quite frankly, think that as I go around the state of Maine and talk to people, which we've been doing, the past month has been me on the road, going all over the place. As I interact with people directly, as I hold town halls, as I get myself out there more, people are going to recognize that this is not at all the person that they've come to know and come to interact with in reality. Look, they're going to call me a communist.
Oh yeah, Narwhal, good point. If you assume someone will tip poorly, you generally, and it's look like unconscious bias is also a thing too, right? It's a thing that people even that don't think of themselves as racist or don't have like conscious racist thoughts sometimes can still exude, right? Yeah, there's multiple explanations, right, uh for how he could end up with an impression like the one he has about black people tipping.
Always call us communists. They're going to call us socialists. They're going to call us wacko lefties. They called Hillary Clinton a communist. I mean, like there's in many ways we're not getting away from it. I also think that a lot of that's kind of run its road, and the way that you combat it is the way that you combat, frankly, a lot of this negative nonsense online is you just interact with people in reality. In a state like Maine, with 500 to 600,000 voters, and we have a year before the election, we can do that. We can really go out and spend a lot of time interacting with people, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah. So I was talking to a couple of people who oppose your candidacy, who are working for other organizations or candidates. And they said to me, like, look, these Reddit posts, some of them aren't from that long ago. There are more posts that are out there that we know about that have not been written about yet. And kind of the suggestion is, what else do we know about this guy? The argument is you're unvetted. It's too risky to nominate.
So I got to specify, people are talking about like redact.dev, which is Dan Saltman's thing. That is Dan Saltman's program versus what is the Majority Report? Delete Me, yeah, Majority Report sometimes advertises for a service called Delete Me. Not the same thing, but I mean not the same company, but I guess kind of similar in that it deletes history. Now, like what some people have said though is that that his Reddit history was somehow obtained through Palantir, which seems like overkill. Like I don't know. Even if somebody like deletes posts or deletes their account, usually people can find like, you know, ContraPoints isn't running from any of her old deleted posts. Those still exist. Obviously, what is his name? P Hustle. Chat. The Graham Platner's name on Reddit was P Hustle, and I will give him that it is definitely a better username than Pedotroll, right? But yeah, no, he was P Hustle. You know, did but I mean, like I don't know. I haven't seen the confirmation of this, but people have said that they used like Palantir to do Oppo research on him. Once I dated a racist woman whose favorite place was Maine. Wanted to live there. It was not fun. That was definitely a mistake. Sucks how racist people are in New England because the nature is so pretty up there. Would love to live up there otherwise. Yeah.
Nate, what would you say to Democrats who share that anxiety?
There is nothing that I can remotely think of that is out there that is.
Woody Red is just checking in on this controversy. Wait, says Woody Red. He's got a Nazi tattoo. He's posting shit about why he wasn't complaining. For the record, like he said there was what was the subreddit called? It was some subreddit where you're supposed to like ask questions that might be I don't know, seen as offensive otherwise. Sounds like a username Hegseth would use. P Hustle. Did not subscribe to Delete Me. Yeah. But yeah, he's posting. He was asking. I guess on Reddit a question of why you know, black people in his from his experience or from what his way of thinking, he thought that black people didn't tip, and he was thinking maybe is there a cultural thing? And somebody answered his question, but again, like I said, there could be a lot of reasons for that perception that he had. He's running as a Democratic senator. That's yeah. No, this is like, look, Woody, you're giving us the view from somebody who hasn't been checked in with this. And yes, when you look at it all, you know, just the facts of the matter, it doesn't look good. You're right. It does not look good. You could use Google, and Google probably has skeletons in their closet. Someone, yeah, ironic that that's the word that Emma used. Someone give us the Republican settings for Streamlab? Wait, what? The problem is that leftists call us all race. Wait. Ask questions you're normally afraid to ask. I think that's the point of the subreddit. Anyway.
Any worse or really any different.
Crotchy says check his butt for a swastika.
What has come out? I mean, I posted on the internet for a long time when I was in a point in my life where I was looking for a lot of, I would say, community, looking for an outlet. I had an immense amount of disillusionment, an immense amount of anger. I used the internet as a place to find an outlet for that, which I think is fairly normal. But there is, I mean, if that is their concern, then they can go find more stuff. But I mean, I've honestly racked my brain about what I've not lived a very, I mean, I haven't lived a boring life, but I haven't lived a very complicated one. I've never been close to money and power. I've never had the opportunity to like screw people over in an awful way. I mean, I was in the service. I certainly struggled afterwards, but even then, I mean, my struggles were my own. They didn't impact other people. They just impacted my life negatively. And the time that I was active on the internet was the exact same time that I was active on the internet. And that is that part of my life. It's no surprise to me that I was no longer active after 2021, because that's frankly when my life kind of began to get good. For those who are worried about me not being vetted, there is just nothing.
There's a lot of cuts in this interview. Notice that? I mean, they're definitely, you know, Pod Save America definitely positioning themselves for access, right? You get the feeling that no matter who you are, no matter what questions that the public probably wants answered of you, that you know, Pod Save America is not going to put you out there in a bad way, right? They're not gonna ask the difficult questions. And anyway, I mean, like, some of it's understandable. If you don't know Pod Save America, they'll edit just the Pod Johns talking, so it's not like they're just doing it for him. Is he okay or no? It's relative, Hermit. It's relative, right? He's less okay for having a Totenkopf on his chest than he would if he didn't. I don't think he's an actual Nazi. But his story, well, I mean, you're gonna see in a second, like, his explanation for the tattoo. Just, you know, you'll have to make up your mind whether you buy it or whether it sounds like he's still kind of, you know, hiding something, and whether, like, anyone at this point, chat, if he's lying, which, you know, I don't know, his story makes me think there's another shoe to drop, and anybody that's, you know, that knows him in real life could drop that shoe. Like I said, if 2 years ago he told somebody, like, somebody saw his tattoo at a, you know, he's at the swimming pool, somebody saw his tattoo and they're like, hey, do you know what that is? And he's like, yeah, I know it's a Totenkopf, but I was really young when I got it. I'm not a Nazi. I'm gonna get it cut. You know what I mean? If even something like that is gonna read like he's not being honest, because, yeah, you know, he's not being honest. The story that we're gonna get from him, well, is basically that he had no idea. Military guy, Marine, seems like, you know, kind of a military history buff, and he didn't recognize the third most prominent Nazi symbol.
That besides like stupid internet comments, besides...
Yeah, exactly, Magenta, the wrong kind of weasel.
I mean, honestly, like, I've never robbed anybody. I've never beaten anybody. The only violence I've ever used is, frankly, violence that the United States government asked me to go conduct. There is very little. And I certainly was never close to money and power, which I think is also things are pretty simple when you live a simple life.
Not exactly far from money either, but go on.
Yeah, I really want to ask you about your time in the U.S. military, your thoughts on bigger picture things, but I did want to just sort of ask you about all the shitty stuff.
Like, okay, so point taken. He's not a Kennedy. his family's like not, you know what I mean? He's not connected, right? I'll buy that. That's what he's saying. Some of this like working class kind of bona fides that he's trying to put on is exactly that. It's a put on. He didn't come like, I mean, I don't get the sense that he was like, filthy rich or anything like that. But, he does come from some degree of money, which he's also down. Anyway, you get caught, in something like this, and you want to be, you need to be completely honest. You need to be totally honest. You need to drop all pretense and tell your campaign too. Hey, I know you were trying to, burnish my image as a working class guy with this oyster thing. But like, please understand, I wasn't, I'm not some, poor guy, farming oysters to make his to feed himself, right? It's not like that.
That's getting you thrown your way, because I know it's been an intense week of sort of, it's clearly like some sort of opposition research switch was flipped, right? There's been a lot of incoming, and I've heard a couple more sort of strands of attacks. So for one, you made this video, it's about 5 minutes long. It's on Twitter and other platforms, explaining the Reddit posts and talking about how when you got out of the military, you had kind of like crude humor and crass language that was the hallmark.
Rave, I mean, I understand his point regarding money. My partner's family are millionaires, also the poorest of their rich friends. Yeah, there's a lot of rich people that perceive themselves as like they don't compare themselves to the median income. They compare themselves to their friends, and yeah, there's a lot of misperception around income. Oh, and on the other side too, a lot of poor people don't realize or don't want to acknowledge how how poor they are, because they know people that have it worse. So there's not a lot of in the US is just acknowledgement of like, here is a graph, this is how many people earn the least amount of money. This is this is the one person that that earns the most, and then how spread out people are at the top, and it's just like actual acknowledgement of the distribution of wealth and of income is just not something that's very common in the United States, and a lot of people either purposefully keep themselves ignorant of that, or just the culture sort of makes you ignorant of that.
Mark of the infantry when you were in the Marine Corps. The NRSC interpreted those comments as you blaming your fellow servicemen for the Reddit posts. So that was sort of one strain of, I guess, attack on the attacks. Second, I've heard that there's a whisper campaign.
So yeah, there's a thing called a blue falcon. It's a military term for it's basically if a military guy snitches on other military guys, they'll call him a blue falcon. It's anything that they do that like hurts the rest of their, the people they're deployed with, that gets you called that. But also, I guess, in any sort of criticism of the military will probably get you that sort of reaction from people you served with. And in John Kerry's case, like his criticism of the Vietnam War was enough to basically get him targeted and lied about by a bunch of Swift voters. That just straight up lied on his name to help Bush win the 2004 election. Reddit posts are a lot worse than people are saying. We'll take a look at them in a second. The sad thing, George Jackson, is that I feel like the Reddit posts that the people are trying to make hay of are the like, it's like only the base stuff that he said on Reddit, and the stuff also that he's apologized for in terms of his Reddit post history. A lot of it is the more, when he says ACAB, or when he says, he's positively disposed towards socialism.
Questioning whether you should be getting disability benefits for your bad back or your bad knee, because you also released a campaign video where you're swinging a kettlebell.
And that whole fact that he's already getting called a blue falcon for just what did he's like for talking about like how being in the military affected him negatively, and using that as kind of an excuse for some of the earlier, more like bigoted or right-wing comments he made on Reddit, that's already getting him like negative attention from other veterans. You can only imagine if he did what I would advise him to do, which is a full-on appraisal of what was wrong with the war on terror, what's wrong with the United States imperial, just kind of its strategy, its global strategy. Like just a full reckoning with that, I think would do a lot to build back trust with a lot of the people in his base that have lost trust in him. Unfortunately, that would also probably spur a lot of like Swiftboat type attacks too. So I don't know. Like I said, he could be cooked. He could be sort of between a rock and a hard place, right? Now, again, like I don't think he's a great candidate. I don't trust him. But he's obviously got better positions than Janet Mills, and certainly would have a better voting, propensity for voting, a better voting record than Susan Collins, right? So we want to get Collins out of there, and octogenarian Janet Mills probably is not the probably not a great bet for that. And also, yeah, she's a reliable vote for AIPAC, right? So they're practically speaking, as many problems as he has, there's worse. There's a lot worse out there. Platner has got to be a plant. He's also pseudo leftist, so I don't know about his tattoo or not. Yeah, like I said, I don't think he's a Nazi, but I do think that there's stuff that he needs to be a little bit more straight up in explaining how he came about having that tattoo, and how he carried it around for 20 years. 20 years, and you're about to see. Let me just let it roll.
And then
this, by the way, that's what the kettlebell is for.
The bad back.
Okay, so you can see there's definitely some shit that he's getting that's absolute garbage, right? Like the idea that he shouldn't get disability benefits because he is I don't know, he's involved in, like, he works out with kettlebells. Like, yeah, no, that's absolutely ridiculous.
I've done years and years of physical therapy, and maintaining a strong core is legitimately what keeps my herniated discs from putting me into crippling pain. Like it's amusing to me. It's not amusing, it's infuriating actually, to have people like question my disability rating, question the reason that I'm doing well is because of the help I got. That's the point. That's the purpose of therapy. That's the purpose of
George Jackson, if you have a Nazi tattoo, I'm going to go ahead and say you're a Nazi. Look, that's probably true in America, all right? If you go to a tattoo place and you show them the Totenkopf and you say, I'd like to have this thing right there, most tattoo places are going to tell you, fuck no, we won't do that tattoo. They'll have a book of tattoos that they don't do. These are going to be hate associated, like hate group tattoos, as well as gang affiliated tattoos. The reason they don't want to do those, on top of their maybe personal morality against those kind of things, it's going to be that they don't want to be seen as being affiliated either with a hate group or with a gang. Because if you get that reputation of like, one gang, like a gang member is like, oh yeah, someone like they're talking and they're like, oh yeah, I got my gang tattoo here, go over here, right? Then you're gonna have more, and the more clientele that you have that's involved in crime, the more heat that you bring upon yourself, and probably the more danger that you put yourself in. Same thing with hate groups, right? You don't want to have like Nazis know you as a great place to go and get a Sonnenrad or something like that. So even if their morality is like, more laissez-faire than that, a lot of times in the United States, they won't do these type of tattoos, or they would at least tell, somebody, hey, this is like it's like a Nazi symbol, right? This is, but I don't know if that's true in Croatia, right? He picked it off the wall in Croatia, says K-Lala. Yeah, he got it. This is his story anyway, right? I don't want to, I don't know what part of the story to believe and what part not to believe, but I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think he got or I don't think he's the baddies have always have all the power already. What good would it be? Wait, what? Many possibilities with Graham Platner, but he just oozes John Fetterman vibes. Yeah, that's another fear that people have. Even if you like I don't think that he is currently like a member of a hate group or anything like that. I don't think that he's an actual Nazi, but I mean, this was really bad judgment on his part, and the worst judgment, assuming that we buy his story about how he got the tattoo. The worst judgment is him not doing something about it for 20 years. But again, he's got an explanation for that too. And his explanation is that nobody in his life ever said anything, right? He's been at the beach, he's been at the pool, he's been working out, taking his shirt off, and nobody ever said anything other than cool skull tattoo, bro.
Of support. Like to look at someone and say, oh my God, look, they're living a good life because after we provided them support and continue to give support for them to live that good life, they're living it, is absurd. Like what's the pitch here? We're supposed to like strip benefits from disabled veterans? That we're supposed to like look at people with multiple combat tours with banged up bodies and struggles from trauma. We're supposed to look at that and say that like you're not supposed to get help. I mean, this is something that actually deeply angers me. It took me a long time before I was okay with asking for help, because coming out of the infantry when I did, and you can ask any infantryman that came out of the wars the time I did, this was not a thing that we did. There was a taboo around it. There was shame around it. There was this idea that if you did, you were going to no longer be able to get a job, that you'd be ostracized by society. And the fact that like I got through all of that. And when I go to serve again, when I go to run for office in my state, my own party comes after me saying that I am not deserving of the life that I've been able to build with help from the VA because of my military service. That gets me pretty pissed.
Yeah.
Gets me pretty heated.
The suggestion seems to be you shouldn't get better,
That's right.
Right.
Or the idea is that by getting better, you're then how just better, and you're no longer in need of the things that got you better. That isn't how any of this works. It's not how.
Okay, so again, like I don't know how many people are attacking him over receiving benefits for being disabled. That sounds like bullshit. But again, look at how long Tommy is letting him dwell on that subject versus the subjects with a real controversy, right? Yeah, are there maybe some right-wingers out there that are like, this guy's pretending to be disabled when he's look at him with these kettlebells, obviously, like, right? Yeah, sure, but that's not really the problem, is it? That's not what's potentially going to make him lose the primary, right? The skull thing is
Physical therapy works.
The problem is that it's Pod Save America true.
Not how normal therapy works. It is all into for me to run and do this and put myself out here as essentially a very regular person. My wife and I do not live an extravagant life. We have not lived a life of power and wealth. We've lived a very simple one. And this to us feels like a way of giving back.
Okay, so I'm going to pause it for a second. So I know I'm pausing it too much, right? But I got to say one more thing, okay? This is a contentious subject. You can see by the thumbnail that people do not agree on this. People that we're used to seeing in agreement, like Emma and Hasan, literally do not agree on this. I want to be able to cover topics like this with you, but you've got to understand that to make that work, I need, and this isn't directed at any this isn't directed at anybody. This is directed at everybody. I need you to try to have some empathy, right? Even if somebody's saying something that you think is completely whack, right? Otherwise, it gets too hard to, it's just not worth it to cover these things, right? And I think we need to. I think this is an important issue, and it definitely merits some discussion. There are, but yeah, please be charitable to each other. Please don't jump to conclusions too quickly about other chatters or even about me. I mean, if you're going to do it at all, do it to me, right? Because I can take it. I'm paid for this, but yeah, don't, yeah, I need us to be able to handle some disagreement, because there's going to be some disagreement, right? There's going to be some disagreement.
In doing something good for the state of Maine and for the world in some ways. And
I'm not talking about having empathy for Platner, George. I'm talking about having empathy for other chatters, and I think you've been doing pretty well on that. So again, like I said, this isn't directed at anybody. This is directed at everyone. I just want chatters to be able to get along, to disagree with each other, and to not automatically write each other off, right? I'd rather you not write me off, but if you have to write somebody off, direct that anger towards me, not at each other.
And by doing that, I get attacked by Democrats about being a disabled veteran. That, what does that even send as a message to other guys who might be, or men and women who are disabled veterans who might want to get involved? This is brutal. Like getting your life ripped apart and having people go after your military service and go after your struggles afterwards as some political football, it doesn't feel good. And I don't think anybody's going to look at that and be like, oh, I wish that would happen to me.
Not the right way to take this. Not the right way to take this at all. All right. Even though there might be some people talking bullshit about you. And like I said, if there is anybody going after him for swinging a kettlebell, that is absolutely ridiculous. But the way that he's talking, the way that he's trying to blame anybody for, the way that he's self-victimizing here. This has to be the funniest saga too. Yeah, in a certain way, Davy, it's probably a lot funnier. It's not, let me just put it this way. It's not funny for me right now, but I can appreciate your perspective. Does that make sense? But yeah, no, I don't like how he's talking here. All right. There are people with very understandable concerns about Graham Platner. All right. And he needs to acknowledge that instead of doing this fucking everybody's attacking me shit. Instead of deflecting with, the three people that are bitching about him swinging a kettlebell, right? And instead of making him look, I gotta be real, okay? Graham, they went after you in terms of the tattoo thing for something really weird, for something really, for something really very real, right? It's a Nazi tattoo on your chest. Don't act like it is beyond the pale for people to, wonder what the fuck that's about. Yeah, kettlebell is a great exercise, especially for people with some various issues. This interview was from before everything blew up. Well, let me try to add to that, Kaylala. So this interview was when things blew up, right? What he's about to reveal here is the tattoo. So the the stuff about the Reddit history was stuff that was surfaced on him prior to this, right? So at this point, he's going on Pod Save America to do damage control, because he knows that there's other stuff that is going to come out. In fact, somehow he knows that the Oppo research has got a hold of, I guess, this video that we're about to look at of him dancing around with a tattoo, and he wants to be the one to explain the tattoo instead of, having people that are not so charitable. This was before all that. No, this wasn't before the Reddit stuff was out. That's what he's responding to, right? Right now, but this is where the tattoo was revealed, right? You're about to see it, right? The first time that the world, I think, saw the tattoo was from him giving the video to Pod Save America and playing it on here, right? Even if you are getting some bad faith attacks, you got to understand that there's people out there with good faith concerns, right? If you're Platner, you got to understand that there's people out there that have very real, very understandable concerns. And when you attack them and say, well, you're bad faith, I don't even need, like, you're just giving up on people that some of whom you could probably win over. And so that's why I'm saying it's a mistake, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if the goal here is to keep disabled veterans from running for office, then they should keep it up. But that seems like a pretty ridiculous goal at a time where the Democratic Party seems to be hemorrhaging demographics of all kinds. You'd think you'd
hiding behind your disabled veteran status is probably not the right move right now, but go on.
Make it more inclusive, not the opposite.
Yeah, I would argue too that, there's someone I've never served in the military. I've worked in politics for a while now. I have noticed that I feel like veterans get held to a higher standard than almost anyone else when people are looking at their record, right? It's like, did John Kerry throw his medals or not? It's like, well, he served in Vietnam and got 2 Purple Hearts and,
they were his medals to throw.
That's true. That's very true. And I'm glad that he's willing to say that, because there's some people that would try to get on the other side. I don't know. I'm glad that he's willing to say that. I'm glad that he's more willing to take heat from, people in the military that might call him a blue falcon for stating the very obvious that the war on terror was a mistake. It was immoral and it was imprudent. There's no upside to to invading Afghanistan and Iraq, especially Iraq, which most of his service came in. So I'm glad he's willing to say that. But yeah, the John Kerry thing is a great example, right? Look, they're not gonna, if you're a right winger and you're a veteran, or even if you're not a veteran, even if you just really like the military and you want to talk about our war fighters, people will grant you all the benefit of the doubt on the right. Just pass the, even if you're a fucking draft dodger like George W. Bush or Donald Trump, right? They will absolutely, as long as you are pro the military industrial complex, at least in a like a neoconservative configuration of the Republican Party, there's no risk for you there. But as John Kerry, if you're being a little bit critical of the Vietnam War, of atrocities like my life, of the fucking generational damage that we did to that country that I just visited, and as long ago as that was, it's still fairly it still has knock-on effects, right? But you're gonna get shit on if you're John Kerry, and you just give the most basic critiques of something that I feel like most people should know is fucked up. Yeah, you will absolutely be held to a different standard. That's what they're not saying, is that it's not just that being a military veteran doesn't hold you to a higher standard in the country at large. It holds you to a higher standard when you're opposing the will of the military industrial complex, right? That's why Kerry got treated like that. Kerry would not have gotten treated like that if he was a Republican running to say that George W. Bush was too, I don't know, he was going too easy on the Muslim world, right? If instead of a candidate from the right opposing George W. Bush, or from the left, it was somebody from the right saying that we're in a war against Islam, and George W. Bush just doesn't understand that, and we need to be real about this. This war will not be over until our enemy is completely decimated, right? We should put pig's blood on the bullet. Like, and there really were people like that, right? That person would not get any shit. They could have been they could have been they could have been like, had a horrible military record, been a draft dodger, all that shit, and they would somehow not be held to any sort of standard.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Tim Walz, similar thing. It's like, well, he was in for 20 years. Let's pick apart his record anyway. Thank you for addressing.
TYT critiquing Graham Platner, and the majority report is still defending him. I think general public, if I'm not mistaken, that, what is it, Anna is critical. I think Anna's more critical. I think that Jink is still pretty much behind him. The Jink is attacking the majority report, I guess, he's calling them hypocrites for going after Anna about the birthing person thing. I think that's where Jink and Anna are on board, but on the Graham Platner issue, I think they disagree, if I'm not mistaken. We'll take a look at that if we have time.
That though, and then finally, like this one, I is probably equally as offensive. But this other person I was talking to said, this person said you're being called a blue falcon on internet forums, which I'd never heard that term before. But I think the suggestion was maybe you were blaming your.
Debbie Cliff, I mean, he was not just a veteran. He was in Blackwater. There's a difference between being a soldier in the Wehrmacht and being SS. Yeah, no, he's not just a veteran. He's a 4 tours? Like, he re-enlisted multiple times after enacting the U.S. agenda in Iraq. He signed up again multiple times, and yeah, after that, went into Blackwater.
Your service or your PTSD for the Reddit comments rather than taking responsibility. And I just wonder what your thoughts were on that line of attack, because it's sort of similar.
Of course not. That's not what I mean. That's literally not what I said.
Yeah.
I do think explaining the fact that I struggled with alienation, isolation, and the effects of PTSD after my military service. And
I'm sorry, did he just say alienation, isolation? In my brain, I heard that I suffered from alien isolation. Anybody ever played that? Like, you say scariest game. Like, you're literally hiding from the xenomorph. Anyway, no, that's not what he's talking about, but.
And that's why I was on the internet, frankly, getting in fights with people and shitposting. I'm not trying to blame.
Look, should you be able to get in fights with people on the internet and shitpost and still, I don't know, serve in the, Senate if you want to? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know about blaming his, yeah, it was because of the PTSD. Again, this is all kind of coming back to, a self-victimization. And look, our people, oh God, does the United States military victimize people? Yes, right? Do they recruit specifically in poor areas, in minority spaces? Yes. And it is part of the fucking game of capitalism, to make it so hard at the lower end that things like the military, which is a job that nobody should want, it fucks you up physically, it fucks you up psychologically. All of the idea of you're going to learn a skill, or you're going to be more employable, or you're going to be, get the GI Bill and go to college, right? It definitely takes more from the enlisted, people that enlist than it gives to them. Right. But he's not exactly that guy. Right. He's not coming from a family where it was join the military or starve. So I got to push back a little bit on the self-victimization, even though I do think that there's a point to be made in how the military does victimize people. If shit posting is banned, we're not going to have politicians in like a decade. True. Yeah, and I don't think that's specifically what anybody's got. Like his shit posting was like, he says that he was shit posting when he said ACAB. He says he was shit posting when he said like, yay communism, right? And I think maybe, in the racist and sexist stuff that he said too. Wish he would take responsibility for what he said while mentally ill, but then he says he has gotten better. Wait, sorry. Gotten help and is sad that he was ever in that space. Victim. Yeah. And just for the record, chat, I'm not like signing off like the Majority Report or Emma or, like I'm not like, this is not an occasion for me to like want to, burn bridges with anybody or like we can disagree. We can disagree.
Name anything else, but I do think it warrants explanation. And that it was a dark time in my life, man. Like I'm just going to be straight up. I was not doing good for a couple of years there. And it took me a long time, even after I moved back to Maine, even after I started to settle in, it took me a long time to really begin feeling settled again. And like I said, it's no surprise to me that I like stopped really using the internet around 2021, because that's when I'd settled in. I got back from Afghanistan. My last trip was in 2018. So I get back from Afghanistan summer 2018 for my last time over, fully disillusioned, fully convinced that the whole thing was utterly pointless. And that got me really, really cynical for a number of years. And it took about a year and a half, 2 years for me to settle back into, frankly, society. And I'm lucky. I'm immensely lucky that I come from a small town, that I moved back to a small town, that I'm very connected with my neighbors, my community, and my family. I got to meet my wife. I mean, like life got good.
Is that what pulled you out of that sort of place of despair?
But also, I mean, like there was a time there where I was really down on this whole project. I was really down on like, because I saw everything as a complete waste. Like I got very nihilistic. I got very critical. And then you like,
you're like, oh wait, yeah, I would like to hear more than it was such a waste, right? I get that he's walking this line where, he wants to voice his criticism for the bullshit canard of the weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist in Iraq, and the fact that the United States, it's basically PNAC, Dick Cheney, Scooter Libby, and the Bush administration taking advantage of a crisis, not letting a crisis go to waste, and using it to enact an agenda that was set out long before 9/11 happened. And that Iraq didn't have anything to do with, 9/11 at all. Afghanistan, it's even, questionable, what the United States was trying to accomplish there. In the end, they didn't accomplish much of anything. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about like a little bit more of a systemic critique of the military industrial complex, which United States presidents have called out. Republicans, Dwight Eisenhower is the one who coined the term military industrial complex, right? Surely in 2025, a senatorial candidate should be able to criticize not just the individual Iraq war as being a mistake, but the larger imperialist strategy of the United States and the wagging of the dog that the military industrial complex does. The self-licking ice cream cone. I mean, Chad, that's a phrase. That's a Matt Taibbi phrase. Fuck it. Fuck shit. If Matt Taibbi can call that out, then you'd hope a senator could.
Settle in and you reconnect with human beings in the real world, not on the internet, but like in the actual world, and you build a community and you find yourself connected with folks. And that entirely rebuilt my faith. It rebuilt my faith in America. It rebuilt my faith in our ability to be what we say we want to be. It rebuilt my faith in people. And like I got that because I got to move back to the place that I was from, and because I got the support that I got from the VA to put me in, frankly, a much better place, both materially and mentally. And I got support and help. That's what got me through it, and that's what allowed me to reconnect. And that's what gives me, frankly, the immense amount of hope that I have to undertake this project. I mean, I'm not doing this from a place of like cynicism or a place of ego. I'm doing this because I honestly think we need to do something different. We need to try a different kind of politics. What we are doing right now is clearly not working. There is so much resentment, there's so much hate. And coming from a tiny town where a lot of my neighbors and I do not agree on politics, and yet we're all friends. We all know each other. Everybody still supports each other. They're like, for me, I see in that the way forward, and that colors my politics, and it colors how I'm running. And to have people like look at this whole experience that I've gone through in my life and want to throw it in my face, and to know that it's coming.
It's entitlement. It's entitlement. Chat. You don't fucking like who fucking treats a Senate campaign as if they deserve it, and you got to have a really good reason to deny me what I deserve, right? You hear this?
And to have people like look at this whole experience that I've gone through in my life and want to throw it in my face, and to
look, and like I said, are there some people that are levying bullshit allegations at him? Yeah, like, you know, getting mad at him for using a kettlebell as an exercise, when it can be a rehab exercise, right? And from what he says, it sounds like that's you know what he's doing there, right? You know, that's bullshit. But when you're the criticisms are way more substantive, and like Kaylala pointed out, right? So chat, everything up until we see the video on this interview is pre the revelation of the Nazi tattoo, right? So I mean, I guess you could say that he's just mainly talking about the Reddit stuff at this point. But you got to recognize that people are going to have questions about that. People are, you know, you go in a subreddit and you ask, why don't black people tip? I'm a bartender and I can tell you this seems to be a real thing. Why aren't black people like, right? You know, you are going to owe some people an explanation. People are not wrong for wanting there might be an explanation from that. There might be context that they're not getting, but you can't come at it like, you know, I'm being attacked unfairly. They're throwing it back in my face, right? Because you're not realizing is that some of the people watching this are just people that have questions. Just like you said, you had a question about, you know, black culture, I guess, in terms of that tipping situation. There are some people that are going to have some questions about, you know, what you said, and they're not bad faith. They're not, you know, disingenuously throwing your struggle back in your face or something like that. They're not victimizing you. And no, the world doesn't fucking owe you a Senate seat.
To know that it's coming from the same political establishment that frankly made me go fight in these wars in the first place is like.
And now we're locked into me versus the establishment. Yeah, call it out, the military-industrial complex. But he's just speaking Trump language at this point. The political establishment. We all hate the political establishment. Hell, we can all think that it's a slightly different thing, right? That's a message that resonates with that. Well, it's the goddamn political establishment. No, dude, the political establishment did not put that tattoo on your chest. The political establishment did not force you to like carry that thing for 20 years, right? That's not, you can't, and look, this stuff works. Trump uses it. It works for him, right? He just, everything he redirects to like, well, this is a political establishment. Actually, it's the deep state. It's the, you know, whatever, it's George Soros, right? I don't know. It's the same. It seems evasive. It seems evasive. That's the problem. The main problem that I have with this interview is a lot of this stuff seems entitled, seems evasive. And he, at the very least, chat, even if you're like, this is the best guy we could possibly get, this is the best person that we could possibly get, right? It doesn't get better than this. If this guy doesn't win, we're all going to be worse for it. Okay, maybe that's true. If it's between him, Mills, and Collins, maybe that's true. But he should want to reach out to as many people as possible, including people that might have questions, including people whose faith might be shaken. Because, Chad, I'm telling you, it's part of his fucking core constituency has got questions now. And if he's just going to put everybody in the fucking basket of deplorables for not, championing his cause, it doesn't bode well for his election. It doesn't bode well for his chances. This is a missed opportunity at the very least.
Doubly infuriating.
Yeah.
It's like, you made me go, like, I volunteered to go do this stuff. You sent us off. You took advantage of us. You took advantage of our patriotism. You took advantage of our willingness to sacrifice ourselves, of our willingness to take part in this stuff. And we come back.
Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the blah, blah, blah. Did the butterfly goal already? Oh my God, what? How long have I been streaming? Oh my God. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I really fucked up. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not feeling my best right now. Ultimate question, says Davy Cliff, is why didn't he get it covered? I'm not nauseous, so that's good. I don't know. Like, maybe I just need to turn up the air conditioner. Maybe that'll make me feel better. Why he didn't get it covered up prior to this just raw cynical decision. If it was covered a month before. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's what I was saying too, is that like his explanation is going to be that he had no idea that there might be anything wrong with his tattoo. He didn't think it was anything other than a quote unquote terrifying looking skull until he got wind that this was being talked about in Oppo research, right? So either Janet Mills or Susan Collins or somebody, I don't know, maybe even somebody that's just against his campaign dug it up in Oppo research. And then he was like, what? They're going to use the tattoo against me? What's wrong with the tattoo? Oh, well, it seems like it looks a lot like this Nazi tattoo. Oh, I didn't know it was a Totenkopf. This is the first. Wow. I mean, that's the part that's hard to believe. That's at no point did he, during 20 years of wearing this tattoo on his chest, did he ever even suspect? Did anybody ever say anything to him? And chat, all it's going to take to make the other shoe drop, which I think if another shoe drops, his campaign is cooked, right? All it's going to take is one of his friends, coming forward and saying, I talked to him about it a year ago, and he knows what it is. Campaign over. Right? So I hope he's telling the truth now, but I don't have a lot of confidence.
Can struggle. And then and for years struggle without help. And then finally get help, finally rebuild a good life, finally find like a place of real community and depth and a connection to this world. And then to have that exact same apparatus, take that whole experience and try to weaponize it. It's disgusting, man. It actually legitimately infuriates me.
I can understand it. There, obviously, like people's votes and quotes and life experience is going to be part of a political campaign. But
Right.
the Oppo research world gets pretty fucking disgusting at points, and I think you're kind of hitting at that. Speaking of which, in kind of a non-traditional campaign move.
Yeah, it gets horrible for everyone. That's what running for office is about, right? Chat, that's what being a Twitch streamer is about. Like, I don't know. Like, the thing that really bothers me is that, like, with all the self-victimization, I feel like... I don't want to say this. I feel like there's a difference between being asked questions, being asked to clarify something that's legitimately confusing for people, something in your past that looks not so great, versus having, campaigns manufactured about you. Things that don't have anything to do with you attributed to, and that shit happens too.
Your team actually shared some opposition research on you with me. It's a video from, I believe, a decade ago. Let's just watch an excerpt, and then we should talk about it.
Okay, so are we agreed with this? Because Kaylala, I got the feeling that maybe you thought that this wasn't we agree on this though, right, Kaylala? This is the first time, like, that I think this is the first time that the Totenkopf tattoo has been made public. This is on Pod Save America. Oh God. I don't know when the actual episode was. The standalone 3 days ago is when the standalone video came out. Here, let's take a look. But yeah, I think this is basically the debut. So it's his campaign getting ahead of the Totenkopf because they have gotten wind that they've gotten wind that it's that the Oppo research is looking into it, and it's gonna be talked about by either Mill's campaign or Collins' campaign or somebody, even if they don't, so they're trying to address it in order to get out in front of it. Let's make sure. Wait, I'm trying to figure out when did this. Yeah, 3 days ago is when they posted. Wait, no, that's the one I'm looking at. Where's the one? Is it this one? No, that's Andrew Ross Sorkin. Where's the one with Graham Platner? I'm just trying to figure out when they posted the... I don't know, Chad. It's sometime like maybe 3 or 4 days ago. That's the best I can give you. I wanted to get you an exact time, but I'm legitimately confused by Pod Save America's postings. Oh, we gotta mute that. We gotta mute this. All right. So if you don't know, this is Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball that's playing. I think this is his sister's wedding reception or something. Right. So, it seems like a kind of weird thing to do at a bar. I don't know. Also, maybe did he bartend at some point? I feel like I heard something about him bartending. So I don't know if this is the place he works at, but regardless, he's taken his shirt off. He's drunkenly embarrassing himself for and he says this is like a wedding gift for his sister and her husband. But I'm gonna have to mute the Miley Cyrus just because it's copyright. You just have to imagine Miley is singing. And there it is. Let's get a good look. So now, there it is. Okay. So now that, look, does this, I mean, this lends itself to to supporting his story, at least up until the point of whenever this video was taken, right? You would think that if he knew that was a Nazi tattoo, that he wouldn't have taken his shirt off at his sister's wedding, right? So I don't know when this happened, but at least at this point, maybe we can assume that he doesn't know what this does. The other option, chat, is that everybody in his life is just cool with this, right? That he's in a town, that his family, his friends, they're just like, oh yeah, like it's a SS tattoo that he's got, and that's okay. Yeah, the more Occam's razor thing to assume is that he does not know, at least at this point, the significance of the tattoo. All right, so we're back.
There was Graham wearing just his boxer briefs.
Silkies. Those are Marine Corps running shorts.
Pardon me. Silkies. First of all, great song choice. Tell us what's happening there, where you are. There's probably some listeners who are very confused. And the reason that we are showing this video...
And tell us when this happened.
Is because at the very end, you can see a tattoo on your chest. And I've been told that some of your political opponents are telling reporters that that tattoo has a Nazi affiliation. And I would like to know, is that accurate? Are you a secret Nazi?
I am.
That's not the question. Right? First of all, like, your Pod Save America, you can do enough research to determine that that is in fact a Totenkopf. You don't have to act like, well, I don't know, it's a Nazi tattoo. Oh, I mean, everything they're doing, this is just a this is a Graham Platner campaign commercial at this point.
I'm not a secret Nazi. Actually, if you read through my Reddit comments, I think you can pretty much.
And look, if you might draw the conclusion that Graham Platner is the best that Maine can do in 2026, right? But even if that's the case, right, you don't make Kamala stronger by acting like her position on Gaza is not immoral. You actually make her weaker, right? Your best bet on Kamala is to keep the pressure off, or keep the pressure on her until she distances herself from Biden's policy. If you want Kamala to win in 2024, that's your best bet. Your best bet, if you want Graham Platner to win, is to not come off looking like you're doing a fucking commercial for the guy. First of all, that undercuts, you know, any credibility that he might gain from this, but also to kind of hold his feet to the fire. Like ask him these questions in a little bit more with a little bit more pushback, right?
Figure out where I stand on Nazism,
Right.
And anti-Semitism and racism in general. I would say a lifelong opponent. The video is from my brother's marriage to his wife, to my sister-in-law, who I was serenading.
Okay, sorry, brother is his brother's marriage to the sister-in-law.
I told them that my wedding gift to them would be my embarrassment. And so I performed a lip sync version of Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball to my sister-in-law on the day of her wedding to my brother.
Which was? Can you just give us a year? Or Tommy, can you ask? Did I miss it, chat? Did he mention here? Let me break out the transcript here. Music, okay. Video, I believe a decade ago. So the best that we've got so far is that we think it's like 10 years ago.
And and now, of course, that embarrassment, which was mostly just held internally in the family, as we always watch that video at family events and laughed, is now shared with the world. So I feel like I'm just going to give them a wedding gift for the rest of my life, which is great. I love them. The reason, by the way, the reason of this video, Saturday was their 10th wedding anniversary.
Oh, congrats.
And my sister-in-law was showing everybody the video.
Nice.
And I was like, oh yeah, there it is. There's me being embarrassed.
Yeah, none of the people in the room reacted like they knew what it was. I mean, you can see that the room is fairly dark. And you know, like some people not knowing what it is like understandable. Nobody that saw him for 20 years knowing what it is, that's kind of stretching it, right? But I also mentioned the other possibility being that nobody really minds it, right? Not that they don't mind it because they're Nazis, but I mean the whole you know, implication would be that there's a little bit too much tolerance for that sort of thing, right? There's a little bit too much benefit of the doubt being extended in this, you know, very white Maine community.
But what we also, so in 2007, I was a machine gun section leader with Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines. We were on the 2-2 Mu, and it was my 3rd deployment.
Oh, no, I looked back in the transcript, Big Bear. Yeah, they said 10 years ago.
My previous 2 had been to Fallujah and then Ramadi, 2006. And we went ashore in Split, Croatia, myself and a few of the other machine gun squad leaders.
So I think Split is the town in Croatia.
And we got very inebriated, and we did what Marines on Liberty do, and we decided to go get a tattoo. And we went to a tattoo parlor in Split, Croatia, and we chose a terrifying looking skull and crossbones off the wall because we were Marines, and you know, skulls and crossbones are a pretty standard military thing. And we got those tattoos. And then we all moved on with our lives. And I actually joined the Army after that, where I got, you know, I'd go to MEPS, I got screened. Later on, I got a security.
Okay, now this isn't going to reflect badly about him, but this is going to reflect really badly about the armed forces, right?
Clearance.
For the record, chat, the military is supposed to screen for, you know, anything that might indicate affiliation with a hate group. And just for, you know, hate symbols, right? Like they're not supposed to let this kind of stuff through.
and a full screen when I went to work for the State Department as a contractor doing security for the ambassador to Afghanistan in 2018. And I've also just lived my entire life like a regular person with a skull and
With a Nazi tattoo, yeah.
crossbones on their chest, which by that I mean taking my shirt off, performing
Okay, that's what he's getting at.
Miley Cyrus songs in front of my extended family and to my sister-in-law, and just taking my shirt off at the beach.
Right, presumably going to the beach, yeah.
I mean, I went to college, I went to the gym, I did all the things, and at no point in this entire experience of my life did anybody ever once say, "Hey, you're a Nazi." It never came up until we got wind that.
Okay, so there's the claim. There's the claim, and that's what I'm saying, chat. Is look, if he's telling the truth here, then maybe there's no more shoes to drop, right? Maybe he's gotten out in front of it. He's said the worst thing that could be revealed about him. You know, him bringing this to PSA or wherever and bringing it out himself, getting ahead of it. That's probably, you know, the best option at this point. But if there's just one person in his life that he has acknowledged that he knows what this is to, he's cooked. If it comes out that that he knew what this thing was at any point before the Oppo research was, you know, he found out there was Oppo research on him, he's cooked, right? Normally a political candidate, if they get caught in a lie or a misstatement, this happened to Tim Walz, normally that is understandable. They allow stars and bars tattoos. Yeah, that's fucked up. But yeah, normally like one lie would be like, okay, that's one lie, right? But at this point, he can't afford another lie. He can't afford another shoe dropping. So he better be telling the truth here. And we'll take a look at some other statements that he's made about it to see what we think. Croatia, it was an ally of Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. Much more open to fascist imagery. Yeah. I mean, that's what you'll see Hasan's reaction if we get time. Oh my God, Chad. I don't even know if we're going to have time for it, but I got to keep moving or else we won't have time for anything.
In the opposition research, somebody was shopping the idea that I was a secret Nazi with a hidden Nazi tattoo. And I can honestly say that if I was trying to hide it, I've not been doing a very good job for the past 18 years.
Yeah.
So
I
remember when my buddy got back from his tour, he received a jacket. Are you serious? Or are you trolling me here, Davi? The big black sun symbol, and he would wear it in public until I told him what it was.
Self-described communist.
Yeah, Jewish Insider already put out an anonymous quote. Yeah. Again, Kaylala, I'm gonna agree.
Narwhal_ by super chatted $10. I said this earlier in another chat, but Imgain if he were black and had a gang-affiliated tattoo by accident, allegedly. Would the Pod Johns and some others be fighting for him like this? Not sure.
I'll tell you this. If they're advising a candidate, which is what these guys, you know, where their notoriety comes from. If you don't know, the Pod Johns were all flack for the Obama campaign, the Clinton campaign, various Democratic campaigns. But if they were giving advice to a candidate, they would probably tell that candidate to throw that person under the bus if they had a gang affiliated tattoo, especially if it was in any way like linkable to like Trendy Aragua or one of, you know, Trump, MS-13 or one of Trump's bugaboo. But yeah, as I was saying, and thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. You're not trolling. Oh, that really happened. Damn. With the Davi having a friend receive a jacket with a Sonnenrad, I'm guessing, or just the black sun, not the, was it the Norse black sun or the actual Nazi Sonnenrad? I wonder. But Kayla lost bringing up Jewish Insider, which again, you know, based on what I've seen from them during the, you know, during the Gaza occupation, I'm not, you know, given to really trust that publication. But yeah, it was an anonymous quote, and yeah, I mean, I don't think they're, given that it's an anonymous quote from a publication that is just against what Graham Platner is about. Yeah, no, I don't think you should necessarily trust it, right? But that's an anonymous quote. What I'm saying is if somebody publicly comes forward that knew him and says that, if there's people talking about, if there's any evidence that he knew about this before the Oppo research, he's cooked. He is, and he may be, like I said in the beginning, he may be cooked already. There's a Nazi sun symbol. Yeah, you can see it in Decrypting the Alt-Right General Public. If you feel like delving into old ContraPoints, I can understand why you might not want to. Not a lot of people looking to delve into ContraPoints' portfolio at this point, but yeah, the Sonnenrad is a specifically Nazi example of the black sun, and then there's also, I think, like a Norse black sun too that's tied up with right-wing extremism, but maybe not necessarily Nazism. Rendell Smith, when he re-enlisted for the army, they took pictures of his tattoo. None were flagged as gang or Nazi tattoos. Yeah, that's a huge failing of the military. And we may find out the reason for that, right? It may become really apparent in the Trump administration why the military should be vetting people for hate symbols or symbols of far-right affiliation. You can see the black sun on one of the wrong. Yeah, that's right. His Zoomer internet people put together an ad for him that literally had the Sonnenrad in it. But were you saying that your friend had got gifted a Sonnenrad coat, or was it just the Norse version without the little line things?
But also a Nazi.
I will say the fact that I've managed to go from communist to Nazi in the space of 4 days, according to the people who are trying to do this to me, I find to be quite a spectacular turn of events. But
pointing out that you got a Nazi tattoo is not the same as calling you a Nazi, right? Now, again, like some of the people behind the Oppo research, probably real scumbags. Are they gonna like go out of their way to say, now this doesn't mean that he's a Nazi, what this means is he's got bad judgment? Are they gonna say what I say? No, probably not. But like pushing back on this as if, well, if you think there's a problem with this, you must think that I'm a Nazi. No, there's other problems that people could have with this than thinking that you're a Nazi. There is thinking that you used to be a Nazi and you're hiding that fact. There is thinking that you were a fucking edgelord that thought that shit was cool and badass specifically because it was Nazi shit, right? There's a lot more than just, you were a straight up, follower of the Fuhrer. You were a Hitlerite, right? There's more possibly problematic with that than the, most far-reaching conclusion, which I've said I don't agree with. I don't see evidence that he is like a fucking card-carrying Nazi.
Well, like Miley, you've got range. Okay, so like you came into this, you're just you're a normal guy. You want to make the country a better place. Did you know this shit was going to happen? Like, did you go to your staff beforehand being like, look, I was a Reddit shit poster for a long time. There's some things that are going to come out. Let's delete this old account. Like, let's get ready for this.
Oh shit, Davi's telling me it's just straight up the Nazi version, the Sonnenrad. Just didn't know about it. Yeah, well, like that one's a little bit less known even than the Totenkopf. The reason that people know the Totenkopf, chat, let me show you really quick. I don't know if we can actually watch Are We the Baddies? But I'll show you like a still from it. All right, so no matter who you are, you have probably seen this meme on the internet, right? This is a what is it? A skit, Mitchell and Webb skit from I don't know how many years ago, but pretty famous meme, and it's this guy, in the Wehrmacht, I'm guessing, although I guess I don't know my German uniforms that well, so correct me if I'm wrong if this is not a Wehrmacht uniform, but yeah, he's basically figuring out that that he's on the wrong side of history, right? In real time, while fighting World War II against the Allies, and he comes up with this. Like, I've been thinking, are we the baddies? You know, like right, and right here on his and I think this is accurate. At least, wait, who wore these? Was it the SS that would have worn these? On their caps, but that's a Totenkopf, right? So yeah, third most prominent Nazi symbol behind the swastika and the SS lightning bolt symbol is this thing right here, the Totenkopf, right? More well known than the Sonnenrad, which a lot of people did not even know was a Nazi symbol until ContraPoints mentioned it in her decoding the alt-right. But yeah, that's so it's not like this shit's been like exactly hidden away. It's fairly common knowledge.
A gut punch of like stuff you've forgotten you'd written coming back at you.
I'm an elder millennial. I am well aware that everything I wrote on the internet exists. I know what the Wayback Machine. I mean, the idea that like I went through years on the internet and now think that like there's some way to make that go away is absurd. So no, I mean, and look, I knew they were going to throw. I knew that they were going to throw the book at me, right? Like
George Jackson's saying that is an SS uniform.
I knew that we are up against the machine. We were told not to run this race. I was specifically like, we were sent messages saying we were not supposed to do this. We had to wait our turn. We didn't have permission. And that if we did it, they were going to try to just destroy my life. And that is what they're trying to do. I will say the Nazi part did not see that coming. Sorry. That one's out of right field, I guess.
It's out of the Vosh playbook here, right? Oh, they're calling me Nazis. Haha, obviously I'm not a Nazi. I mean, this is fucking bad faith as fuck when you take the most maximalist version of the criticism about you. What is Narwhal saying to me? Davy posted something. Graham Platner. Wait. No, I don't think Davy's serious about that, right? The division that Platner is from? And Davy's saying Atomwaffen. That's not a division of the military. Atomwaffen is a hate group, right? Atomwaffen is a militant far-right neo-Nazi group that I think is actually like, you know, have they killed people? Has Atomwaffen killed people? Like they're very serious. Yeah, you're making a joke. I'm not sure. I think maybe Narwhal thought you were like referring to like an actual military thing rather than a No, it's okay. It's understandable.
But the I mean I was early on, like, look, I posted on Reddit for years.
World War II officer, probably a captain or Hauptmann. A Waffen SS would have a lightning. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, yeah. He's Wehrmacht. That's what I thought. Yeah, like so like he's dressed like an officer from the German army.
Years, I'm sure I said some dumb stuff. It was also a dark time in my life. I also used to like get drunk and post on Reddit because that was fun when I was angry and alone. And pretty sure that accounts for most of my bad behavior. Again, not trying to make excuses. It was me.
SS had those kind of hats too.
I did it. And the things that I said.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like a mix. They probably, got whatever they could for that sketch. I don't know if they were necessarily historically accurate. Why a skull? What does a skull mean? Well, pirates are cool. Okay, but even the pirates are still the baddies.
That I do. I mean, there are things that I said, there are words that I use that I'm utterly horrified by, and I'm not blaming anybody else. But the idea that like that a person cannot like evolve and grow from years ago is, I think, pretty laughable to the average human being, especially this day and age. Everybody's posted something stupid on the internet. But
yeah, I look out.
We're all drinking. We're all drinking from a bowl of Nazi dog water these days. No. The joke is that they look around and literally see skulls everywhere. Then they realize they're the baddies. Nazi knitting a skull scarf, Nazi drinking from a skull. etc.
For what it's worth, I also appreciate that you wanted to come on here and talk about this stuff and just have a shitty, uncomfortable conversation, because how else are you going to move through this?
The thing that people hate about this, I mean, like regular people, the thing that I've hated about politics for a long time is that people are not real, right? Like there's this whole thing, there's a show that gets put on. It feels so devoid of emotion. It feels sort of devoid of depth. It's always driven me insane. And like I knew some of this stuff was going to, I knew that I was going to have conversations like this at some point. And I think the way to deal with this stuff is you take responsibility for it. You offer explanation. You also show how it isn't you anymore at all. And I think, frankly, I mean, I'm very proud of the person I am today. I'm very proud of my politics. I'm very proud of the work I've done in my community for years. I'm very proud of like the relationships I've built. I'm proud of my marriage. Like I'm proud of all of these things. And I don't get any of this without having gone through all of that. I don't.
Without the Nazi tattoo, none of this would have happened.
I don't think that we need to come up with bigger structural solutions to our problems without getting disillusioned. Mm-hmm. I needed to get disillusioned before I thought that maybe the thing that we have now is not the answer. Like it is. And then I needed to get really disillusioned. And then I had to rebuild some faith. I had to rebuild hope in my community, which came from actual like work.
Yeah, Randall's pointing out that W's in German are pronounced like V's in English. Yep. So it's Waffen and Wehrmacht.
Work and therapy. I mean, if there's one thing I can say, I went to therapy for years. I still go to therapy. Super helpful. It's great. More people should do it. Makes you a better person. Makes you all around happier. Gives you a lot more tools to engage with thoughts and feelings that you otherwise don't have tools for. So it's I'm not embarrassed by any of this stuff. I'm embarrassed by things that I said, but I'm not embarrassed by my life. And I'm more than happy to talk about it openly.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Last question on internet comments. You never posted on the website Nude Africa, right?
I did not.
Okay.
I avoided that one. Thank God.
Yep.
In fact,
I'm sorry, but a better question would have been like, what about 4chan? All right. And I know that's not a comfortable question to ask because, but that's like a more pertinent question, right? I mean, there's so many questions that you would want somebody to ask Graham Platner, because if he can answer, I don't know, like even in an exculpatory sense, right? Like kind of localizing his shit posting to Reddit, just that in itself would be helpful, assuming that, there's not more shoes to drop.
I remember that story.
Mr. Mark Robinson, we miss you. Okay.
Tiny soldier, I think. Something like that.
Wow, you have a good memory.
Mini soldier, close though.
So you enlisted in the Marine Corps. You deployed to Iraq in 2005. You got back. Yep. You later enlisted in the Army, and then you did this additional tour of duty in Afghanistan. Can you just can you tell us about what were those deployments like for you? What did they teach you about yourself and about the United States? Like, take us through that journey.
Yeah, I joined up in 2004. I was 19, and I joined the infantry. I wanted to fight. I wanted to be a soldier since the day. As long as I can remember, I wanted to be a soldier. I joined the Marine Corps because the Marine Corps had the reputation as being the Marine Corps. I mean, if you want to fight, then you join the infantry, and you join that's everybody knows Marine Corps combat infantry. That's where the action is. And I did not get disappointed. I joined in February of 2004, and I was on my first deployment in January of 2005, outside of Fallujah. We operated from Abu Ghraib prison. We just used it as a patrol base. I wasn't involved. This was after. Abu Ghraib prison area, Nasr wa Salam, Al Karma, pretty much the area to the east of Fallujah proper. We were there for 7 to 8 months.
George Jackson says, I want to ask him how many Muslims he's killed. Listen, that's the thing that he kind of left out. When he's saying you join infantry if you want to fight, you specifically infantry machine gun. It's not just if you want to fight, right? Because you're not talking about a symmetric conflict, right? The Iraq War, chat, if anybody's too young, wasn't around for it, right? The fight against Saddam Hussein's forces took, 2 or 3 days or something. Like most of them, they did airstrikes. They decimated, the military capacity of Iraq under Saddam Hussein. And then by the time they sent the ground troops in, a lot of Iraqi troops were abandoning posts or surrendering, right? So there was never much of a one for one exchange, like military for military. It's it's an asymmetric conflict that but by the time that he's involved, like 2004, we're talking about the insurgency, right? We're talking about irregular troops, and they're fighting a counterinsurgency by that time. And so, yeah, when you're talking about machine gunning, working in that specific role, you're talking about a lot of killing, like, wholesale killing. You want to put it that way?
Came back was
He might have PTSD. Yeah, very likely so. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, do the job that he did without getting something like PTSD, or having some kind of a, mental health effect from that. That's why I think what's kind of missing here is like a more systemic critique of what he was doing, not just in terms of being in George W. Bush's Marine Corps, but being part of the military-industrial complex and the U.S. imperial mission, right? And the and I get that it might be hard to go into specifics, especially if you've got trauma from this time. But if you want to, like at this point, it's incumbent. He really needs to reestablish that truth, and he needs to be as honest as he is capable of, right? From here out, if he wants to reestablish trust with his base.
was home for 5 months, and we redeployed to Ramadi in I believe it was February of 2006, February or March. And then I spent 8 months in Ramadi, and that was the most intense of my deployments, hands down. Ramadi 2006 was wildly violent,
notoriously horrifying time there, right?
Yeah, and I was Kilo Company, the company I was with. We were tasked with the defense of the government center, which was the capital building of Al Anbar province. So essentially, anybody that had a grievance with the occupation came on down to the Gov Center and expressed your unhappiness, generally with RPGs or mortar rounds or direct fire. So it was an intense deployment. It was very violent. It was an immensely violent city at the time. Al Qaeda in Iraq had really consolidated itself within the city at that point. So there was just an immense amount of violence against us, immense amount of violence that we were committing. The civilians in the city suffered immensely from, frankly, just being in the middle of all of it. It was hard. It was a very, very hard deployment. I don't think you'll find anybody who fought in Ramadi in 2006 who will say otherwise. Got back from that deployment. At this point, I was a corporal. I'd served as a machine gun section leader, and I had the opportunity to either get out of the Marine Corps or extend for a few months and redeploy with my unit. And so myself and, frankly, a bunch of the guys with 2 deployments under their belts who were all in leadership roles at this point, we pretty much all extended so we could stick around for that next deployment, which we thought was going to Afghanistan. And then it wound up being the Tutu Mu, which meant that we primarily bounced around the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, did some anti-piracy operations off Somalia, went ashore in Kuwait, did some training in support of some stuff in support of OIF. Mostly, though, it was going to Liberty ports, which means you pull into a port, and Marines and sailors get to go ashore and have an evening ashore and get to drink and party, which is fun when you are 22, 23 years old, and at that point suffering from an immense amount of trauma. So there was a lot of heavy drinking back then. I mean, the infantry is always historically a heavy drinking place, but going ashore and partying pretty hard, getting tattoos, that was kind of the bulk of it. Got home from that deployment, got out of the Marine Corps. I'd been accepted to college, George Washington University in DC, started the GW, promptly realized that I was not ready for that. It was 2008, the war was still on, buddies were still deploying. I really felt like I was kind of not pulling my weight. So I wound up going to re-enlist in the Marine Corps, but I have sleeve tattoos, forearm tattoos, and the Marine Corps changed the rules. 2007, they changed the MAR admin. Yeah, so no more sleeve tattoos, even though I got them all in.
No more sleeve tattoos. A fucking totem Kopf is fine, right? But don't you Don't you have any sleeve tattoos?
They're literally Marine Corps tattoos. I mean, an Eagle Globe and Anchor is it's 0331, my MOS.
What a stupid fucking role. Okay.
Well, no, it's.
Oh my
if any Marines
God.
are watching this.
I'm so sorry. I hate these guys. I hate PSA. Look, the reason Tommy Vitor doesn't naturally say fucking anything, right? This is just not that's not their way of talking. But somehow they've internalized that the reason that Kamala lost is because Joe Rogan says fucking, and they're too prim and proper. So it's like they got to do this thing. I'm sorry. I know I'm hanging up on, something relatively minor, but it's just like every time I hear them do that, right? And this is why the Democratic Party is kind of doomed, because these are, remember, Pod Save America, they're not just, podcast hosts, right? They are former, campaign staff, right? And so they, in some way, they represent the people still in the campaign staff. And the problem was that these people, they didn't learn the lesson from Kamala 2024, right? Getting Trump elected a second time is horrible. I left the country because of these events, right? I would hope that the class of, political consultants and like staffers would have learned something more than just like, oh God, we gotta curse more. Oh my God, the analysis is just always so shallow, and it pisses me off. I'm sorry, it shouldn't. I'm making too big of a deal about this.
Who were in around the time I was in, they're all nodding along because they know how stupid it's like. It drove everybody insane. Needless to say, couldn't re-enlist into the Marine Corps because of my sleeve tattoos. Went to the Army. Army doesn't care about tattoos below your or showing on your forearms. And so I joined the Army as an 11 Bravo and infantry as well. And went to a long-range surveillance company and became a reconnaissance and surveillance team leader.
So look, now I would have liked to hear him say more about his reason for re-enlisting and extending. I would have liked Tommy Vitor to press more on that, but we do have something, and it's more of an implication than anything. The implication, I think, from what he's saying, is that he felt like he wasn't pulling his weight, right? He felt like his friends were re-enlisting, his friends were fighting in Afghanistan, and he felt like he couldn't like transition to civilian life while that was happening. So that seems to be his reason for re-enlisting. That's the closest thing to a reason that we've gotten so far.
Deployed to Afghanistan in 2010, 2011, in support of a rifle company from Iowa, and I served as a rifle team leader and a rifle squad leader in Northeast Afghanistan. Got back from that deployment in 2011, and got out of the Army in 2012.
And so, you served in both of the post 9/11 wars. I mean, was the takeaway was the same in each theater, just sort of like disillusionment with the mission, the cause, the purpose, everything?
When I got out of the Marine Corps, the big issue was that I had felt we were doing things wrong. I believed in COIN. I believed in counterinsurgency doctrine. I really thought that there was this kind of like intellectual way of fighting the war where we were going to connect with civilians, we were going to build relationships, build this whole thing, and that we were going to, and when I went to college, that was kind of my idea. I was like, okay, I'm going to like engage with these more intellectual concepts. This is going to give me a better foundation. I'm going to go back into the military with this foundation. So we do this right. When I went to Afghanistan.
So look, I'm not going to criticize him for not recognizing this. But that counterinsurgency shit, they tried it in Vietnam. Have you ever heard of the phrase winning hearts and minds? This was a goal that the United States military had in Vietnam, right? Winning hearts and minds. Like in other words, you get the civilians on your side. And yeah, if the the winning side of a, kind of asymmetric conflict like that, and an extended insurgent conflict is going to be the side that has the civilians on their side. But yeah, I mean, this shit should have been discredited years and years ago. It's actually kind of a bad sign for military colleges or whatever he'd fucking picked up or learned. Right? He wished he could have fought in Vietnam. Great. But yeah, I mean, it's so far off, right? And to think that they always say hearts and minds, right? They always say they're about winning hearts and minds. And then they do things like the My Lai massacre, right? It comes from Rhodesia, Hearts and Minds does?
Afghanistan in 10 and 11. And at this point, I'm going back because I think that we've learned the lessons. I'm hearing all the words from the General Petraeus and General Mattis have written the counterinsurgency manual. Like, oh, and it's all right. I'm reading it all. I'm like, oh yeah, this is what we're doing. And then I went to Afghanistan and we were doing the exact same bullshit. We called it different things. We used different words. It was the same bullshit. It was just metrics. It was like, how much money did we spend? How many people did we kill? How many buildings did we build, even if they're now empty and nobody's using them? It was like nobody ever asked, like, how much better off are the Afghans in this part of Afghanistan than when you got here? Nobody was ever interested in that question. It was just all these metrics. And
it's never about the Afghans. It's never about the Iraqis. It's never about the Vietnamese. They will lie to you in the service and tell you that you are, doing something noble, that you're doing something in the interests of the people that you're living around, but it's absolute bullshit. Like they're all pawns on a chessboard. That's all Iraqis, Afghanis, Vietnamese, anybody that the United States encounters in any of its fucking military conflicts. They're just chess pieces. That's all they are to the machine.
And I was just, I left in 2011. My mom I got home from that deployment and I was like, we need to leave this place yesterday. Like, we are going to lose this war. This was in 2011.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's nobody knows what we're doing. There's no plan.
God, I would have loved to hear we shouldn't have entered into this war rather than we should be fighting it differently.
I mean, it's a joke. And that was when I began to get incredibly critical of U.S. foreign policy. Everything I had taken part in felt like it had zero value. Then 2014 rolls around, or 15, and then like Fallujah and Ramadi fall to ISIS.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right,
yeah.
What was like, I'm just like, what was the point of any of this? This was like the most, like, and I took part in this. Some of these deployments were just immensely violent, and I watched friends die. I watched friends get seriously injured. We killed people. I mean, like, it was I wasn't JD Vance. I wasn't writing up like a report on Camp Fallujah. Like, we were fighting the war. And I still struggle with this because I still have an immense amount of pride in my military service.
Yeah.
And I'm still and in many ways it was like one of the things I was best at. And I'm very proud of that. At the same time, I don't know what happened in Ramadi in 2006 that made life better for the people of Sullivan, Maine. Mm-hmm. And I don't think anybody's ever going to be able to convince me that there was anything.
Yeah. I think you're struggling with something that like everyone who worked on these conflicts struggled with. Look, I think there's an argument that the war in Afghanistan should have ended after Osama bin Laden was killed, right? There's all these windows when I think we should have ended that war. I think everyone who talks about these wars struggles with what you're struggling with now, which is like, how
about the CIA should not have used Osama bin Laden to go after the Soviet Union? They should have fucking armed him in the first place, right? How about the United States should not have been involved in Iraq and Saudi Arabia in the 1990s, right? How about stopping the blowback by not causing it to happen? But yeah, no, this is Pod Save America. What should I expect, right? Like, these guys were not nearly critical enough of Kamala and her most lethal military.
How do you honor the service and sacrifice and patriotism of the people who went overseas and fought and did something incredibly brave and noble with the end results, which are apparent to all of us, which is, the Taliban currently running Afghanistan and, ISIS coming back in Iraq and all the challenges that we don't need to relitigate. But,
Well, I will just say this too. I went back in 2018.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because you went back. So you get out of the army, you go to school for a while in D.C., you go back to Afghanistan to work as a security contractor for the State Department in Kabul. I think it was with a company called Constellus.
Yeah, Constellus. Constellus essentially bought up all of the old security companies that used to provide these services. So it used to be, back in the day, there was like Triple Canopy, Blackwater,
right.
SOC, SMG. There were like a bunch of, and they all vied for the same contracts. over time, amusingly, just like everything else, ownership got consolidated. By 2018, Constellus had pretty much bought up everything. So they like, I worked for a company. My first contract was a company called IDS, International Development Solutions, and then within like a month or two of being in Kabul, that promptly turned into Triple Canopy. But it was all Constellus. It was the exact same company. They just kind of like changed the, it's all. I mean, this was when I went from being disillusioned to just being nihilistic, because there I am in Afghanistan, 7 years.
Let me help you out. It's all Blackwater. All right. That's what they euphemistically refer to PMCs as in the military, right? And that's, that's the kind of shit they were doing. They got all these different names and they're constantly changing them. I think Blackwater actually rebranded as, what was it? Xi? Like XI? Just like Xi Jinping, I guess. I don't know. I'll get upset about soldiers and Marines in Iraq when they prosecute George W. Bush and Dick Cheney for lying us into the war about WMD. What I'm trying to say, Randall, is that you wouldn't have had a 9/11 if it weren't for George W. Bush's father, right? If it weren't for using Saddam Hussein as an asset, just like bin Laden. Like bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, what do these two guys have in common? CIA. They were useful to the actual fucking deep state. Eric Prince founded Constellus. So yeah, it is basically Blackwater. But yeah, there's a lot more, responsibility. If you're saying there's a lot more responsibility with the architects of this bullshit slaughter, wholesale slaughter, than there is for the infantry grunts, I will absolutely agree with you on that.
7 years after the last time I was there. But now I'm on the ambassador security detail. And now I'm like,
Chat, at some point, I gotta have some time to talk to you about like the deep history of the United States, of people like George H.W. Bush, right? Because there's just a lot that's been held from us. A lot of background that's going to sound kind of conspiratorial, but I swear to God, it is absolutely integral in understanding, the history of the United States, especially its military involvements post World War II. It's a can of worms, and it's going to take a lot to cover.
Like seeing things from the higher level. I mean, last time I was there, I was an infantry sergeant, right? And now I'm here, like interacting with the NATO leadership, U.S. military leadership, the diplomatic leadership, the UN leadership. Nothing had changed. 7 years, nothing had changed. No new ideas. No, it was like, they reframed things. They had new projects. Everybody had a new project that they were doing. All bullshit.
Yeah.
And the only thing that it was happening was we were expending an immense amount of taxpayer money on all of these projects, including like the contract I was on. I mean, I look at this.
The ice cream cone likes to lick itself. Yes.
Look back, it all seemed like a big jobs program, frankly. I mean, like just a way of moving taxpayer dollars into the pockets of all these security and defense companies. Because nothing I was saying made any sense.
Yeah.
It wasn't moving us any closer. It didn't. I don't even think anybody knew what they were trying to move closer to. I lasted about 6 months. I quit that job. I quit in July of 2018. I was there for 6 months, and I was like, this is the dumbest goddamn thing. I cannot. I could not be engaged with the system anymore. I was fully checked out. And then I went back to Maine. I bought a boat. I got into oyster farming, and I essentially never looked back until now.
You were rehashing Forrest Gump? Did anybody else get that? I didn't put it together until just now, until he said that, chat. But that is Forrest Gump. That is the plot line to Forrest Gump. Next, he's going to tell us, and I even became an atheist until there was a really big storm. And, I was out, farming oysters. There was a really big storm. I couldn't get back in. It got really bad. I thought the boat was going to get capsized. So I was standing up in the crow's nest, just holding my hands out, saying, God, take me now, you fucker. Take me now. And somehow throughout that whole storm, chat, I made peace with God. It's the shrimp thing from Forrest Gump, isn't it? He became an oyster farmer, chat. He's literally the guy from from Forrest Gump. Oh wait, no, the guy like dies in Vietnam, and then it's him and Lieutenant Dan that end up doing the guy that they're dead, their dead comrade from Vietnam that wanted to do shrimp farming after he got out of the service, right? They end up like, getting a boat and trying to fulfill his like dreams and stuff. Yeah, take me. Like that. This is literally Forrest Gump but with oysters, isn't it? Anyway, I didn't pick it up till just now. I'm glad I did.
Quite frankly,
I guess my only
Shrimp kebab, oyster kebabs, oyster toast.
question was what after like these really demoralizing tours, the final one in Afghanistan, what made you think like, okay, one last shot, maybe as a security contractor, like that might be the right thing for me?
I was utterly lost and had no idea what to do with my life.
Yeah.
Like the one thing that I was good at, that I knew I was good at, the one skill set I knew I had was
Oysters.
being a soldier,
No.
carrying guns in war zones for the United States. That was like the last time I'd been good at anything that I felt I'd been good at something. The last time I felt confidence in myself and my skills was doing that. I'd spent the intervening years going to college and being like having a lot of untreated PTSD, having a lot of and the struggles that coincide with that. I was lost, and I went looking. I went looking for answers in the one place I thought I could find them, and then very promptly was like, "Oh well, that's just clearly not going to do it."
Right.
And then I went, and then that was when I decided I probably had to start looking in totally different places, like say becoming an oyster farmer in my hometown, which was never on my list of things to do with my life. But also neither was running for U.S. Senate, so
yeah,
things go in weird directions.
Things get weird. I two more questions for you because I've kept you for like nearly an hour now. Is there an oyster farming season? Are you out there all year round?
Yeah, so in my part of Maine, it's fairly seasonal. We start in April, and we usually finish up the season by January.
And chat, by we, just to be clear, he means his employees, right? I think somebody in chat said that he did start like doing the job of actually farming the oysters, or he had some experience, or maybe worked for somebody, like just seeing how it's done. But yeah, at some point, he loved the oysters so much he bought the company, or better to say, his grandfather's money bought the company for him, so he could control the means of production as well. Never ate a crab, lobster, or oyster. I don't like fish. Lost 80 pounds in 14 years. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's he sounds very earnest.
January 1st.
You have to be freezing your ass off.
Yeah.
Not in the know what I mean sense, right?
It's cold. Wintertime's
Like, I mean, if he says, "Hey, Vern," we'll know he's earnest.
wintertime's cold. That's what clothes are for. And then January through April is fixing all the equipment that broke during this. I mean, it's farming. You have a harvest season, a growing season, and then you have your off season in which you prepare all the gear and all the stuff. I mean, it's the ocean.
I wonder if they do it the same way they do in like Asian oyster farming. I think there's like they in shallow water they'll like shove like what are they called, like big wooden like poles into the into the ocean bottom, and then they like sort of like wrap the oysters around so that they end up growing on those poles, and as this tide goes in, like it's higher, and the oysters are like underwater, and the tide goes out, and they're they've got air, and then when they're ready to harvest, they'll just they have these giant things that just come down over, and they like scrape all the oysters off. But I don't know if that's I don't know if it's the same in Maine.
Is destroying everything constantly. Boats, their natural habitat is at the bottom of the sea, so we have to constantly coax them along to stay up with us. Outboard engines. I mean, there's always stuff to work on in the winter. So wintertime is very project kind of focused. And then April through January is when we're.
And look, the only reason that there's a deal, the only reason I'm even mentioning, stuff like his ownership of the oyster company or his class or anything like that, is because his campaign has really put him out there. Has tried to represent like he's the guy shucking the oysters, right? Like has tried to put him. I'm a simple oyster farmer, and it's really covering up for a fairly privileged life. I'm not going to say that he's like the comes from money, but there was definitely some money in his life. He went to private school. And so representing himself as working class, it's as bad as JD Vance trying to say that he comes from the holler. It's bad as JD Vance taking on like, what do you call it? Like, Appalachian, airs, right? Trying to portray himself as, even with JD Vance, he's got a little bit of more, like, I mean, he had two different parts of his family. Like his mom, like his family, I think was wealthy. And then he had part of his family that did legitimately like live in Appalachia. So I think his Meemaw, like legitimately did come from that, but he didn't grow up like that. Right. And he tries to represent JD Vance. I'm talking about tries to represent himself as, being a, more of a walrus than a carpenter. Nice.
Kind of in like either it's very, I'm not going to get into details, it'll take hours, but there's a lot of kind of ups and downs to how the oyster season works, but it's dude, it saved my life.
Are we
it absolutely, like being able to become connected with like the sea, making a living on the ocean by myself. I mean, I spent so many of those early years on the boat alone, which frankly was like just everything I needed. And if I hadn't done that, I would not be where I am, without question. It's growing food. I love farming. It's such a beautiful thing.
It sounds cool and it sounds fun. I'm just a huge wimp, and being on a boat in Maine in January sounds challenging, but you're clearly tougher than I am.
Well, it feeds my inner infantryman that still enjoys a little bit of suffering. So.
Yeah, you embrace the suck.
A little, kind of a weird way to say that. I'm sorry, he meant his suffering, right? For the record, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. That was the text, right? The subtext, of course, given that he did machine gun infantry is like, I mean, I'm sure he suffered too, but goddamn, did that ever inflict a lot of suffering? But no, he's not talking about the suffering of the oysters or the suffering of the Iraqis. He's talking about his own suffering here. We do have some abundance to get into, it looks like.
Yeah.
Big picture, final question. What is broken with the Democratic Party today, and how are you different, and how do you want to fix it?
First and foremost, I think the Democratic Party is no longer representative of Democrats. So I've spent the past month going all over the state of Maine, holding town halls. I don't meet a single Democrat in real life who thinks that raising taxes on the wealthy to pay for healthcare is a bad idea. I haven't met a single Democrat who thinks that we shouldn't be thinking about big structural changes in the way of like FDR. I mean, Democrats across the party believe in the party of working people. They believe in it being a party that represents justice, a party that represents decency, and making this whole society work for everybody in it. That is what Democrats believe everywhere I go. And I firmly believe that if the Democratic Party was run by the majority of the people in it, it would be that party. I think the real problem is at the highest echelons in leadership, it is not that party. In the higher echelons, it is a party that is very concerned about the donor class. It is very concerned about its relationships with...
I'm not going to get into the fact that, as some of you in chat are probably, getting ready to type, the Democratic Party has never been about the working people. Liberalism is a philosophy, an economic philosophy for capitalists, by capitalists, in the interest of capitalists. It's just a little bit of a different take than... It's a little bit of like less maximalist extraction than conservatism or certainly libertarianism. And it is a, in the FDR sense, it's a philosophy that seeks to save capitalism from itself, right? It's not doing that, in the interest of working people. But that being said, no, this is the best you can expect from a Democrat, right? I'm not going to expect a larger view or a deeper view of economics. God damn it, chat. I wish I was not sick.
Fundraising and money. It is very concerned with holding on to like personal power and not expanding power and frankly empowering people to build power through organizing, which is something we're really focused on my campaign. I just think it is entirely the people driving the decision making at the highest level, they do not understand the moment in history they are in. They do not understand that there is a deep, deep need from the electorate, from the American people, for real answers, big, heroic structural change, the kind of stuff that gave us Social Security, the kind of stuff that gave us Medicare and Medicaid. That's what people want, because the crises that we are facing, they are huge. We are not talking about stuff that can be fixed with a block grant here or a tax credit there. We need to be thinking big again. And so many people in this country want that. And they understand that they're living in a system that has been built to screw them. And it's been built by these same people. It's the same people that sent me to Iraq. It's the same people that sent me back to Afghanistan. The same people that over and over and over again do not show up to fight for big, courageous change for American working people. That's what people want out of the Democratic Party. That's why I am a Democrat. It's why I'm running as a Democrat. I believe in that kind of Democratic Party. And that's what we're trying to build. And yet the leadership of the party sees that across the country, sees candidates across the country that represent that. And its only response is to crush them. Its only response is to try to bury people, rip their lives apart, call them communists and Nazis within 4 days of each other. Just try to like embarrass people, I guess. And we're not going to get working people into politics. We're not going to get a politics that represents everyday Americans, all of whom have lived complicated lives, all of whom who have lived lives that are based around evolving as people. We're not getting that. We're not going to get that if this is what the party does. And we have to beat them. That's the only, I mean, for me, that's the only option. We have to build power and we have to beat them. And that's why I like all of this stuff. There's nothing these people can take from me that I actually treasure in my life. They can't take the town of Sullivan, Maine. Can't take my boats. My oyster farm is still there. My friends are still there. My neighbors are still there. My wife, my family. That's the stuff that I take seriously. All this other stuff, you can like rip my life apart, call me whatever names you want, insinuate whatever you want, but I'm not in this for myself. I'm in this because we need to do something totally different. And if the sacrifice that's required is getting dragged through the mud, then so be it. And I'm staying in this thing because of that. So,
well, Graham,
I'm staying in the race. Famous last words. Anyway. Sounding like Obama. Anyway, like I said, chat, we got a lot to get to. We're at 40 out of 100, so a little bit less than halfway towards some bonus content for the evening. I still want to show you, like, at the very least, what Hasan, since they're on the thumbnail, I got to show you what Hasan said. I'm going to show you what Majority Report, particularly Emma Vigeland, has said about this so far. And as far as Hasan goes, right, I kind of want to show you, I want to show you the evolution, right? We've been talking about the evolution of Graham Platner's perspective, or he's been talking about that. I kind of want to show you the evolution of Hasan's perspective on Graham Platner, because before this tattoo thing came out, he was singing a very different tune, right, about Graham Platner, and he sounded a lot more actually like what Emma is sounding like now. Seen the more recent research on comorbidities between certain neurodivergences and certain stomach issues? I'll have to look into that, Narwhal. Thank you. But yeah, like I said, I'll stick around and do some bonus content if we get to 100%. Let me check on the poll right now and see where we're at before we jump into Hasan Tent for today. Oh my God. I'm glad I don't look like as much crap as I feel like, because I do kind of feel like crap today. And, yeah. Go. All right. So first place at 46% is Anna, attacked by a poodle, right? A poodle has attacked Anna. It might be a Zionist poodle too. It might be a poodle sent at her by AIPAC, chat, because Apparently she's been having based takes in the Fuentes sense of the word. No, I mean, I don't think that Anna is actually like, anti-Semitic or trying to be anti-Semitic with any of the things that she's doing. That being said, well, I'll see if I can show you. Oh God, if we get to the bonus content, right? I'll show you some of Anna Kasparian's new fan base, and it is very far right. So whether she means to or not, she's attracting Nazis, right? She's got Nazi fans now, and I'll show you that if we end up picking up 100 votes so far. 46 of you are voting for Anna Kasparian attacked by a poodle. 22% want to see Cuomo's cringe AI het face. 18% for Mamdani's NYC mayoral debate. And only 14% want to know more about Curtis Lewa and his guardian angels and all that shit. So that's where we're at right now. Like I said, this is the number that counts. If we get this number to 100, I'll stick around and cover one of these topics. And it's the topic that you're voting for. So continue to vote if you have not already. Place your vote. You can also put your thumb on the scale a little bit anytime you donate. You can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see first, or so you see first, which one of these topics you want to see as bonus content. And if we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and do that bonus content for you. If we get to 200, of course, I do 2 of those, and et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that's not by any means a sure thing. But thank you to those of you who have supported the stream today. Narwhal, I realized too, I'm supposed to give a shout out to my Patreons, which I haven't done yet. Okay, so yeah, everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. So let me do those now. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K., to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zerax. And yes, in case anybody's wondering, signing up on Patreon also makes this number go up. You just have to let me know, because it doesn't automatically ring. No, I appreciate it, Narwhal. So yeah, like I said, Hasan has been talking about this for a very long time, very interested in what's going on. Let's see if I have kept track of where Hasan's first video. Oh no. Wait, I think this is it. Wait, oh my God, I'm so confused. No, this is the one. I think.
เฮ้ยหาตั๋วเที่ยวญี่ปุ่นหน้าหนาววันนี้ป่ะ
นั่นดิอยากไปอีกอ่ะ
โอ้ยญี่ปุ่นหรอมีเมืองใหม่ๆป้าเมืองเดิมมันฟีลซ้ำๆแล้ววะ
But yeah, Graham Platner. We're
starting to understand the Thai language a little bit more. Anyway, no idea why I'm getting ads occasionally. Hasan went nuclear on Platner's apology. Okay, so yeah, this is indeed the one. Good. I did actually get. So I'm gonna give you Hasan prior to the Nazi tattoo, and then I'm gonna give you Hasan after the Nazi tattoo. All right, just to show you his own personal journey of discovery when it comes to Graham Platner.
finally doing it. We're finally talking about it. All the annoying people can now rejoice. Graham Platner has released a statement about his previous comments after his Reddit account was unearthed. And the reality of the matter is some of the stuff that he has said, pretty solid.
Around here that I'm running for Senate, sometimes the initial reaction is, what the f***? But
That's Graham Platner. He isn't your typical Senate candidate. He's a former Marine and oyster farmer from coastal Maine. He's built his campaign on blunt talk and anti-establishment energy, which has made him a grassroots favorite in the Democratic Party. His message has really resonated online. He's raised more than $4 million, he's packed town halls, scored a Bernie Sanders endorsement, and has left-wing influencers hyped for his candidacy. So CNN's K-File team found something pretty interesting while looking into Platner. It's a deleted Reddit account that he used for years, posting about politics, war, and policing. We access them using the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine, which saves web pages. It's the same unfiltered tone that has made him so popular, but it also shows some of the vulnerabilities of his candidacy. In comments we found from 2021, Platner said he was a vegetable-growing, psychedelics-taking socialist. In a thread about people becoming more conservative as they age, he replied, "I got older and became a communist."
So that's not even, like, I don't know. That's not even a statement. I mean, people are taking this as, like, you know, he's a communist. Like, the right wing is obviously trying to overinterpret that. But, like, I mean, you can see what that question was. He's, you know, probably being a little bit hyperbolic there. I don't think that I suspect he does not understand the underlying, you know, the theory to even fully know what a communist is, let alone, you know, be, you know, an advocate of a moneyless, stateless, classless society. But that being said, you know, you could tell what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, you know, you think that people get more conservative as they grow older? Not me. I've gone the opposite way.
Often employed crude language toward people he disagreed with. When discussing police misconduct, a user wrote that police officers were, quote, bastards, to which Platner replied, all of them, in fact. So we talked to Platner, and he told us that he no longer,
which is a meme,
holds many of those views, saying they came from a different time in his life when he felt angry and disillusioned after finishing 4 tours of duty.
That was very much me around the internet. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I own a small business. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I don't want people to see me for, like, who I was in my worst internet comment.
Yeah.
I don't think those are his worst internet comments.
Or even, frankly, who I was in my best internet comment. I mean, quite honestly, I don't think any of that is indicative of who I am today, really.
Now, Maine has a long history of electing political moderates, something that could make his old posts politically risky. But beyond the insults and crude language, many of Platner's posts we found were actually deeply personal, about war, patriotism, and what his service did to his faith in the country. Platner said his 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan left him disillusioned and changed the way that he saw America. Writing in one post, he said, "After the war, I pretty much stopped believing in any of the patriotic nonsense that got me there in the first place. And I'm a firm believer that the best thing a person can do is help their neighbors and live a loving life." In another, he said, "It's difficult to see all the horror, all the grift and corruption and not find the whole thing utterly bankrupt. I did used to love America. These days, I'm pretty disgusted by it all."
Honestly, that's not as damning as, like, these, you know, the centrist press, you know, reporting on it seems to think. Now, look, Maine is a little bit of a moderate contest, right? My feeling is that people from Maine, they've got problems with the Republican Party, they've got problems with the Democratic Party, and Susan Collins is able to fill that slot because she wrings her hands when Trump does something fucked up. She ends up voting for it, but the people of Maine don't see that. They see that she's not completely online with Trump, and that's about where, you know, they want to be. So this is a centrist, like, this is almost like a normie contest is what's going on here, right? And which is what makes something like a Nazi tattoo, like, you know, at the very least, even if you're convinced that he had no idea what it was, he thought it was a badass pirate tattoo, and until, you know, 2025, that's what he was thinking, until somebody's like, oh no, actually that's a Nazi. He's like, oh, Nazi tattoo? I didn't, like, right? Even if you buy into that, even if he didn't, was just, like, not aware of any of this at all, right? It's almost a non-starter. If you're going to be in a normie contest against Susan Collins, you know, the fact that you have a Nazi tattoo is not, you know, it's not a good foot to start off with. Now, look, there is people are more fed up with Collins, I think, than any year ever before. It's, Trump is obviously way too extreme, probably even for Maine. And so this would be the year to go after her. This would be the year to get her. And no, I don't think that the Democrats nominating boring, centrist, like kind of abundant or like an Ezra Klein type of candidate where you're, oh no, we just need a pro-lifer, or we need an anti-trans person. The one thing that Janet Mills has got running for her actually is that she's pretty pro-trans, up to the point of defending I believe trans participation in sports and standing up to Trump about it. So, that's, in her favor. But I don't think that I think that Janet Mills is representative of what the Democratic Party thinks will win in Maine, but not actually what's going to win in Maine. I think somebody like with a little bit more authenticity, a little bit more down to earth, and that's would have a better chance. And that's why, Platner was exciting to a lot of people. This is a seat that the Democrats have struggled to win, have always fallen short. And Platner is very much not in the mold of the Democrats that they nominate. However, having to explain a Nazi tattoo, it's not gonna, it's not good for, it's trying the structural integrity of your own base. Just imagine, what that does to, and if you're trying to criticize Susan Collins for going along with Trump's extreme agenda, it very much cuts against any, like if you want to bring up like all the Nazis in his cabinet there's constantly a new Nazi group text being outed from the Trump campaign or from the Republicans, right? It's pretty hard to criticize that when you've got a Totenkopf on your chest, right? And so that's what worries me about what was encouraging about Graham Platner is that he was very much not in the mold of the candidates that Democrats want to run, not in the mold of candidates that the Ezra Kleins of the world would like to run, and B, he's able to talk to people, even people who, he disagrees with in a way that kind of cuts through, right? So for that reason, he was very encouraging. He gave a lot of people hope. People were looking at him not just as a potential person to unseat Susan Collins, but maybe somebody to go even further in politics, right? Maybe, he's a good communicator. He was coming across as authentic. Again, when we start to peel away the bark around that authenticity, we see that, a lot of the, sort of working class bona fides are pretty much, just gold plated paint on top of a fairly privileged life. And but yeah, this is it's kind of undermining people's hope, undermining people's confidence, both in his ability to win. And yeah, the question of this is to a lot of people, this feels like Fetterman 2.0. Like a lot of the same red flags came up in the Fetterman campaign, and a lot of people were just like, hey, listen, we this guy's got to beat Dr. Oz. We'll sort it all out later. Maybe he's hiding his power level. Maybe Fetterman's actually further progressive than he's letting on to, and it turns out, no, actually the opposite. So, once bitten, twice shy. A lot of people are, their confidence is shaken.
It's that kind of authenticity that's drawn people to his campaign. And Platner told us he no longer feels the same disillusionment with the country.
I absolutely love the place that I live, and I love the people around me. And I do actually believe firmly in the idea that we as Americans have a lot in common.
I've got a question of who is Graham Platner. So for anybody who's just joining us, this is a candidate in the Maine Senate primary. Right. The Senate is, there's 100 senators in the United States, 2 for each state. And Susan Collins has owned a seat on the Maine, has owned one of the seats in Maine for years and years and years now. She prides herself as being a moderate, but in recent years has supported a lot of the not so moderate stuff that Trump is doing. Right. So this seems like it could be a pretty good year to unseat her, and Platner Platner was looking like maybe the guy to do it until, you know, some of this information started dropping. But yeah, he's got, you know, I mean, even before the Reddit thing, even before the tattoo revelation, you know, we did find out that, you know, he's you know, four tour Marine infantry machine gunner. So that means that he was part of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and he re-enlisted multiple times, and then you know, signed up for to be a Blackwater, to be a PMC.
And that we can be the thing that we want to be, the thing that we claim to be.
Offensive political rhetoric is getting a whole lot of attention right now.
So there are there are some things that he said way back in the day that are actually bad. And of course, liberals are, and even leftists are, some of the most like unbearable.
So understand, we're watching Hasan, but I've specifically, intentionally rolled it back to, I think this is from a week ago. Let me check. Yeah, 6 days ago, right? So this is pre-Hasan knowing anything about the tattoo. And I want to show you something real specific here about Hasan's interaction with his chat.
Individuals you will ever encounter. It's specifically this. In 2013, why black people don't tip and says sexual assault victims should take some responsibility and not get so up. Those are unacceptable. Okay? Those are unacceptable. They're also from 2013. I thought this type of political posturing was we had left behind. Yeah, he was a broken-brained jarhead in 2013. This is the that people should actually maybe look at with more scrutiny, as opposed to him being like, I'm a socialist, I'm a communist, all this other stuff. Okay.
So TLDR, his Reddit history got revealed by this report that Hasan was just watching. And, you know, if you look back to like 2013, you'll see some kind of stuff that sounds racist and sexist and is racist and sexist. And then if you look to 2020, you'll see him saying ACAB. You'll see him, you know, saying that, you know, speaking positively of communism. Right. So and that's the thing that a lot of these centrists have an issue with. Right. Not the older stuff. Now, the older stuff is older stuff. And he's also, you know, his story about transforming, changing, growing is kind of supported by what he would post in 2013 versus what he posts in 2020. So yeah, this is coming out, and this was like kind of the first, you know, hint of, you know, this guy not being the progressive messiah, the Mamdani of Maine, as some were hoping that he would be.
If anything, working through opinions like that, or working through opinions like that, and working through his own personal experience, and reflecting on his service and thinking about it critically is unironically the appropriate thing. I don't know the full scope or the full extent of his comments, but from what I understand,
yeah, good point, George Jackson. Everybody was saying ACAB in 2020.
There were some statements he made that, like, I don't have any issue with whatsoever. Graham Platner once called himself a communist, dismissed all police as bastards, said rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid, according to the now deleted posts. Okay, now since then, I mean, obviously we're gonna get into the extent of what he had said in the past. Okay, but some of the comments are 100% unacceptable. At the same time, it was 12 years ago, and he said he was suffering from a lot of mental health issues and confusion because of untreated PTSD. His other posts over time show a much better attitude towards racism and victims of sexual abuse as they get more recent. Exactly. If you look at a guy who's saying like racist shit, or saying, if you look at a dude who has gone through this process of saying racist shit or saying heinous shit about like victims of sexual assault in 2013, who then turns around and in much recent times in 2020 and onward, talking about how like cops are racist and there are a lot of rural white Americans that do exhibit like sexist and racist qualities, things like that, then I think it's a little bit, I think it's good to place the emphasis on where he has landed at rather than what he used to say, especially considering that none of this has anything to do with his like higher political ambitions. It's not like he had a Reddit account where he was saying those things under the guise of anonymity, and then later on in 2020 was like, oh, let me actually change my mind or make it seem like I've gone through this personal evolution in 2020 so that maybe one day I can run for office as a psyop for the left or something. This doesn't mean that Graham Platner is on solid ground in general, especially considering the Blackwater thing, which is a major issue for many people on the left, because Blackwater is beyond doing multiple tours. As far as veteran status goes, okay, going on active duty and being a veteran and then being an anti-war veteran is perfectly fine. Many Americans experience this. You have to be way more understanding, in my opinion, towards people like that. I have wonderful friends and allies and comrades who have actually gone through this process. There are plenty of them in this community as well. Now, when you add on to numerous tours, when you talk about multiple tours that someone has gone through,
communist invading radicals,
then it obviously makes it a little bit trickier. But ultimately, the worst aspect of this is that after numerous tours, I assume because he had, because he saw it as like a financial, the only like financial route that he had for himself, he went and joined Blackwater in 2018. That is suspicious, to say the least. Having said that, he was constantly posting.
Yo, Cozy Gaming, thank you for the gifted sub to JRZ TXN. Jersey Texan? Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I don't know. Maybe that's just me making an assumption. But either way, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Cozy Gaming.
Posting in Socialist Rifle Association on Reddit in 2020. So for those who say he himself is like a psyop designed by the state to infiltrate the left or some is ridiculous. I think the truth is much simpler, okay? I think this is a regular-ass American dude, a regular-ass American dude. SRA is the most fed-ass socialist org in this country, dude. Okay, dude. If you think the American federal law enforcement authorities have the capacity to literally design such a complex infiltration scheme, so much so that they're talking about like, this is what, 12 years in the making? Like a guy who in high school had on his high school yearbook was like Free Palestine, and then went and joined the Marines, did multiple tours, came back, worked for Blackwater, but then totally anonymously on the other hand was leaving breadcrumbs to really hype up his leftist bona fides in the age of like in 2020 at peak woke, but did it in such an elaborate way where he had opinions at peak woke during 2020 that resembled the opinions of many people, including
another gifted sub from Cozy Gaming 33, George Jackson 66. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Including, Zohran Mamdani, who is going back on some of the things that he said during peak woke, only to win an election in Maine, potentially, so that he can do what? Do what exactly?
Okay, so far so good, right? I mean, I understand what Hasan is saying. His pushback seems appropriate, but you can tell he's getting a little bit bent out of shape by chat. And this is probably the worst trait that Hasan has. And I'm just going to simply refer to it as punching left, right? Peak woke, the woke of the day. You'll hear a lot of this kind of stuff. I understand that, what his praxis is trying to reach out to people that might be like, I don't know, turned off by certain elements of the, I don't know, internet culture of the left, right? And so he's always trying to kind of vice signal to make it a welcoming place for those people. He wants to make sure that, his community is not the kind of place where somebody's going to, come in, make a mistake, and then just get ass blasted for it, right? Which is understandable. But Hasan, much like Vosh, he tends to take it too far from time to time, right? You were in his chat during this, Donald Duck? And so, like I said, this isn't bad so far, but, let me fast forward a little bit, because I'm showing you a old Hasan stream on purpose, right? I'm aware I'm doing it. I'm doing it on purpose because I want to show you how he was defending Graham Platner prior to the revelations of the tattoo versus his current take on the on the Graham Platner situation, which is a lot different, right? So let me fast forward a little bit. I just want to show you how much he's pushing on, I don't know, his chat for being too woke, for being judgmental, for being skeptical about Platner. And look, you should be skeptical, okay? Platner's not, you're not gatekeeping a Senate candidate out of the left, right? He's more on the left than you are. He's got clout, he's got, connections, right? So no, like, I don't think that a chatter being like skeptical about him is necessarily a problem. But you can see, we'll see. It kind of sets Hasan off. Let me see if I've gotten into it yet.
Story. But if you were to,
so yeah, I think the Hasan's worst traits as a streamer are ones that resemble Vosh, right? And Vosh takes it way further. Let me just make it really clear that I'm not comparing Hasan to Vosh. I don't think that Hasan, if he were to open any folder on his computer, would unveil a horse and a lolly in an inappropriate adult situation. All right, let me just put it that way. And furthermore, I don't think that Hasan punches left or has as much antipathy for the left or wishes to remake the left in his own image as much as Vosh does. All of these traits that I'm going to negatively ascribe to Hasan here, they're more concentrated in a person like Vosh, and even more, you could see if you want to go further down the chain, right? Look at Destiny, who has a whole arc called the Lefty Arc, who has a whole periods of his stream where he's doing nothing but attacking the left, including in a lot of cases attacking Hasan, right? So there's people that do this worse. Hasan's, very mild compared to, some of the hippie bunching, some of the left bunching we see from other people. But I think when he gets like legitimately frustrated with his chat, then you start to see it come out, right?
If you were to section off his opinion going from being racist to anti-racist, then yeah, that's normal. If you talk about him being
hype train,
a combat veteran, and then
you got 3 minutes and 33 seconds here. If you want to try to advance that hype train to a further level, and as an added bonus, I believe if you join in the hype train, that means that if you get yourself a Twitch Prime sub for free, if you re-up your sub, or if you gift subs to other people, or if you throw bits my way, you'll get a little conductor badge, which entitles you to whatever emotes get earned when the hype train gets to like level 2 or above, right? So if you want to earn those exclusive emotes, you got a limited time. By limited, I mean 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes to make that happen if you want to get on board, climb on board the hype train.
And actually being disillusioned and being anti-war, that's normal. You don't understand this, chatters, but there are thousands of them in this community right now. Because
okay, so let me agree with Hasan on something. You can see what he's saying here is that basically, don't assume that anybody that was ever involved in the military is a heartless murdering monster, right? Don't assume that anybody that's been in the military can't change or might not have even found, discovered some things that they didn't. Cozy Gaming oh, you got a gift sub from Valorant. Nice. But yeah, like, I mean, I agree with this, right? Sometimes people go into the military. There's many examples of this in Vietnam. Vietnam, being in the Vietnam War, especially as a member of infantry, legitimately radicalized some people, and a lot of the anti-war movement was powered by people that had been part of the Vietnam War and saw up close and personal that they weren't winning hearts and minds, they were murdering children. And they came back to the United States and they said so. And if they were John Kerry, then they got swift voted and lost the 2024 election because they were, fairly honest and upfront about that, right? So this does exist. I don't disagree with Hasan about that. I don't know how much of his chat is legitimately like that. Like if you've ever even looked at a military ad and smiled, then you're, fuck you forever. I don't know how much of his chat is really like on that vibe, but yeah, so far, I don't really have a problem with that. But as he's saying, have empathy, have understanding for people that made bad decisions that were, taken advantage of by the military, oftentimes because they're, in a lower, class with no upward mobility, and, were forced to consider joining the military because of that situation. There's a difference between that and saying, like, I don't know. Most veterans I've met have terrible politics. Well, trust me, there's some with good politics. There's some whose politics improved by seeing how the sausage is made. And I'm not even like, I'm serious. Like the military is about murder. It's about the murder of innocence, right? So I'm not like against that hype train coming in at a level 1. What am I trying to say? In addition to having empathy for people like this, in addition to leaving space for people like this to grow and change and to try to not cultivate a community that's hostile to people like that, I would say that you got to also have some understanding for people who maybe their exposure to the U.S. military might have been that that themselves or their family was impacted on a very personal level, right? Who lost family because of United States military interventions, right? So I'd say, as much as, like have empathy, like Michael Brooks always said, attack systems, not people. Empathy is, I agree, very powerful, but it's got to go in both directions. It's got to be. I wish I could be an Oiler. Cozy Gaming, I'm so thankful for never feel obliged to give more support than you can. And sometimes we have good nights and sometimes we have bad nights, but we get through it, don't we? Anyway, let me let him roll a little bit and see, because there's a point where I think he takes it too far here.
I'm not a dickhead like you are, because I'm not a stupid.
Are they dickheads? Or are they having a very human response? I kind of think, I think that having a, like, even a knee-jerk negative reaction to military shit, I think that's kind of normal, right? And rather than, putting a pejorative to these people, calling them the woke of the day, or saying that they're trying to virtue signal or whatever. I mean, like, again, like, you may be dealing with people that got that got family members killed by United States military involvement. You never know who's on the other side of that screen or what that experience is. And yes, you should have empathy. And it's great that you can have empathy even for somebody who's been involved in a very, morally repugnant thing, but God, for God's sake, have some, empathy for the people on the other side of that moral repugnancy too.
Unrealistic, idealistic, LARPing ass dickhead like you are, because I understand that people are products of their environment. So they are going to have racist starting positions. They're going to engage in heinous acts. Okay? Ultimately, what matters to me is who they are now. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Women weren't allowed in the infantry. It's changed now, and that's a good thing. But when I got out, I still had the crude humor, the dark feelings, the offensive language that really was a hallmark of the infantry when I was in it. I made comments that I'm not happy about, that I do not agree with, but they came from a time and place in my life. And as I watch, or as I read through the comments that were released, I can see myself changing. My language gets less crude, my thoughts and my feelings get a lot less kind of rough around the edges.
Look, I don't give a fuck about your language being crude, right? There is probably a point to speaking more like a human being rather than a focus group is probably actually really helpful for you now, right? So no, it's not. Nobody's got a problem with this guy saying fuck a lot.
I do get almost more disillusioned though, and it's important to know that this was a time in my life where I was struggling deeply. I got out of the Army in 2012. I had PTSD, I had depression, I had all of the things that come with serving in a war, in 2 wars, that I eventually began to not believe in at all. It left me feeling very unmoored, it left me feeling very disillusioned, very alienated and very isolated. And I think like a lot of people, I went on the internet to post stupid things and get in fights and find some form of community in some way, some outlet for my feelings, for my rage, for my isolation. It wasn't until I found actual community that all went away. And the reason that I stopped posting on Reddit around 2020.
Anybody else think that Hasan gets angrier when he's eating? Maybe, do I do this too, chat? Anybody notice this? Like, am I more likely to kind of go off on somebody in chat if I'm like stuffing my face or trying to do more than one thing? You know what I mean? I don't know.
20 and 2021.
Like, people say that he eats a lot on stream. I don't think he actually does. I think he eats the same meal every day at the same time on stream. Reverse hangry, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I always catch him either, like, it's confirmation bias, right? If he's eating, you sort of notice it more than if he's not eating.
Is because that was the point in my life where I had found this. I had moved back to my hometown. I'd found community. I'd started a business. I'd met someone to fall in love with. I'd been able to really begin to feel connected again. And not only did it let me feel connected, it also gave me a lot of hope. I had spent years being entirely isolated and feeling very, very angry about the system that had made me go through that experience. Coming back to Maine, moving back to my hometown, reconnecting with the community that I'm from, building real friendships, building real networks, real relationships with people.
Is it true that Hasan gets madder at black chatters when they call him out? I mean, look, maybe he gets madder when he is called out for, I don't know, perceptions of privilege or perceptions of like being oblivious to the concerns of black chatters. I have noticed that definitely when it comes to like some of his, like probably the worst blow up I saw was when he brought on Christian Walker. This is the son of Herschel Walker, who ran for senator in Georgia and just had a ridiculous campaign, but still like came so close to winning that seat. And Hasan brought on Christian Walker, and then he had to pee. And so he left Christian Walker to like handle chat. And look, you can do this with Will Menaker. You could do, with Will Menaker, with Felix Biederman, with Taylor Lorenz, like with one of Hasan's normal guests, with Jennifer from iHip. Yeah, fine, right? But yeah, probably not a great idea to be like, here, Christian Walker, let me hand you the keys. And I don't know if it was from his, like, you know, shortcomings in debating Christian Walker on trans issues, or just letting Christian Walker take over the stream and be transphobic. But yeah, one of his long-term, you know, one of his long-term chatters who is trans, had some feedback for him on that. I don't think was like, you know, mean to him or calling him out or trying to, you know, trash him or anything like that. But Hasan absolutely lost it. I just remember him saying, like, suck my dick, like, you know, 3,000 times. And, you know, the chatter in no way deserves it out. Now, for full disclosure, chat, this is, there's still a chatter in Hasan's stream. They didn't, like, leave. They weren't, like, you know, chased out of the community or anything like that. In fact, I think they later said that they thought that Hasan was right in whatever he was arguing. But no, you got to listen to, if you want to advocate for trans issues, you got to listen to trans people. If you want to advocate against racism, against anti-black racism, yeah, listen to some black people. And if they're pointing out something that you're not getting, the worst thing you can do is get angry at them. So yeah, I mean, he does have that, you know, tendency from time to time. I can't speak to, you know, like, you know, race specifically. Obviously, he doesn't always know the race of a chatter that he's talking to. But yeah, he does seem to have a lot more of a dramatic response being called out from the left than he does being called out from the right.
That helped cut my disillusion. I went from thinking that people were bad to knowing that people are good. I went from thinking that there was no hope to having nothing but hope. A hope that is rooted in the fact.
My honest opinion is that as a vet, that the strange thing is that he hasn't been around any lefty vet orgs. That's not that crazy. He's in Maine. I don't know how many lefty orgs exist in Maine for veterans. Not every lefty vet, including the tens of thousands in this chat, are working with, like, you know, About Face or numerous other, like, left flank veterans or any of these other organizations anyway. This is the least PR crafted statement. I believe this is sincere. Yeah, the only PR element in all of this is like when outed about, like, saying he was a socialist or a communist or cops or bastards or whatever, he immediately backed away. Judging by the people that have profiled him so far, that I've talked to, and my own assessment on it, it does seem like he's trying to communicate a more moderate position than he actually is. I like that he's being truthful here, it seems. Like I said, my issues with him are not the fact that he was saying racist shit or sexist shit about victim blaming women in 2013 as a jarhead. Like, yeah, dude, he was a moron. He was a Marine. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Of course. Wow, I can't believe in 2013 a Marine that just came out of active duty was saying he was probably the most woke Marine of all time. Meanwhile, half of you dumb fucks got to that same position of racism because you watched the wrong YouTube video and you don't believe that any longer. So why the are you chirping in the chat? You didn't actually go and do and get PTSD and brick your goddamn brain, and you still arrived at his dumbass positions about women and black people. Why? Because you watched one Roblox video and it took you down a right-wing pipeline, and you found yourself rehashing Sargon of Akkad takes.
So are there people in the chat that match the description that he's talking about? They used to be right-wing, you know, maybe they fell into, like, the New Atheist was a big, like, rabbit hole. The New Atheist, when they started out, they were fighting against New Earth creationists, people that believe that that God creating the Earth in 7 days was the scientific truth of the matter, and the dinosaurs were a I don't know, psyop by the devil or something like that. You know, just really ridiculous people. But those people washed out really quickly, right? That was one of the first big fights of the internet, was new atheists versus new earth creationists. And the new atheists absolutely blew them out, right? But because their content was based on fighting people, was based on criticizing people, right? They start looking for a new opponent, like a new they start looking for new ops, right? And these are just atheists, mostly dudes, very much into science, very much see them as themselves as rational, and they're looking for something else that is like equally irrational compared to new earth creationism. And they find, chat, feminism. Because of who the new atheists were, you ask them, who do you think is irrational? Who is deserving of criticism? Who is full of shit? And they say correctly, new earth creationists. Okay, good one, good one. Who's next? Who's next on your list, right? The next on their list was women's, I don't know if you know this, chat, but women, we're kind of regarded as being a little bit hysterical, a little bit emotional. In fact, that word hysterical comes from the same root word as uterus, right? And so they start going after feminists. And so because of that, atheism became a pipeline for people who were just like anti-evangelical Christian to become anti-feminist. And yeah, a lot of other stuff, anti-trans, a lot of other stuff, sort of attached itself to that. So, I mean, he's right. This does exist. That being said, it's definitely not, everybody in chat, and the assumption that everybody went through a Nazi phase. That's just downright insulting, especially to the victims of prejudice, who I would think, to take a page from Glenn Beck's lexicon, I would say that, marginalized people are kind of the forgotten man of this whole equation of being more empathetic and making the left a more like a easier place to integrate with, right? There's not a lot of thought given to there's a lot of thought given to people with certain biases. There's not as much thought given to the people that are the victims of those biases.
So shut the up. You don't have a moral higher ground than others because of your different journey through radicalization or your actions. Treat people like normal people. God damn. Do Iraqis have a moral higher ground? Are you Iraqi? Shut the up.
You don't know the answer to that question, though. Like, yeah, like statistically speaking, probably not. But then again, possibly.
Shut the up. If you were to ask,
and look, at the very least, even this chatter is not Iraqi. They're reminding Hasan that the shit that he's saying, not only does it not apply to everybody in his chat, but it's kind of downright insulting to people from a certain perspective.
An Iraqi person, would they prefer a Marine Corps who actually became anti-war over a Marine Corps who didn't? Who do you think they would choose? Is always.
That's what Sean the Black was saying last night. I love Sean's content, right? I think that Sean, the issues that Hasan is, particularly the issues that Hasan struggles with, I think Sean is able to dissect those issues in a way that is very helpful, especially for people who don't understand like what's wrong with this, what he's missing.
Add a touch.
Cozy Gamer, also there was an Iraqi chatter that expressed concerns. Yeah, imagine being that person. Imagine your fucking family's house was blown up by Marines, right? That's not, that's not that, rare of an experience, honestly.
White living in America that have this kind of attitude, this black and white attitude, or sometimes an unwashed Maoist in Argentina God damn.
I'm sorry, Bad Empanada?
I'm Iraqi and I do not.
Is that his Bad Empanada really got into his head that much? Chad, I didn't mean to, like, I didn't think I was going to bring up Bad Empanada. I've kind of been avoiding some of that drama lately, but it sounds like he's literally unwashed Maoist from Argentina. It sounds like that is that's a stray hitting Bad Empanada.
Not forgiven for his service, but I do hope he wins. Well, you're better off than I'm Iraqi. Hasan, sit this one.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's what you were talking about.
Out. First of all, I don't care, just so you understand. I sit this one out before you explain. My bad. Damn, you really are native. What? You really are native U.S., huh? What do you mean? There is no irredeemable quality to a person, okay? Unless they're just like straight up a pedophile and exhibit no self-criticism for that sort of behavior, okay? There is no one that is irredeemable. And you have to have a different approach. You especially have to have a different approach to people who have done who society doesn't even think is doing, okay? Like someone who was a cop that turned around and said, I was a cop for, 4 years or whatever. I did heinous shit. The job literally broke me. It made me into like a racist person. I hated who I'd become and I quit. And now I'm spending my time being like, policing is fundamentally broken as an institution. If you think I'm going to turn around and be like, that guy, he was a cop at some point, he could suck my dick, you're stupid.
All right, Hasan, listen. Before you put away that tool in your utility belt, that literal tool of telling people to suck your dick, I want to offer a counterexample, right? So yeah, are there examples of people that were employed as police officers that changed? That became critical of that institution? Yeah, it's not super common, but it happens. Sure. I mean, that could happen, right? That's like legit. But my counterexample is going to be Counterpoints. All right. Counterpoints has the exact CV that Hasan is describing here. And if Hasan comes to Counterpoints and is like, yeah, no, this guy's cool, right? I'm not going to tell him to suck my dick. No, you absolutely should. That's what Counterpoints needs to hear. Counterpoints literally needs to hear suck my dick, right? Because this is somebody that's trying to do kind of entryism on the left and has done nothing but make himself useful to the far right on Twitch. Has always been a force for the right, whether it's Brianna Wu or whether it's Twitch poll ghouls like Doobie. Connor has always availed himself to essentially an attack on the left on Twitch, right? Same CV. He was a cop. He stopped being a cop. He became critical of some of the things that cops were doing. But no, he's not your comrade. I debated this guy. I thought I was a little short with him, a little bit economic outlook with a traditionalist social outlook, right? And he like reinvented National Bolshevism basically and thought he was smart. I had to tell him, no, you actually do have to choose. You can't stay in this like perfect space of like being equidistant from the right to the left. But I mean, the guy was a grifter. So although the cop that has learned and is going to become a tool against the institution of the police and its disproportional negative effect on Black Americans, the counterpoints is a lot more common or worse than counterpoints, right?
And the same goes for this guy, okay? Especially because society does not broadly view cops in the same narrow way that we do here in this stupid-ass, leftist, LARPy-ass community, okay? And the same especially goes for veterans, Okay, these are people who most Americans look at and go, "Thank you for your service." Even if it's cynical, even if it's not real, even if it's not a real thank you for your service, they still do it anyway. Okay, the institution itself is seen as an incredibly respectable institution. Okay, relax, no infighting king, big bro. No, it's just like so annoying where it's like I can't tell if it's like anarchists in the chat or whatever the people are saying. Yeah, if he was running around,
you notice that it's always the anarchist
still being like, "Yo, my service was awesome." Actually,
look, I've definitely dealt with some annoying people that call themselves anarchists, right? Some people that just don't want to associate themselves with any possible strain of socialism or any like historical tradition that's got any sort of baggage attached to it. I kind of know what he's talking about, right? I fought with these people, myself, but at the same time, fucking brain rot is not endemic to the anarchist community. Are anarchists his boogeyman? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yeah, his YouTube channel has a lot of 40K for some reason. Yeah, that's the funny thing. He tried to make a YouTube. He tried to basically do the Destiny thing. And he's incredibly unlikable. He's hard to listen to. His takes are annoying and inane. And so for that reason, his Warhammer 40K content really outdid his. I think he had to make a new channel for his political stuff, and he's just gone through several iterations. The first one, he was kind of boosted by Destiny and by Twitch poll and by people like Aristocracy. That didn't go anywhere. His second incarnation, he's boosted by Brianna Wu, of all people. He basically becomes the Brianna Wu henchman. So he's now a right-winger working for the left. And in fact, when I say working for the left, I mean he straight up was in Progressive Victory, right? He was getting a check from Brianna Wu from people who were donating, ostensibly for actual leftism, but didn't realize that Progressive Victory was kind of a front for Brianna Wu's friends get a paycheck. And then more recently, what is he up to now? I think he's trying to orbit kind of around the live and learn people. So like Hutch, Soypill, Pondering Politics, who just left Live and Learn, people like that. Specifically unwashed are, so we're talking about the crusty anarchists then. I mean, like I literally started my channel around people like that, and some of them can be hard to deal with. It's always the anarchists. Why not be a Chad Maoist third worldist? That's his other problem, though, right? When you get to Maoist third worldist, he's talking about Bad Empanada at that point. Bad Empanada was asked about Indigenous voice in the Australian Parliament. He said he wouldn't support it because it isn't enough. That took years to get, but he'd rather side with the far right. Yeah, I mean, Bad Empanada can be pretty useless when it comes to analysis of politics that are outside of his sphere of experience. Oh wait, but I always forget he came from Australia, so he's got some experience, more understanding and experience maybe of Australian politics than of America. Soypill is associated with Hutch. I've seen one or two of those videos. They're good. Sucks to hear. I mean, for now, I don't know. Maybe he gets pissed off by Hutch. Hutch is pretty grating. But anyway, yeah, counterpoints at this point, and like the big disappointment I've got is actually, I hate to say this, because Pisco was a friend. All right, I might have been the first person to bring Pisco onto a panel show. I'm not sure. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe he had talked to Destiny before he ever talked to me. But I don't remember how I met Hutch. Pisco. But I was always impressed with him. I always thought he was an awesome addition to panels, and he's studying to be a lawyer at the time. Obviously, I got absolutely disillusioned with everything connected to Destiny. So, I kind of didn't pay attention to what Pisco was doing for a long time, but more recently he's been getting more attention. He's gone on Crystal and Kyle, and I think Tim Pool, actually. I think he was on Tim. He was debating against Tim Pool, to be clear. But yeah, I was a little bit disappointed how much play that Pisco is giving counterpoints when I know this guy to be an absolute disingenuous fuck.
Actually, there's a difference between someone who is like every other dumb Democrat that the DNC puts forward, being like, oh my God, I loved being the baby annihilator in the Air Force. I'm much more patriotic than the Republican on the other side. Like, and that's the norm, by the way. The Democrats do this all the time, but none of you leftists have that level of goddamn smoke for people like that. Seemingly, when people are super honest about their service and love how sick it is, you have no smoke for them. You have no smoke for the veterans who are just literally still running on how awesome it was that they served. And the one time there's a guy who's like, oh my God, I can't believe I served. This was really up of me. You go, this guy, you are destined for a lifetime of Amy McGraths. And you deserve it. You deserve Amy McGraths all around the country. And I hope you get it. That's what you deserve. You deserve the John Kerrys of the world. You deserve the Amy McGraths of the world. That's what you deserve. I'm sick and tired of this shit. It's a fundamental principle for me to analyze someone on what they are, who they are now, what they represent now, what they say now. And when making this analysis, I also look at whether or not the actions that they partook in, no matter how irredeemable we see it here.
I mean, it sounds similar to an argument for Kamala Harris. Like, why are these protesters showing up at my rally when they should be showing up at Donald Trump's rally? Donald Trump uses Palestinian as a pejorative, as an insult, right? Why not go and protest him? And it's like because you know what you would get from protesting Donald Trump? You would get your ass beat if you even survived. You have zero chance of influencing Donald Trump's, rhetoric on Palestine. Whereas with Kamala Harris, she should take it as a compliment that these protesters at least thought that there was a chance of her changing her tune. But he sounds an awful lot like a K-Hive. This is kind of this is not what we expect from Hasan, right? Is to, be taking a page from the K-Hive playbook. But here we go. Go bother those, cops that are still pro-cop.
Right? Is that even considered irredeemable in broader society? Because that plays a role in whether or not this person felt it necessary to take atonement out of shame or because they personally arrived at that conclusion. Any veteran that realizes what they did was up is not coming to that conclusion because people yelled at them. They're coming to that conclusion because they personally engaged in self-criticism. They personally arrived at that conclusion because society broadly does not give a shit. They literally say, you're awesome. Thank you for going and engaging in the most righteous act of murdering brown children, okay? That's how Americans look at it. You guys are stupid. You don't realize that that's how society broadly reflects on these things. So if someone realizes that this is wrong, when society doesn't think that they're wrong, that they're in the wrong, then that's a good thing. That requires a lot more self-criticism, restraint, and critical thinking than any number of different things that you've changed your mind on. And yes, even being a Nazi is redeemable. Yes, everything is redeemable. Shut the up. Derek Black is a former Nazi who was born into a very famous Nazi family. I've talked about him quite a bit. There are entire groups and organizations designed around life after hate, trying to rehabilitate Nazis. And by the way, being a Nazi is literally not treated in the same way as being a veteran is. So obviously his own personal journey through rehabilitation is way different than a neo-Nazi. How are you comparing a combat veteran in the Marine Corps to a neo-Nazi? This is how busted your brain is. In the eyes of the average American, if you were to be like, every combat veteran is a neo-Nazi, they'd beat you with hammers, okay? They would fill a sock with used batteries and bludgeon you to death if you were to make such a comparison. Some of you do need to get your ass beat a little bit to be like a little bit more normal in your analysis. Anyway, the worst aspect of his commentary, especially when it comes to militarism, is not that he's full-blown anti-imperialist, but because he says like, oh, we got to work on our shipbuilding capacity to make up for the gap between China, okay? So he's not even the best candidate regardless on that front. But you guys are so hyper-focused on like the most indefensible aspects of the commentary here that I can't even move beyond it to make reasonable...
And look, like, I'm going to make a little bit of... This isn't a defense of Hasan, but I do want you to understand, you know, I'm a small streamer. I don't get angry at you like this. I don't go off, like, you know, telling chatters to suck my dick for obvious reasons, right? But yeah, like, but maybe those things are connected, right? If you look at somebody like IShowSpeed, you know, even bigger streamer than Hasan, Speed, his thing is getting angry. His thing is playing multiplayer games, getting pissed off at the people he's playing with, and you know, just kind of performing that outrage for his stream, right? To the point where, you know, somebody like foreign man in a foreign land in his video talking about IShowSpeed, he sort of hypothesized that Speed is cultivating these situations where he can get angry, purposely putting himself in situations where people are going to be like over the top racist to him, and then that becomes like the content. So maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm the stupid one. Maybe you do have to, you know, lose your shit. Maybe some of this is performative, right? In other words, maybe he's not like, you know, he's not damning in his mind. He's not like trying to damn the chatters for having some skepticism about somebody like Graham, but maybe this is just like what, you know, successful streamers do. I don't know. No excuse for saying people should be beat because they don't like Nazis. Yeah, I feel like it goes too far for my liking. I would hope you wouldn't mock disability. Wait, Hasan does have 40K viewers live per day, at least a quarter of those. Oh, or probably hate watching. Yeah, but he's not just going off on like the Destiny Dick Riders or the Ethan Klein Fupa Troopas, right? He's going off on his own left flank, you know, way more often than I think a lot of people would like to admit. Him saying his chat fell into right-wing pipeline via Roblox, assuming he doesn't have Iraqis in his chat, and saying that his chat and the left have no smoke for proud baby killers, all examples of straw man arguments. Yeah. And look, the best like faith that I could possibly read this in is that he needs to have some conflict, or he feels he needs to have some conflict, and that he's trying to punch left to try to make his community more inviting to maybe somebody who's, yo, that is the cutest emoji. I'm sorry, Kendo, your emoji is really cute. That just got my attention. Whose is that? My, okay. More inviting to the right. Well, you know, in his mind, you know, he's thinking the pipeline thing, and we've seen where the pipeline mentality, the you know, left-wing pipeline, we've seen a lot of people fail on the implementation of that. I mean, this was Xanderhall's first whole theory. Look at where he's at now. This was Vosh's whole way of being. Feels misogynistic, but maybe I'm too woke. Yeah, sneeze word. Maybe you're the woke of the day. I don't know.
Criticism.
Maybe you're too peak woke for Hasan and his
about some of his
and his based community. No, just kidding. I mean, like I don't know how much of the community. It feels like he's fighting a decent percentage of the community, not just a dirty anarchist, as he's saying?
Positions.
I don't know.
Oh.
That it was in my community here in Sullivan, Maine, that I got to come home and build a nice life. That all changed for me, but it took me a long time to get there, and it was a very long journey. And along that journey, I was in different places that I'm not in now. I had different feelings that I don't have now.
Ethan Klein still sees himself as center left. Good point.
I had different thoughts and opinions that I certainly don't have now. But I am very proud of the person I am today. And it was that whole journey that got me here. And while I won't defend things I said in the past, I will just say that if it wasn't for that entire journey, I would not be who I am today, and I'm incredibly proud of who I am today. And so for those of you who have read these things and been offended.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know if Hasan realizes how this comes off. And, you know, part of the optics is like, you know, he dives into his food, he eats something, he looks up at chat, he gets outraged. Like, but and then Graham Platner is playing, like, it makes it feel like he's just here that, like, I don't know, Graham Platner's doing a commercial and Hasan's here, like, defending it. Like anybody that I don't know, you know,
these things and seen someone that you don't recognize.
Oh yeah, the Ludwig thing. Yeah, that was fucked up. He got legitimately backstabbed by Ludwig. Fuck that guy.
Deeply sorry.
Fuck Ludwig specifically.
It's something that I see someone that I don't recognize either. Not in who I am today. It is somebody that I do recognize though. Somebody who is struggling, somebody who is having a very difficult.
Like, what is the lesson that we're teaching everybody if by and large people look to this and go, okay, this person is demonstrating growth and that's a good thing. And the most leftist community is like, that! There is no growth! There is no such thing! Kill yourself! The only way to take atonement is to kill yourself! What does that look like to the outsiders, you think? Do you think that we are actually building a serious movement? Do you think that we are actually doing a good thing? No redemption! And then we sit around and we go, oh, why is the right so effective at mobilizing? I don't understand. Why is the right so good at mobilizing? Why do they have such a wide array of different people?
Oh, it must be because they punch left so much. We should try more of that. We should definitely do more hippie. If we could do enough hippie punching, maybe we could convince people that we were the right. Maybe we could outflank the right if we just, like, you know, show our primary preoccupation as being anti-wokeness. I don't know.
Regardless of their heinous worldview, I feel like I'm in a constant state of relitigating 2016 era peak woke politics in this stupid community every goddamn day, because all of the radlib baby leftists that come in here have the exact same hangups. We can't allow microaggressions in this community. I can't believe how you have a blind spot for this. You have a blind spot for that. No interest in allowing people to learn and grow. Taking the most goddamn cynical approach to every single person.
Levantine, no one said that. What people said is that he did not demonstrate growth. Throwing leftist buzzwords every now and then is not growth. Yeah, look, what I'm going to say is that, like, people have the right to be skeptical, and it's understandable. And I don't think that there's, like, the don't hit the hippies. Yeah, that's right. Don't punch the hippies. I mean, it's just too easy. It's just too easy because the hippies don't punch back, really. Or if they do, they don't punch back effectively, right? You shit on Destiny's community, and you're gonna have Dan Stalkman stalking your ass, right? You strike out at I don't know, like, sweaty anarchists, peak woke people, whoever the fuck else he's mentioning. They're not gonna fucking form a Discord and farm clips of you, right? They're not gonna, you know, there's a lot less. But I mean, to me, that's a good reason not to punch left, right? That tells me there's no point, right? Unless what you want to do is perform a kind of a vice signal. Maybe even strategically, maybe you don't feel like this. Maybe you have a more intersectional analysis, as we often see Hasan demonstrate. But you're performing this to make, I don't know, people, you know, from the center or from the right, or people who have a bad image of wokeness, or suspicious of the left, or they may make it more comfortable for them. I'm not entirely sure, what's going on here. I just know that it's at the best, it's a strategy that I've seen employed before by people like Vosh, and I don't think it's a good strategy. That's why I didn't join VGG chat when I was given the chance, when I was literally offered a website by somebody who is friends with White Nervosa. That's why I said thanks, but no thanks. And I'm so glad I did. Can you imagine me as a Vosh orbiter, chat? Can you imagine that? Being in the position that Lance was in for a while? Oh my God, no, fuck that.
Are you any different than the lords on the right? Yeah, your politics are good.
And look, Lance is like the only one I can think of from that Vosh community that successfully got out, and he still got a pound of flesh taken from him by White Nervosa. They didn't just let Lance go, chat. They disabled his website. Like, Lance was like, okay, listen, association with Vosh, it's not the best thing. I don't think it's, I think for long term, we got to separate ways. Can we talk about coming up, like with it for a strategy, like let me know, like Lance was thinking that he'd be able to negotiate like a, okay, so we're going to leave you, you're going to have the website for another month. We're going to end it on this. You have plenty of time now to figure out how to stream. Lance was given no time to figure out how to stream. And in fact, I think he missed a few streams at first, right? I think he actually missed streams because they literally just pulled his website out from under him, and that was how he was. That was how his stream setup worked.
The fundamental driving mechanism behind your politics is identical to the nihilistic edgelords, where you just think you care. Oh, this person actually is demanding forgiveness. We must not give them forgiveness. That person, they up. Or when I try to explain something, you immediately go, oh, well, it seems to me like you love how many babies he murdered. How many babies he definitely murdered. He ran around murdering babies in Iraq. That was his position. He was there specifically for...
Demon Mama has been quiet of late. Is that her trying to distance herself from Vosh? Or is that her trying to not get harassed by Tyler?
Baby murder, and he murdered a lot of them, and he was drinking their blood in the process of murdering those children. And then now that his appetite has been satiated, he came back and he felt bad about murdering the babies. There's a huge difference between a random person becoming a better person and someone who wants to become a political representative. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. If we're going to talk about the actual political representation, thank you for bringing this up, you have to match it against who else is running in the race. Are we going to do that right now? Who you got in that fight? Janet Mills?
Okay, now look, that's a thing, right? That is definitely a thing. Janet Mills, absolute. There's only one good thing, and like there's only one divergence between Janet Mills and like a Seth Moulton, right? And that's that she actually stood up for trans rights. It's not nothing, but. No, in every other respect, Janet Mills is your bog standard Democrat, and that is just not cutting it anymore. Leftists should believe in rehabilitation and change. Yeah, I mean, look, and I think by and large leftists do, right? And in terms of, holding space for people, being empathetic, I agree with all that. Though the only place where I think Hasan goes too far is that but with the undue amount of empathy that he's extending to maybe people who don't deserve that consideration, he's got none left for, I don't know, people in his community that he's calling sweaty anarchists, peak woke, gatekeepers, and he ends up coming off like Vosh in the process.
How many babies has she killed? I guess she's better, right? You're morally consistent. You and Chuck Schumer are on the same on the same wavelength on that one. Yay, lesser evilism. There's a difference between advocating for vote blue no matter who versus looking at a situation in a Republican district with a populist left candidate who literally, even if he won and was objectively dog shit, just on the virtue of the proof that left populism is a viable vehicle. A viable vehicle.
Oh yeah, good point. So Graham Platner, Nazi at worst. I don't think he's a Nazi either. Or more likely dumb as a rock. Or he was dumb as a rock in 2007, and I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot in the story that it's not super clear. George, like, I respect your opinion. Just maybe disagree without going after people, like, in the chat, maybe. I don't know. I haven't been watching the whole thing, okay? So I don't know where this got started, but yeah, we don't need to be You're making some good points, okay, George. But I don't think you need to be fighting other chatters. And if there's anybody throwing ad homs George's way, you can also stop.
Change within the ranks of the only existing party in the two parties that at least has like a socialist flank to it is good. Just on the virtue of saying this is proof in the pudding that it works. She supports Israel. Pretty sure she's pro-dead children. No, but she didn't actually tour. She didn't actually go to the Marine Corps. And I'm willing to bet she didn't have some stupid takes in 2013.
Online people tend to not allow any shades of gray. Yeah, but the only problem with that is, like, I would say online left people repping the dirtbag left as well sometimes are a little bit missing of nuance. That's what I'm noticing, right? Is Hasan right that there's some chatters that have maybe like too absolute of a viewpoint? Sure. But at the same time, he's not exactly modeling the empathy that he's asking them to have when he goes. And I'm showing you this for a specific reason, chat. So just to recenter us, to reorient us, there is, we're watching a week-old video of Hasan's. It's from a week ago, right? I'm showing you Hasan and what he was like in regards to his chat, prior to the revelation of the Nazi tattoo. I'm going to show you how his perspective changed after that. And yes, this was another situation where chat, you're not to, hate on Hasan or any content creator all you want, George. That's not a problem. And like I'm making criticisms of actually a lot of people today. It won't just be Hasan. But yeah, I just need to make sure that chat is like civil. That's all. Can't really accept that there is not a single person in Maine to take this guy's place. Absolutely. I mean, that's a frustration about the Democratic Party. Is it feels like it's legitimate. It's either like hard to find good candidates, or what's more troubling is the Democratic Party, when there are good candidates, the party establishment sees them, everything that we see that's good about them, they're looking at as a negative, right? That's the real concern here.
In a subreddit, so obviously she's more moral.
Anyway, chat, I'm fighting through, I don't know, a fever, a flu, a something. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I'm doing my best here to be here for you and cover this issue. I'll go as far as we can. We're at 52 out of 100 right now. If we get 48 points further, I'll stick around and cover another topic. It looks like the topic everybody wants is the Anna Kasparian attacked by a poodle. For some reason, everybody in my chat wants to see Anna Kasparian attacked by a poodle. Chat, how dare you enjoy a fellow leftist like Anna? A fellow leftist being, put in peril by an evil Zionist poodle sent at her by AIPAC. How dare you? But anyway, that's what you're voting for right now. If we get to 100 out of 100, I'll stick around and I'll cover that. That's the winning topic right now. Just remember that it's super chats, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, throne.com/nocommentchick, or on Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or on Twitch are the things that make the number go up. If it gets up to 100, I'll stick around and cover the poodle attack. We've got a vicious poodle. How bad is the water? No, I am not drinking water out of the tap. That's a good thought, Ivan, though, because some people, the water here is not, I don't, most people do not drink the water. I don't even know if you can drink the water. Maybe if you get a super, in fact, I'm thinking about getting a filter, but I drink bottled water. The only water that I'm possibly intaking is, I guess, if I order food from a restaurant, it is made from the water, but you'd think there, it's cooked, so you would think that it gets, like any, I don't know. I hope I don't have like a stomach bug or something like that. This is why she left the lab. Yeah, because people were enjoying too many poodle attacks, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what's ahead. If we get 48 points further, I'll stick around and cover that for you, or whatever we end up getting. Remember, that's what's ahead now, but you can go ahead and vote. The vote is still open on youtube.com if you want to vote for either that, the Mamdani debate, the deep dive into Curtis Lewa, the berate leader of the Guardian Angels in New York City, or Cuomo's cringe AI hit piece on Zoran, his racist hit piece. And I'll also, I guess, throw in with that one, if we get it, the criticism of Zoran that's going around Twitter right now, which is that he eats rice with his hands, chat. We can't allow a politician that eats rice with his hands. That's he was eating biryani with his hands. Oh my gosh, chat. He's obviously a savage or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, most of the attacks against Mamdani right now are pretty heavy on the racism. Always cook out the stuff that makes you sick. Could be lead? Oh, you can't always cook out. Yeah, good point. Well, unless there's a problem with this spring that the Singa water comes from, I don't know where I'd be getting bad water. That's some very old school racism for sure. But I don't know. It feels like I don't know. Like, it feels like anti-Indian racism is really bad back in a big way. It's been pretty mainstreamed, and I don't know. I mean, is that where he's eating biryani at the time? Is that where it's coming from? Yesterday I watched a bit of Majority Report. I was surprised how much Emma was defending Planter. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. Harder than Hasan. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, this is Hasan. Really common to get hepatitis A, I hear, if you're feeling nauseous and fatigued. Very common for expats to walk into a hospital and ask for an antibody test. Sarah, I think I'll do that, actually. Yeah, just to make sure. Eating rice with your hands. Yeah, I'm in Thailand. God, you're like Lao, for instance, right? A lot of the cuisine is, served with sticky rice. You grab the sticky rice and you scoop something up with it and you eat it. That's just how you eat. It's not, you've traveled to Vietnam. It will last about a week or two if it's, I guess that's about the, time frame so far. Yeah. It's worth taking a look at. Thank you, Sarah. Anti-Indian racism is huge. Rohan Davis has done some great stuff on it. I think I saw that video on my all the time I spent in Thailand and Laos. I never saw people drinking tap water. Oh yeah, definitely get bottled water if you come here. In fact, I don't brush my teeth with water from the tap, right? I do what I do is I will, and maybe I should even refine this process, right? But when I brush my teeth, I take a sip of water, so I've got water in my mouth. Then I put the toothpaste in there, and then I brush my teeth and spit it out. And then afterwards, I rinse my toothbrush in the tap water, and then leave it to dry. thinking that if anything bad is on it, that it'll be gone by the time it dries out for my next, the next time I brush my teeth. But maybe I should just have a cup, to just have a cup there on the bathroom counter and just kind of wash it off in there instead. Ethiopian food, yeah. Is you eating it without yeah. It's in a giant pancake type bread called injera, and you just rip a piece of injera off, and then you scoop up the beans or the greens or the cabbage or whatever it is you're eating, and you just eat it like that. Well, I feel better today than I did yesterday, so maybe if it is like a week long sickness or whatever, maybe I'm getting over it, hopefully, because this has been rough. This has been really really rough.
Then this guy she is.
Even be careful when showering, so just don't have your mouth open. Yeah, I usually take a bath. Unless I'm washing my hair, I take a bath here, because the nice thing about this apartment is it's got a bathtub and a shower. But yeah, definitely don't want to I don't know, have your mouth open when you're taking a shower. They usually have good taste, but this yeah. I mean, I think the more concerning, from what I've seen of Emma, maybe are her tweets, right? Because it's echoing some of that same, kind of, I don't know. And no, this isn't me, just for the record, this isn't me cutting ties or burning bridges with the Majority Report. I just don't entirely agree with, I guess, some of Emma's Twitter takes, but there's a video. MR has just put out a video, so we'll take a look at it, see what they're saying. Sam's still at the Torts conference, so it's that whole thing with Emma in the studio, Sam at the Torts conference, and we'll see what their latest take is. I also want to take a look at a more recent take from Hasan, because again, this is from a week ago. So I guess we got a good flavor for, I don't know. I feel like it gets worse. I feel like the crash out continues until morale improves, and morale does not improve.
Constitutional norms that remain, whether it be due process or free speech, the administration has basically said, I don't have an alternative for change either. I just wanted to say, F this guy, but leftistly. Okay? That's it. You have no pragmatism.
Again, you can say, I don't like Kamala's stance on Gaza. I don't like that she hasn't put some distance between herself and Biden. You can still say that and, vote for her, as harm reduction during the election, right? A lot of this is kind of way too reminiscent of the way that some people defended Kamala. Here, let's take a look at the more recent Hasan stream before anybody thinks that I'm trying to, present this out of context. Let me give you what Hasan's reaction to the Nazi tattoo.
What is more shocking to me about
in fact, chat, if I look, this is Hasan reactions. If I look at the Hasan verse presentation of this content, they have titled the video, I Was Wrong About Graham Platner. Most curious what their cut of this is like.
We have nothing. We have no motion. We are barely able to run candidates to forcibly take over the Democratic Party and move them in a more radical direction without having those candidates.
Harm reduction is a total scam in electoral politics. Look, there is a truth to the fact that if you're always satisfied with the lesser of two evils, that you're always going to end up with evil. But there's also the reality that, one person being sick of the Democratic Party isn't going to, open up a space for a new political party to exist, right? In fact, if a new political party did open up, what you'd hope would happen is that it would open up on the left and that, the Republican Party maybe would finally suffer a demise from all of its baggage that it's been carrying around, right? These are the fucking people that brought Reaganomics although Carter started the deindustrialization, Reagan, it really started being carried out under Reagan. Bitched about the deficit which Reagan created, and then Bill Clinton, got it to a surplus, and then George W. Bush spin it back out. Like, Republicans create deficits, Democrats tend to, out of a maybe stupidly solve deficits, right? And then the war on terror, right? There's so many reasons. There's so many ways in which the Republican Party has fucked over the American people. It would be so nice if it would get replaced as a second party, by a party to the left of the Democrats. We're not there yet, though. And, if you give me a fucking, if you give me a, like a voter card that says Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, I'm gonna put Kamala Harris, despite my massive disappointment with her personally and with the Democrats in general.
Come out with that totem cuffs on their chest. What the?
But that being said, people acting like any criticism of Kamala is tantamount to support of Trump is counterproductive, right? If you want Kamala Harris to win, or if you want her to have a better chance, and she's doing the wrong thing on Gaza, she's doing the wrong things in so many ways, right? You need to criticize her. You need to give her some motivation. You need to show up and protest her, right? You need to apply the pressure, right? Even if all you want is for her to have a better chance of winning. No faith that will happen in this country. Nezorf, I do not blame you for being, disappointed and kind of done with this country. Like I said, I moved out of this country, so I will not begrudge you your skepticism, your well-warranted skepticism. Sam saved my family's life. One of those conferences, the Tort Conference, because that's how I learned that there was blood pressure medicine containing carcinogens that had been recalled. Yeah, you wouldn't, like, a lot of this stuff you wouldn't hear about otherwise, right, Sarah? Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you heard that in time. That's scary. Funny in the context of how hard he was going. It really is. And, this is not just me saying that, Chat was right and Hasan was wrong for the 670th time, right? This is not just me saying that, right? I'm also presenting this to you because I don't want you to think that Hasan is still defending Platner the way that he was in the beginning.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What the hell is going on? Yes, of course I'll be speaking about that as well. Don't worry. Dude, you think this community is going to let me live that down? Are you kidding me? You think this community...
Chat was right.
...that has literally been up my asshole every step of the way, being like, he is an agent of he is a... You think this community, of all communities, is going to let me live it down now that they found out, as well as I did, that they had a totem cough on his chest, dude? Are you kidding me? Don't say we've told you. You didn't know he had a totem cough on his chest. I didn't know he had a totem cough on his chest. My analysis would be a little bit different if I knew that, okay?
Random Spooky Girl 3PO, I'm so glad that you got hope in changing the Democratic Party. I don't think you're going to change liberalism from being fundamentally a philosophy of capitalists, as in it's in their interests. And I don't have a lot of hope for a wholesale reformation of the Democratic Party. And my opinion is that it wasn't even far left enough under FDR, right? And so them being pushed further, I'm not sure how likely that is to happen. New party running in the presidential election, risks splitting the left vote. I am talking about supplanting the Republican Party, right? Bit by bit. I think that's the best. I think a fair election would be liberalism versus democratic socialism. Or I don't know, maybe make a system where it's not a binary, but that would take like a constitutional amendment to really expand past the two-party system.
Calm down now.
Would it actually, could the states individually? I don't know.
Luckily, as you guys know, I'm a part of the Janet Mills militia. Okay, I'm a part of the Janet Mills militia, and therefore this kind of stuff doesn't matter to me. Okay, I've already made my most ethical voting decision in Maine. It is the one of the most insane, like, for people who are already predisposed with like, oh, this guy's a bad guy, he's fake, he's phony. For you, obviously, this is just an I told you so moment. For me, it's like, holy bro, this doesn't get any worse. I mean, quite literally, it doesn't get any worse. It's not even a sort of Nazi tattoo. No, it's just like it is a straight up Nazi tattoo. Like, no question.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's not what? Why are we showing this? Oh no. Like this is the industrial complex channel.
Like swastika is the most obvious one. Double thunderbolts.
I don't know, the way that that's portrayed, it almost gives somebody could watch this and be like, that's Graham Platner's tattoo.
Unless you're Taylor.
Here, let's
double bolts and the swastika. You know what I mean? Is about it. It's probably the third or fourth most common Nazi tattoo beyond like the double bolts and the swastika. You know what I mean? Like swastika is the most obvious one. Double thunderbolts, unless you're Taylor Swift selling a merchandise, is like pretty common. But I would say that like the totem cough one is just like the most insane one. This is more serious than a milkshake duck, but this is just a straightforward milkshake duck. Maybe he lost a bet. I don't even know what the was going on. I haven't even looked into his explainer as to what this is. But it's crazy because like, how the f do you not cover that up, man? What are you, nuts? Like, that is the most insane thing. Anyway, we'll do that in a little bit. We'll get into it a little bit. Like, a big part of the reason why I was like on board with him being a genuine person who has like changed and reflected on his like service and stuff like that is one, because I'm not one of those people that insta-locks bad behavior or cynicism. But most significantly, it was because like he's a Majority Report fan, he's a Michael Brooks fan. So when you see stuff like that,
look, I love Uncle Sam too, but god damn it, that is not like there's bad people in the MR community. I've run into some of them, unfortunately, right? I've gotten some low-key harassment from at least one person, but I mean, that's not a condemnation of MR or Sam or Emma or anything like that. That's just an acknowledgement of it's a big community, and statistically speaking, you know, being an MR fan it's not a, I don't know. Like Sam's, you know, I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know.
My expectation is that, you know, this guy, it just doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of stuff that he is thrown around that makes no sense, especially considering that, especially considering his background, right? Like nobody comes out and is like, hey, I'm going to be a Medicare for all championing, Israel is doing a saying candidate. Because if that was the case, like if people, like when people go, oh, this is like an op, this is a psyop to divide the left. I'm like, brother, have you seen the left? Have you seen the left? We do not need any psyops to divide us. We hate the left. Okay. Everybody hates each other. There's no psyop necessary.
The amount of times people use the phrase the online left in a derisive manner, I think is a great example of this, right? Whenever you hear the online left, is not a good thing, right? It's never a good thing. It's always a criticism. And it comes from different directions. You'll hear Vosh bitch about the online left. You will hear marginalized people who deal with a lot of, racism, homophobia, transphobia, etc. in the online left also say that, right? ContraPoints. Yeah. You'll hear her. She's a big user of that phrase, online left. I used to make fun of it though, because I got so sick of it. I would hear it coming from people like Aristocracy and Chud Logic, and it was always like the online Vosh. Vosh is the online left. There we go. The unvoshed.
People have already decided to psyop themselves for free.
60% of his chat, that's right, Anonogamy, did not know that that was a Nazi symbol, right? I'm surprised by it. Like, look, I mean, if you say like 60% of the populace doesn't know that, sure, I would, that's not surprising, but for Hasan's community, I don't know. It was more common for people to know these things back in the day, where the alt-right was a big part of the discourse, right? During the whole alt-right era, Charlotte's, basically Trump's election to Charlottesville, or pre-Trump's, like 2015 to Charlottesville, right? People were a lot more aware of more hate symbols. Freaked out that Brandon Herrera might win. He made friends with the Minnesota shooter. Wait, he unironically did the Tim Waltz thing. Remember how Tim Waltz said he made friends with school shooters by accident? Shooter mentioned him, the Minnesota shooter of that literally changed didn't that shooting actually change the balance of power in the Minnesota House? Like, that was political violence that achieved its objective. Imagine if Charlie Kirk had been shot, and then Turning Points USA shut down, Erica Kirk goes into hiding, and you know what I mean? Like that's essentially the effects of the Minnesota shooting. The shooter mentioned Brandon Herrera, voted for him in his manifesto, said vote for him in his manifesto. Yeah, we the baddies. Are we the baddies? Yeah. It's like literally this symbol from Are We the Baddies? You'd think that at least online leftists, right, would, recognize this, the thing on his helmet.
$99. So for me,
chat, the fucked up thing about my nausea that I've been dealing with this week, the reason that I haven't been on stream at all this week is because I've just like every morning I've had like debilitating nausea. It didn't really hit me that hard today, so I'm finally back. But wait, what was I gonna say about it? Oh, the school shooter. The school shooter is what you're talking. You're not talking about the shooter of the state representatives. I always hear the online left complaining about the online left. Yeah, that's something that you can always count on, like the sun rising. But yeah, I was gonna tell you the only reliable thing that I found that makes the nausea go away. And somebody mentioned ginger earlier. I should definitely get. I had ginger for like the longest time, but I've been just getting stuff at convenience stores because it's easier, and they have garlic, they have onions, but they don't have ginger for some reason. Ginger's not as big of an ingredient here as say like in China or Japan. Yeah, that's it. Tanky Gooner, you got it. Peppermint. That's not a bad idea. I should get some peppermint oil. No, wait, you don't just swallow peppermint oil, do you? There's peppermint spirits, I think, is what I need to. You know what? Actually, I think I know a store that might have some peppermint spirits. I think it's like you take oil and then you mix it with like a little bit of peppermint oil, and then it's mixed into like an alcoholic tincture. Not enough people play Wolfenstein. True. But then again, White Nervosa was playing Wolfenstein when I first met her, so. Or tea. Yeah, tea seems to help a little bit. Oh, speaking of which, I keep on meaning to pour myself another cup. Oh, wait, I got a little bit left here. But yeah, ginger is probably what I need to get. But yeah, it's weed, actually. Weed, which luckily is legal here. It's not legal in Vietnam. It's not legal in Malaysia. And in fact, it's Thailand, Cambodia, maybe Myanmar. Not that I'm looking to go to Myanmar anytime soon, but those are the two Southeast Asia countries I know where weed is legal. But luckily, I'm in one of those countries, and yeah, that's the only thing that reliably just stops the nausea, right? And I can't use that as like because the nausea hits me in the morning. You know what I'm saying? It's not the time to be getting. I am not a wake and bake gal, at least not, since I was like a college freshman. Anyway,
For me, I like the.
I might have to go out and get some of that remedy. Hasan is like just really, chat, is it just me or is he turning into Sam Cedar before our eyes? Like the salt and the pepper on this guy. Do you think he just like, do you think the stress from streaming does it to him? Like he's legitimately getting gray hairs and it's not just on his beard. I'm worried about him. Look at that. Look at like right here on his hair. Anyway. Oh, Dramamine. Yeah, Dramamine is, I forgot about that stuff. It's like a little, it'll have a little rainbow in the box. A Dramamine bracelet. Wait, what is a bracelet? I want to go to Myanmar in better times, yeah. Actually met somebody from over there. Seems pretty cool. I'm in a Thai class with somebody from Myanmar. I hope you go to the doctor. Yeah, you want to save your liver, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. Hey, I knew somebody who oh god, what is it? What is the palsy that makes one of your eyes go like, what is it? Bell's palsy. Yeah, I had a professor once who he tells a story where he went to see the doctor. The doctor said, there's something wrong. I can't remember with your trigeminal nerve. I think it was the trigeminal nerve. If you don't know, this is a nerve that has like I think a motor action to a lot of your face. And, he was like, we need to get that looked at, and actually, I think he ended up needing to do surgery. But this teacher was like, I've got a fishing trip. All right. I paid money. I've reserved my, I reserved a cabin. I reserved the fishing boat. I'm going on this fishing trip no matter what. And he did. He went on the fishing trip. He came back. And by the time he came back, it was too late. And the Bell's palsy actually, did its thing on his face. And, he's just got kind of a permanent disfigurement because of it. So, yeah, you're exactly right, Sarah. It's important. Yeah, partial paralysis of his face, and yeah, if he had gone in when the doctor said, he thinks he would have been okay. That's how he lost the eye. I mean, I don't think he lost his eye. I think he just has doesn't have like part of his face is paralyzed. So people treat him weird, right? It's that disfiguring. People react weird to him.
Weigh out all of the different alternatives here, and for me, up until this incident, okay, up until this, which is major, because I think like I'm trying to understand like what is going on. I'm trying to understand what is going on in the mindset of a person that like that goes through this like lived experience. Like how the fuck do you arrive at like the positions you arrive at? But it's pretty crazy. And I think I need to hear his defense of it, but I assume that this is indefensible. Like, what are we doing? This is like,
yeah, kombucha might be cool. I found one place where I could get kimchi here, but they stopped serving it. I think I'm like the only one who was buying kimchi from them.
Like Like, how do you not cover that, my man? How the do you not cover that?
Wait, it's a bracelet that you wear and it absorbs? Bell's palsy comes and goes?
Just doesn't make sense with any of the other shit that he has presented himself as in his private moments, in his public moments. A guy like this.
Luckily for me, it's not a cranial nerve issue that I'm having, but yeah, liver stuff, can be, can be pretty serious and, manifest like that. I think all it takes is like an infection to get something like Hep A.
Could, if he wanted to, he could just as easily be like, I'm right wing. I'm a combat veteran. I'm hoorah, baby. I'm right wing. He could run in Maine as a right wing guy and probably get a lot of clout. You know what I mean? It was just, I didn't know what it was. I mean, okay, guys, not knowing what the tattoo is when you're initially getting it in Croatia, because some people were saying he was drunk in Croatia, he got the tattoo. That's one thing. Keeping it on your chest without a single person being like, hey, dog, you got a Nazi tattoo on your titty. What the fuck is that about? For like 15 years is crazy. Okay? That, like, you don't have a single friend. You didn't have nobody out there who was like, what the is on your chest, my boy? What the hell? That's crazy. Come on now. Come on, dude. Like, yeah, sure, you didn't know what a totem cough is. Okay, sure, fine. Okay, I guess you don't know. That's one thing. But nobody.
A totem cough? Yeah, not a totem cough, but.
He was like, brother.
Hasan should get Platner on his stream. I think he's been trying. I don't know, though. I don't. Do you think, like, because he's going to get. Yeah, I mean, he's not done with, Platner. He's not, like, preferring Mills or Collins to be elected over Platner, but he is pretty critical of Platner. And from what I've seen in Platner's interactions so far, I don't know if Platner would subject himself to maybe a tough question or two.
You need to take care of that ASAP, Rocky. Like, this is literally a jailable offense in many European countries. Like, what he has as a tattoo.
If he gets Platner on, I doubt he would be adversarial. I don't think he'd go easy, but yeah, he's not going to do like he's not going to do a Jennifer from I've Had It. That being said, Platner doesn't know that, right? So I don't know. Also, Platner, Hasan is like he's like, knowing Hasan is an info hazard now, right? If they might bring him up in a debate if you go on with Hasan.
I need you to understand.
Did y'all see that not only did Andrew Cuomo bring Hasan up in the most recent debate, again, he did a press conference. He did, in fact, I think this is the second Mamdani hangs out with Hasan press conference that Cuomo's done.
He don't got friends. He on Reddit. To be fair, all of this is stemming from him being a Redditor. I'm gonna be honest. Platner's political director who resigned weighed in on the tattoo. Platner's political director who resigned over his Reddit post weighs in on the tattoo. Okay, but I don't place a lot of emphasis on this person's attitude because, like, the Reddit posts are nothing in comparison to.
Wait. Are you sure about that, Hasan? Here, let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look. Do you think that Cuomo's like watching Ethan Klein, maybe? Probably not. Nobody watches Ethan Klein. Platner's political director who resigned over the Reddit post, right? So Hasan, based on the fact that Genevieve McDonald resigned after the Reddit post, Hasan is not placing a lot of faith in or importance in what she has to say. He's an idiot. He's a military history buff. Yeah, which is what you'd expect from a Marine, right? The guys that, go into the armed forces, let alone the Marines, they're huge military history buffs, by and large. Maybe he didn't know when he got it, but he got it years ago, and he should have covered it up because he knows damn well what it means. I've run out of self-restraint, worse than when the guys on the train to Boston were fanboying over, wait, what is Red Eats? The DC consultant class has fucked up our U.S. Senate race again, and you need to stop snipe. Oh, wait, sorry. Genevieve is not the political director. This is who this person is responding to, I think.
Over his Reddit post weighs in on the tattoo. Okay, but I don't place a lot of emphasis on this person's attitude because like the Reddit posts are nothing in comparison to like even the black people don't tip thing was literally like one of those like Reddit posts that I thought he was being racist on, but he was just straight up asking on one of those like, what would you be able to ask if you felt like there was no, like it was one of, I forget what, like as bad as I initially thought it was. Anyway, let's just get started. How do you lose every single dumbass wink and nod for Nazi? Is a skull and crossbones on a jar head? What the problem? Dude, come on. Okay? Come on.
Now he's getting it from the other side. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. After defending, after crashing out on his own chat for being too critical of Platner, now Hasan is getting it from the other side.
It's not like he had the tattoo for like a week, okay? He had the tattoo since 2007. Are you kidding me? Young Thug defends James Harden for wearing a pro police face mask. He don't have internet. Yeah, Bernie's about to come out and be like, I don't know what happened. A swastika is less meaning than this one, chat?
Yeah,
no.
Spoiler chat, Bernie did come out and he's still standing by Platner.
Not true. Everybody knows what a swastika is. Come on. No, the swastika is the most recognizable. That's why I said the swastika is the most recognizable. The dual thunderbolts is the second most recognizable. And then like I would say the totem-kopf is the third most recognizable tattoo for neo-Nazis. Okay. But I just, like I said, how the do you have that on your chest, brother? No, the black sun is not even as recognizable, brother. What are you talking about? This is the totem-kopf. No. That is like one of the, you don't have to be a nerd, dude. You don't have to be a nerd to know. I'm saying in the most insane circumstance where this guy simultaneously is the most woke and open-minded guy, but also is the dumbest person on the planet where he was like, oh, what is this, a pirate thing? How did nobody tell him? I mean, come on, man. Are we serious? Are we actually being for real right now? This is crazy. Like, if you want to vote for Graham Platner in spite of all this, fine. Like, you make that assessment on your own. But, like, but come on. That's a crazy take, dude. Ugh. Bernie Sanders just told us he's still standing behind Graham Platner as his campaign is dogged by controversy in the Senate race. I personally think he's an excellent candidate. I'm going to support him and look forward to him becoming the next senator in the state of Maine, he said. It is pretty wild for Bernie to do that. I'm going to be honest. How are you this? I don't understand how he is this person. I don't understand it. On the one hand, he literally has slammed himself into the liberal Zionist position. On the other hand, he will prop up a swagged up, quirked up white boy with a Nazi tattoo who says Israel's committing it and will be firmly committed to him. None of this makes sense to me. I mean, respect. But it's just like Bernie, as I've told you guys before, as I've told you guys time and time again, Bernie's the type of dude who will just be like,
a Jersey Texan, I don't think it's a close third since the sign is used for other things throughout history. Are you talking about like it was like a Prussian symbol prior to the Nazis adopting it? I mean, technically you could say the same thing about a swastika, right? The swastika was not, like a far right symbol, right? Until Hitler adopted it. Like the fascists, like the sticks and the axe and the bundle right thing was more associated with the rise of the OG fascism.
I don't care about anything as long as this guy is like pro Medicare for all. I'm on board, right? He's that type of dude. He's very stubborn. And as I told you time and time again, it is very interesting to see like how much Bernie will commit to people who are openly anti-Zionist, for example, that that are like Bernie will defend open anti-Zionists all the way to the end, even if he himself is not one. It just doesn't make any sense. It's very interesting. It's very confusing. Anyway, weren't you asking for this yesterday in response to leaked text? But this time there's actually actual shit on the Dem side. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, I kind of like that there are people who are still firmly committed to this guy. On the other hand, my own personal assessment is like been all over the place. Okay, my own personal assessment has been all over the place. I will admit. And if you're wondering why, like, if you're wondering why Majority Report is defending him and why all these other people are defending him who have talked to him, it's because people think he's legit. Like, people think he is legit a guy who just went through these experiences and is and isn't who a lot of people present him as. Like, he's not like a jarhead op federal agent. That he is just like, this is who he is. He is just I can't get over it, man. This is so dumb. I cannot get over it. That is crazy. How his format is so perfect, okay? Guy who served, guy who was a jarhead, and then like obviously experiences like discontent, realizes he's like disillusioned by it all. If he hadn't gone the Blackwater route, I would not have any issues whatsoever defending him, right? Like, if he did 4 tours and he came out of that being like, dude, what the was I doing? I had no other options, but this shit sucks, and became like an open anti-war veteran type of guy, perfect guy for the left, okay? Perfect. But then he has Blackwater on the stain as a major stain on his reputation. And then the Reddit stuff I didn't give a shit about. I don't care about that even remotely. A lot of people tried to like make that a big deal. I don't care. Suck my dick. Yeah, he said he said anti-woke, like somewhat anti-woke shit as a...
Is there not a setting? Is there not a setting somewhere, Hasan, in between like, you know, giving something like all the credence in the world and telling chatters to suck your dick for their skepticism? Is there not like a middle ground? That's what I don't understand. This guy talks about empathy, you know, like have some empathy for even people that you think are knee-jerk reacting in a way that makes the left less approachable, right? Because you're not trying to chase them out of the left, are you? Yeah, Blackwater stuff alone is... Well, look, it's disqualifying in terms of me thinking that he's a good guy, right? Of me singing his praises and being like, this is a great guy. You know, I want him to run for president. And yeah, the Blackwater thing, you know, pretty disqualified as far as me having enthusiasm over his campaign. Now, whether he is still, you know, preferable to Janet Mills and Susan Collins, I mean...
Jarhead.
He's not even anti-imperialist who Bernard or Platner
in 2012, as opposed to like how woke he became in 2020. And I don't give a shit about that at all, right? But 15 years of a Nazi tattoo. What are we doing, man? What the are we doing, man? How do you just have that on your chest for 15 goddamn years and you don't know what that is? Like, it does... Ugh. What is that? What is that? Now, it sucks because like
Emily French, I don't love politicians. That is smart. That is smart, and you'll get a lot less disappointment than people who do fall in love with politicians.
All of my ops are his ops as well. And it's like, it's this weird predicament where like, this is indefensible shit, but also at the same time, I can't help but feel as though, you know, Josh Kraushaar of Jewish Insider is obviously fucking doing this, not because Obviously fucking doing this, not because like he thinks Graham Platner is a Fed. Don't be stupid now.
Oh my God, chat, I didn't even notice. I have an hour and 15 minutes before I'm supposed to start class. God damn it.
Matthew Castle and Josh Kraushaar are my ops at Jewish Insider. They are Zoran's major ops as well. They're my major ops as well. They constantly fucking write articles about my ass too. It's because he's anti-Israel that they're like really farming this shit. Because if you had a situation where a Republican...
More a message to people in general, not you. Oh no, I was just saying... I was just saying that, yeah, like a lot of people's problem is that they want to fall in love with a politician. They want a politician that they can believe in. And the whole, if you like paid attention to, I don't know, like like look at, like, I mean, if you apply the Noam Chomsky concept of the like, just like, you know, you're not gonna find somebody who's in the position of a trusted journalist who's going to say the thing that's inconvenient to the, you know, corporations, to the military industrial complex, etc. You're also not going to find that person usually in the leadership of the Democratic Party. It seems to select for... How's the class going? Really well. I'm learning a lot. Oh, come off as a finger wagger? No, I mean, it's an insightful point you made. Yeah.
Was outed for something like this, they would never even cover it. They would be like, oh, who cares? Right? If he was a Fed, and if people actually saw him as like no threat whatsoever, but like a psyop or some shit like that, then they wouldn't be doing this. I'm really scared for him to win and Fetty out because of the period testing for future candidates will be insurmountable. He knows, man, if you have a tattoo, you know the symbolism. That's the whole point of tattoos. If he didn't know when he first got it, he would have looked it up after. No, I know. There's 0% chance that this dude, for 15 fucking years, never encountered another human being that went, hey, oddly specific Nazi tattoo you have on your chest there. What is more shocking to me, about all of this is that
Chat, should we try to do another butterfly goal? I want to have some win before ending stream. And I don't know if I don't even know if we're gonna have time for the poodle attack, which I know you all want me to get to.
He doesn't have a single blemish on his fucking private internet correspondence that even remotely leans into Nazi shit. Like, not even a little bit. How is that possible? Like, this motherfucker was on Reddit, chat. In 2020, in 2020, he was 13 years in to having a totem cough tattoo on his titty. Okay? How the fuck did he not even a little bit say stuff like, Black Lives Matter is really fucked up, don't you think? Like, not even like a All Lives Matter post? Nothing. How is that possible? Is this the American median voter? Is this where we're at? Because like Tyson Brody also points to this. One thing we do have on Platner is roughly 15 years of pretty unrestrained posting without any sign of actual flirtation with right-wing politics. Maybe more comes out, but as of now, inclined to believe drunk Grunt got cool skull tattoo, kind of like Harden with a Punisher mask. I mean, there's not even one anti-immigrant post I've seen floated around. Pretty revealing on that alone, given the past decade and a half. Like, that is insane to me. That is insane to me. I don't understand how people like
Ooh, what is this? Oh, this is an interesting theory. Azathero says, my theory, I think Platner has known the meaning of the tattoo, but it meant something personal to him and he wanted to keep it, so he did. He defended the use of the SS bolts by Marine scout snipers. That's a possibility. You know, now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen that symbol on... Maybe I'm mixing it up because I know like when a pilot gets a kill, was this in Vietnam? They'd put like a skull and crossbones on there, but it was actually a skull and crossbones. It wasn't the Nazi symbol. But I swear to God, I've seen the Totenkopf on military stuff. Like, this isn't the first time I've seen it in association with the military stuff. And here's the scary thing, chat. General Patton, at the end of the war in Europe, said something to the effect that he thought that we had fought against the wrong side. Right? There is something about American military culture that is very simpatico with the the Nazi shit, right? I don't know what exactly it is, but if he was a Nazi, then now he isn't. Is that a good thing? No, because Eazy-E's, that means that another shoe is ready to fall. If that's true, right? If he was lying to us and saying he had no idea what that symbol meant up until the point where he heard they were doing Oppo research on it, right? And something comes out to say that he did know what it was, or worse yet, he got it intentionally, his candidacy is dead, right? He's been like, there's only so many times the shoe can drop, right? There's only so many shoes that can drop before your candidacy is just cooked. So, even if this guy is the best possible candidate, the guy that the Dems need in the Senate right now, if he used to be a Nazi and he's not now and he's hiding that, he's fucking over. If that comes out, if somebody's like, yeah, I talked to him about it, and he, back in 2012, and he told me that, I don't know, Hitler was good for Germany up until the Holocaust and the invasion of Poland, or so, something like that. Yo, he's fucking done. He's done. If that's true, right? So yeah, electorally, that's the end of his campaign. And if that's true, then he should have said it, right? As hard as that is to say, I used to believe in this shit. It's probably better than lying and having it exposed, because that's what kills a candidate, is these constant leaks. Military personnel know what those symbols mean. It's weird to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, absolutely a deal breaker at that point.
I like to think I kind of understand the normie mindset, right? I kind of understand the normie mindset a little bit. How the fuck do you get like this seems like a meme. Oh, dude, what the fuck? The swastika tattoo? I thought it was like cool. I thought that shit went hard, bro. Like, that's why I got it. I didn't fucking realize this was bad. Like, how? The PSA video will lock you into your initial reaction? Like, I don't get it. I don't get how you just do that. I don't get how you do that. It is mind-boggling to me. I'm in some ways,
yeah, to be clear, says Azatheros, I believe him that he didn't necessarily know at the time. I don't think he kept it because he's a Nazi. Yeah, I definitely don't think he's a Nazi or anything like that. I do think that maybe he knew it was what it meant and thought it was like badass, or didn't, like it's easy to imagine somebody in 2007 looking at the Third Reich as being purely historical. And so then it becomes like, just like, American like heavy metal bands have done in the past, just like just like bikers did in the post-war era. It's possible that he could have put it on because he thought it looked badass. Now that's really fucked up. That's really fucking stupid. And I mean, that's a possibility, because there's something, and if we get to it, if we have time for it, chat, we may have, is it okay if I do 2 days on this? I swear to God, I'm not trying to feed you like the same leftovers, right? This is not my intention to be lazy in terms of my programming. I have a class to get to in about an hour. Yeah, in exactly an hour now, I got to be at my Thai class. And so it doesn't look like I'm going to finish everything that I wanted to. I want to show you Hasan's statement before, his statement after, and then I want to show you a little bit of what Emma is saying. But I feel like for some of this stuff, I'm going to have to get to it later, including him, some of his like shorts videos that he's done explaining this stuff, right? And that's where I really get worried. Hearing him talk about this issue, hearing him, give his explanation, it makes me worried that there's something that he's not being upfront about, and that whatever that is going to come out later in the campaign, right? And I don't think it's that he's a secret Nazi, but I think it could be something else bad. How are the Thai classes going? Really well. I'm learning a lot. I spent a lot of time before the class learning the alphabet, because Thai's got a whole nother alphabet. And that was actually really like a good thing, because now I'm like learning phrases to use, like putting sentences together. But understanding, like, because like when they show it to us in class, it'll usually be transliterated. Like, so instead of saying it "my bin rai," which means, hey, no big deal, it's okay, or even better if you want to be polite, "my bin rai ka," right? The ka to be polite, and the feminine form for guys, it's krop, with no accent. But seeing a lot of excuses, just an observation. I say this heavily tattooed. Oh yeah. But yeah, like learning some of the alphabet has really helped me, because now when I'm seeing the words, like I'm kind of putting together like more about the language than I would just be getting from the transliteration, right? They teach it to you as my, MAI, Ben, BPEN, Rai, RI, RAI, even though in Thai it's like what is this next one? Or this one's like that deal. But anyway, yeah, and then the B. But anyway, like rather, it's helped me out to learn a little bit of the language before I started.
Like that in a weird way. I like the Democrats are like experiencing some kind of like
cop. Yeah, the thing about the KR is it sounds a lot like just a K in English, and you can definitely get by without enunciating. Also, when you say the R correctly, and I'm not going to practice this because I'm not trying to respond in the masculine form, but I'm trying to think of another word with an R in it. Rai. Yeah, my bin rai. Technically, you are rolling the R, but for a lot of people, including some Thai people, that's kind of hard. So some people will just skip the rolling.
Discipline on this, where they're like, we don't give a fuck, like on a purely amoral political grounds.
Oh yeah, it could have been an Isan thing. Yeah, anonogamy is talking about the east side of Thailand. Close to Laos and Cambodia, is kind of like another I don't know, subculture. That subculture is the wrong word for it, but yeah, it's another culture.
On a purely amoral, like we're playing politics, who gives a fuck style attitude. It's not bad, but I don't fuck you mean we don't give a fuck. That's bad. No. Nazis in office is not good. He hit his power level, or he's just that stupid. Brother, no one hides their power level like that, because getting a tattoo like that is the opposite of hiding your power level. A guy that has this tattoo, that has this background, should have at some point been like, yeah, I think them migrants are bad. Yeah, all lives matter. This motherfucker was like, Trump supporters are racist. We need an armed revolution. What the fuck? There is no way a dude that was getting a fucking Totenkopf tattoo is gonna be that quiet about their fucking perspective. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Okay.
Good question. So Nazarov says, why is he calling it power level? All right. So this refers, we were talking earlier about a ContraPoints video called Decoding the Alt-Right. I'm not sure if it's the same video or a video from the same time period, but ContraPoints after Charlottesville made a video that starts off with a 4chan post, a post on 4chan poll. If you don't know, 4chan is a image board, mainly catering to anime fans, although it has a lot of different like subsections that kind of, I don't know, you could say incubated the alt-right up until the point where they got too toxic and kind of got kicked out and ended up going to 8chan. And so she shows a post that is a Nazi ostensibly saying, you guys, this Charlottesville stuff is bad, all right? They have got us identified, and America does not like what we're about. It's a major fuck up, all right? And they said, from now on, like, you know, like I'm not telling you to stop, thinking blood and soil and thinking Jews will not replace us, but you need to stop saying it. And they use this metaphor called hiding your power level. It's a reference to Dragon Ball Z, a pretty popular anime. It's not surprising it would pop up like that on 4chan. And in Dragon Ball Z, all the characters that are, fighting, they have power levels, and the Frieza Force has these things that they can look at somebody and be like, your power level is only 600, mine is 2000, I will defeat you. And usually they're right. But the exception to that is, I guess, that Goku, the protagonist, is able to hide his power level. He's able to seem like he's only at like 1,500 when actually he's over 9,000. So if you've ever heard that meme, over 9,000, that's a reference to power levels, right? That's when one of the characters, Vegeta, realizes that the guy that he's fighting with is not super easy to beat. He's actually kind of super hard to beat. And so, it basically means like continue to be racist, but don't say the quiet part out loud, right? Do your dog whistles, make your racist Nazi jokes, all that stuff, normalize this shit. But don't come out and say, like the same kind of stuff that Nick Fuentes is saying, like, right? Don't talk about Cookie Monster and how many cookies he can make given a certain number of ovens. Many have forgotten when being on the down low was many of them they got too comfortable. And so one of their fellow Nazis on 4chan was telling them that they got to suppress that. They cannot say blood and soil. They cannot say Jews will not replace us, or else they're going to be rejected. So yeah, no, but it's a good thing to ask Nezrov because if you don't know, or if you've even forgotten, there's a chance that other people don't know what I'm talking about either.
It makes no sense because I look at situations like this and I weigh all the options. On the super left, you have the people who are like, this is a Fed, this is a John Fetterman situation, this is a psyop.
The super left, the max left.
Right? This guy is obviously a mercenary. He was designed in a lab to make leftist brains break completely. And
anyway, here's the deal, chat. I think I know what I'm doing for the rest of the stream. All right. So look, I've got a limited amount of time, probably about an hour left. We're gonna watch this. We're going to take a look at the majority report. We're going to see what Hasan said. We're going to see what Emma said. If we somehow manage to hit 100, we're at 52 right now. Remember, this thing goes up whenever you do a super chat, super sticker. You get yourself a membership on YouTube. If you gift a membership on YouTube, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, any of that stuff makes this number go up. If it gets to 100 by the end of this stream, I will find a way to do what will be an early morning stream for you, right? And try to cover the Mamdani versus Cuomo and Sliwa debate, because I don't know how else we're gonna get it covered. So that's what we'll do. I'll put that so in other words, like, you understand, if we hit the bonus level at this point, it's too late. It's too close to Thai class for me to just stick around. But I'll do a stream after Thai class on the off chance that we do hit that. And yeah, I'll try to cover the Mamdani debate. I'm gonna go out and smoke right now because I don't want to get. I'm starting to feel. I don't know. I can't tell if I'm nauseous now. Hasan is so naive. I mean, I kind of low key agree with you there, George. He does. And I think his chat agrees with you too. Honestly, right? They think he was naive about Ethan Klein being good faith, and yeah, a little naive about this too. So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna put him on. I'm gonna have a little smoke just to make sure that I'm all right for class. I'm gonna use the CBD one, I think, so that I'm not like, because you know what I mean. I don't want to be like high for class, right? But I also don't want to like vomit during the class. So I'm gonna do that. If we somehow manage to get to 100, I will give you a special treat on the other half of my Thai language class.
He's there to like divide the left, right? And I don't put a lot of emphasis on this stuff because personally, I think that's kind of dumb because like the left has no motion, right? Like we can't even do entryism into the fucking Democratic Party at a time when the Democrats are just like unimaginably weak, right? So I like to personally way I like to personally lean into what I think is the most likely reality here. Like what is the most likely outcome? Okay? But I have never in my life seen someone who has thrown so many different fucking haymakers. Like he is impossible to fucking decipher. Straight up. And I know that sounds like a cop-out for a lot of people who have already made up their minds because, like, obviously, dude, he's fucking Blackwater mercenary, literally has a fucking Nazi tattoo. And you've already been like, oh, yeah, the left is experiencing, like, COINTELPRO again or some shit, right? Because you think that there is that much motion. But I truly don't understand when I, like, weigh all of his output, his own personal, like, ideological journey, and where he is, like what he is launched his campaign as, it doesn't make any fucking sense, you know? It doesn't make sense. It's just so, order of 9 angles makes more sense here. Shout out to the real truthers in the chat. Yeah, okay, you're crazy. Platner is the ultimate centrist. For every woke position, he must engage in an equally right-wing action, a full metal centrist. Yeah, he is the most insane. Like either he is literally a federal agent that was built in a laboratory to specifically like infiltrate the left or some shit, or he is perhaps one of the dumbest people I have ever encountered that has engaged in the realm of politics. Like unquestionably, like it makes no sense. Like guy who's like, yeah, I love psychedelics, and I became like woke because I self-medicated with psychedelics, but also I have a Nazi tattoo. It is fucking crazy. I don't know. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Platner says, I am not a secret Nazi after photos of his tattoos emerge. Yeah, because I think that's not a secret. That's like, you get that tattoo when you're an open Nazi. Maybe he wanted to pull some Republicans in. No, guys, this is not John Fetterman. Shut the fuck up. This is something even dumber than that. God damn it. Guy who's only been alive for like one fucking election cycle goes, everything is John Fetterman. Is this John Fetterman? No, not everyone is John Fetterman. Stop pointing to John Fetterman, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Let's you know what? Fuck it. Let's start with the Graham Platner shit, because what a crazy story. Okay. I don't even know what the fuck to say. Okay. He did a piss poor like He was cheering on the demise of Golden Dawn, giving kudos to people fighting for YPG, blasting the U.S. for not bending over backwards to naturalize Afghan interpreters as a moral issue. There's not one scrap of racial animus or xenophobia in a decade and a half of posting. He did a piss poor job of hiding his posts and recycled his username on a handful of message boards for liberal gun clubs and scuba gear. There's no secret liability here. When he says he got sauced on leave in 2007 and got a tattoo, he didn't recognize anything as truth. Like, if you look through all of his social media posting, there is, first of all, there is 0% chance that, like, there is 0% chance that the CIA was like, let's get this fucking jarhead to post on social media like an unhinged former unhinged veteran turned like hyper woke. Okay, that's not like, no one is investing that much time into our little utterly irrelevant circle in American politics. We have no motion, we have no clout, we have no socialism. Okay, there is, like, we're not even talking about the federal government's incompetence here. Okay, which also probably is something to consider in terms of like building like a Manchurian candidate. Okay, so get your head out of your fucking ass. I don't think the CIA is capable of delivering a 15-year plan, specifically a 15-year plan that requires infiltration of leftist movements by getting a Bernie nod in a fucking Maine senatorial run against like a fucking purplish Republican candidate. Okay, that's not real. Wake up. Wake up. That's not real at all. But it also literally doesn't make sense if you are the type of dude who, on the one hand, who went as far as to get a fucking totem cough on your chest, but also on the fucking other hand, you're like talking about how, you know, immigrants are great and Republicans are racist. Schumer on if Platner's unearthed comments are disqualifying. I'll let the people of Maine decide. We think that Janet Mills is the best candidate to retire Susan Collins. She's a tested 2-term governor, and the people of Maine have an enormous amount of affection. Okay, well, when I hear stuff like this, it makes me go crazy. You know what I mean? Why people are not consistent, not as consistent as on. No one gets that because you are all American. I do not understand, bro. There is no, this goes beyond the median American. This goes beyond the median American, okay? The median American voter. Yeah, if I'm Platner, Ian Higgins says, really hard to see how Platner survives this. Crazier things have happened, but the tattoo really seemed like it's on a different level than the Reddit post. Also incongruous with most of the posts we've seen. You gotta get that cover up on camera. Like, that's number one. Like, you have to get that.
So he didn't get the cover up on camera. He did get the cover up. He did show off the cover up. Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been like, I mean, I don't know, chat. That seems like the social media minded, you know, thing to do is to actually not just like to straight up live stream it, like a Instagram or whatever. But no, he just he did a video, and I actually, let's see if I can find it. Anyway, I've got to show you the Majority Report. They also reacted to this. The very bare minimum I can do, considering that both Emma and Hasan are on the thumbnail, is show you some Emma.
The latest in the Platner saga, and we should say, like, you know, I said this is obviously Oppo research. It was the latest in the Platner. I think there's saga. Two.
Sam,
we should say, like, you know, as
the
meta
I said
story. This is obviously
Sam. Why are there two of you
around? It is important to note. They don't dump.
Why are there two of you?
Opposition research this early in a campaign unless they feel incredibly desperate. I mean, Mills must have had
intense hit piece. I mean, I feel like anything that was in the are we talking about the Jewish Insider piece, or are we talking about the like the Reddit piece? Because really, to me, the intense aspect of this is the piece that he divulged himself on Pod Save America.
internal polling that showed her like the race completely out of reach.
We don't really fully need that much internal polling because there was a poll that came out this morning, and yes, this is like the day after or on the day in terms of when.
He's either a Nazi or he isn't, Medi Doctors. I'm gonna say he isn't. I'm gonna say he's not a Nazi. But that being said, he is a guy that has a lot of explaining to do of why there's a Nazi tattoo on his chest. That's what kind of guy he is. He's a strange, non-Nazi guy with a Nazi tattoo upon his chest. And it just like in the age of social media, like that is the most viral thing you could have. It begs the question, if you know what I mean. The question that you just posed, Midi Doctors. So yeah, here we are, still talking about the tattoos.
And the samples
doesn't include any of the so-called scandal stuff.
Well, it includes, I think, the Reddit stuff, but not maybe the tattoo piece that has developed over the last 72 hours. But it shows him with an over 30-point lead on her, with a policy set that is straightforwardly.
Okay, who's seen polls? Does this look normal for you? A 30-point lead for Platner? I knew that he. Janet Mills just got in the race officially, but were they polling her already? Because I feel it feels like I've seen poll data from before Mills actually got in the race, or heard talk of like Platner is, up this many points. Who is he up on? I'm guessing Janet Mills, but I don't know. Is there anybody else in the race? That is the question, right? Because you'd rather have a guy that, had Platner's perspective on things, communicated the way that Platner does, without a Nazi tattoo on his chest than with. And so, I mean, it becomes like, for the voters in Maine, it becomes a question of degrees, like what, like as flawed as he is, as much as his chances might be hurt, is he better off going into the primary than the octogenarian governor, who definitely, overall, her views are, more centrist Democrat, more establishment Democrat. It's not, I think, what's exciting the voters in Maine, what's giving maybe possibly the best chance of defeating Susan Collins, who has been this perennial target of the Democrats every 6 years. They think that they've got someone to like out moderate her, and it's never worked. So this time they're going with someone who I guess is giving authenticity, although that's been kind of spotty too. At least from this perspective. But anyway, let's get into Sam and Emma's take before I have to. Chad, I only have a little bit of time left until, let me make sure that I'm correct about this. Yeah. We are within 40 minutes of me having to end stream and go to my language class.
Against the genocide in Gaza and is oriented towards working class people. And
I imagine also his age, frankly, is part of it. Now, there's other candidates in the race that didn't catch fire. So Platner,
that's what I was wondering about.
The issue of his tattoo, which is the Totenkopf?
Totenkopf.
Totenkopf. I personally.
Is it? Have I been saying it wrong? I thought it was Kopf. Like Kopf, Schulter, Knie und Fuß. You know? Did anybody do Kopf, Schulter, Knie und Fuß to learn German? Kopf, Schultern, Knie und Fuß, Knie und Fuß.
The issue of his tattoo, which is what the Totenkopf?
Totenkopf.
Hope. I think I've been saying it like cop for some reason.
Totenkopf. I personally have never heard of it, but and he's had this tattoo for
Any Germans in the chat? Is it cop or cope? I'm thinking I've been saying it wrong. I've been saying Kopf. Kopf, Schulter, Knie und Fuß? Or is it Kopf? Schulter, Knie und Fuß.
18 years, I guess. And again, this is a piece of evidence that one could say, like, trying to get a sense of like who the guy actually is. But we also have access to all of these posts that he made on Reddit for the past 10 years in this, sort of like a comment dump. And there's nothing that would substantiate any concept of being a Nazi to the extent that we can make an assessment of any of that stuff and characterize it within that. Is the vast majority of his anti-Nazi stuff.
I think I'm right. It's cop.
Anti-fascist explicitly, and even his Blackwater stint, we were talking a little bit off air. Is this not common, Brian, with people who don't have, are like trying to find work after being in the military?
Specifically the infantry. I mean, what you got to understand is that you don't have much of a job skill when you leave the infantry. And so if you're trying to make money and you're getting at that's such an easy pipeline, because like, what else are you going to do?
And he quit after 6 months and spoke about it as something that radicalized him. So Bernie Sanders does very well in Maine. The more populist anti-establishment type politics do really well in Maine. And that's...
Wait, it's like, so it's cop? Cop. So I was kind of right, but I was... ending on... Oh, wait, no, it's Kopf. Okay, there's... Maybe I wasn't pronouncing the F. Schwarzkopf. Wait, how would... That's the guy from the original Gulf War, right? He was like the Petraeus of the... Is there a... I don't know if that's the right analog. I am not, unlike some people, I am not a student of war. In the history, yes, and it contains wars. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't go for the details, like the names of the generals.
That's why Bernie Sanders is standing by Graham Platner so aggressively, and I agree with his decision. And I think that this explanation from Platner makes total sense.
Hey everyone, Graham Platner here. I want to talk to you about something. In 2007, when I was a young infantry sergeant in the Marine Corps, myself and some machine gunners I served in Fallujah and Ramadi with were on our third deployment. We were in a naval vessel and we pulled in for a Liberty port in Split, Croatia. We went ashore to do the thing that young Marines do, which tends to be carousing and sometimes getting tattoos. We wanted to get something that represented our jobs, our service, fighting in Fallujah and Ramadi as machine gunners. We went ashore, we found a tattoo parlor after a fair amount of heavy carousing, and we found...
There's a lot of carousing.
A tattoo on the wall, a piece of flash that looked like a terrifying skull and crossbones. We thought it looked cool, and so we got it. I have had this tattoo for the last 18 years. I re-enlisted into the United States Army with this tattoo, where I was screened for hate and gang-related tattoos. I worked for the State Department as a contractor, where I got a full physical, which included screening my tattoos. I've gone through life with this thing, taking my shirt off, having photographs taken, videos taken. I've been very, very open in my life with the fact that I had a skull and crossbones on my chest, because that's what I thought it was. It's come to my attention that it has a stark resemblance to a symbol that is used by neo-Nazis. And I want to say that was not the intent at all.
you could just say, it's a Nazi tattoo. I didn't know it. I didn't know the guys in Croatia that were giving me the tattoo were Nazis. You know. But no, he's got to make it like it's the, some say has a striking resemblance to. It's just a coincidence, right? That it, I mean, what, we all know what it is at this point, right? They didn't give you that tattoo by accident. They didn't just happen to have a tattoo that looks just like the Totenkopf. That was the Totenkopf. You were in Croatia. Apparently that is, not as out of pocket as that would have been in the US, or I don't know, like literally the symbol of on Himmler's hat. Anyway, this is the thing. This is my biggest concern as far as Graham Platner. I'm pausing it way too much, but I just want to make the point that this explanation is weird. I don't know. I hope that this is not like another shoe to drop, because that would be disastrous at this point. And I don't have I don't like the alternative. I don't know what, it would probably be Janet Mills to run against and probably lose to Susan Collins. That's a bad outcome. And so many people wanted this guy to be more. I just, I mean, like, if this is, the whole story and this is the end of it, then, we weren't there. I just don't know what kind of position this puts him in for the general, assuming that he keeps his lead, which chat is reporting as 30% in the primary. I really worry for the general election, that this is, if there's anything, that he's not being completely upfront with here, if there's anything else that somebody can find, it's gonna look bad. It's gonna.
And the idea that I've been going around with something like that utterly horrifies me. I know that symbols like this can be incredibly damaging to people, and the idea that I've had it all these years and it could have been read like that is incredibly troubling. I have lived a life dedicated to anti-fascism, anti-racism, and anti-Nazism. I think that racism and anti-Semitism are a long scourge on our society and a long scourge on our politics, and I think it has no place in our world. For that reason, I have gone and gotten it covered up. Last night, I went to a tattoo parlor and I got this to cover up the skull and crossbones. It's a Celtic knot with some imagery around dogs, because my wife Amy and I have two wonderful dogs that we love a lot. This far more represents who I am now than even the skull and crossbones did, which I thought that it was. This has come up because the establishment is trying to throw everything.
Chad, I feel like I shouldn't even ask, but I should just assume that that tattoo is like good, right? It's unproblematic. There's not going to be something where like it turns out that some weird like hate group also uses that symbol. Like their tattoo will lose him more Dems than Repubs. You'd think, right? But the whole thing with the Maine general election is it's going to be kind of a centrist pageant. The way that Maine works, it's such a purple state that somebody like Susan Collins is able to finesse like keeping that seat for a very long time by presenting herself as being, I'm a Republican, but I've got concerns. That's always what she says. She's always got concerns, and that goes into the headlines, and people are, oh, isn't that awesome? Susan Collins has got concerns. It sounds like she cares. It sounds like she's trying to do something about Trump, right? Which I think is what she sells herself on. But then she folds, and somehow that's just not as big of a story. When the vote just happens, and she happens to be, you know, in the yays passing Trump's agenda, it doesn't, like, you know, she gets more benefit from the perception that maybe she might, you know, be some sort of protection for Maine against Trump's, like, most absurd excesses. So, yeah, given that, I mean, look, I think of the economic message that he's bringing, which reads as populist, you know, given his, like, overall campaign, his image, his branding, and everything. It's I mean, that is, you know, something that's not centrist, that I still think has a great deal of appeal, just given the time and the place and the constant tightening of economic pressures on people in the United States, and yeah, in Maine. You know, that is why his campaign going down from this is, you know, pretty depressing prospect.
Thing it can at me. It is terrified of what we are trying to build here. Every second we spend talking about a tattoo I got in the Marine Corps is a second we don't talk about Medicare for all. It's a second
we don't want to talk about the Epstein files either, right? This is
that we don't talk about raising taxes on the wealthy. It's a second we're not talking about the material struggles of Mainers as they try to scrape through a system that at its core is trying to rob them.
Great sentiment. Maybe don't link it with your defense, right? You know, this is what people like about Graham Platner. This is what's encouraging, but it's you know, these are like, this is a real fucked up thing that happened, all right? And some explanation is owed, and you know, the sort of I think it would work a lot better without the defensiveness.
And that's why tonight, I'm just going back right out on the road. We're holding a town hall in Ogunquit, where, much like I've been doing for the past month, going around the state of Maine, making myself accessible to Mainers in their communities so I can listen to them. I can hear about what it is they need to change in our political system. And that is what I'm going to continue dedicating my time to. Thank you all very much. And I really appreciate your support through all of this.
And we have a little footage of
yeah, I really appreciate the support. Slam. Oh my God. Yeah, Susan Collins is awful. They've closed down the majority of public schools under her because of the lack of money. They absolutely do. You know, Susan Collins has been this constant, like, frustration for Democrats. Every time they try to, like, out moderate her, that's why somebody with a economic message like Platner's is the one thing that I think might give them a real chance of, and also the fact that Susan Collins has been sort of exposed more lately as being a tool of Trump ultimately. I think for a while people didn't get that. People were buying into her, I am the moderating voice, I won't let the bad stuff happen kind of image. And I think at this point people realize that ultimately she will bend to pressure like everyone else. And she's not there to protect you. I mean, if you told yourself from a year ago, if you somehow could like communicate across time, and a year ago, it's just before the election. Oh my God, that would be cruel. Chat, let me give you just after the election, right? Because communicating with yourself that does not know yet that Donald Trump will be president for another term, pretty depressing prospect. But if you could just how surprised would you be to know, even given that he was going to win, that his presidency, his second presidency, would look this bad? I thought that I was being histrionic by moving out of the country. I thought surely you're, overestimating how bad it can get, but no, I was underestimating how bad it could get.
That town hall too, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Sam.
but let's before we show the footage of the town hall, let's characterize Ogunquit, because Brian has been up there, and I spent a summer there, as a college kid working. I'm not going to go into the stories, but I was there 40 years ago, and it's a really sort of bizarre mix of a town. It's a beach town, the summer population, I'm sure, is sort of like a little bit different, but it was a
ballroom,
big mix of French Canadian tourists. There's a strong gay population in Maine.
A ballroom. I haven't even had a chance to talk about the ballroom. He tore down the East Wing. Is that even legal? He's going to build a ballroom for some kind of Mask of the Red Death. What the hell is Trump doing? Seriously. He's building a ballroom. That's...
I should say Ogunquit. Just international tourists that come in during that year, but
what
the
size
town
of the
itself,
city is it?
1,400 people.
So it's not that large.
No.
And
don't have money for SNAP. Don't have money for Medicaid. Do have money. Oh no, I forgot about this, chat. The money's being donated, isn't it? From every tech company that exists, including Palantir. Palantir is helping him build Versailles. Palantir is giving him money to build his Versailles.
And I don't have a sense of where it is economically. At the time, it was just, down the road from Kennebunkport, which is much more sort of like a ritzy, old money town. Ogunquit is, I don't know.
Working class, the medium income is somewhere around 60, 70,000, I think.
And this is, so with that context, what, 1,400 people live in the town, you said?
Yeah, around 1,400.
How many people are at this rally of his?
600, according to them.
600 people?
Almost half yeah.
That's crazy.
Wait, I gotta read this. I wonder if he will decide, Trump has decided to become a vampire. Do you mean the Castlevania kind of vampire? Or do you mean the Dio Brando kind of vampire? Because if it's the Dio Brando kind, we're kind of fucked. Wait, that's the whole clip?
I think it's entirely reasonable that he maybe didn't know the origin. I didn't know when I saw it. I think I'm fairly well educated. I didn't know that was that kind of symbol. And then also, if you think you're going through these kinds of screenings with the government, you might just assume that, especially if you and your other friends have matching tattoos, that it's okay. And
it does, I think it's a side point that the military, I think, is supposed to screen for stuff like that. And if not, it's even more of a, like, I mean, theoretically, they're supposed to vet recruits for, gang affiliation or hate group affiliation. And there's a very good reason for that. You don't want to have a military infiltrated by like hate groups or gangs or whatever. But maybe it's just not implemented all that seriously. I don't know. It's what I'm left to conclude. The U.S. military biggest hate group of all, point taken. Nazareth. Wait, it was designed. Wait, the ballroom was designed for New York City originally? Trump is kind of a diva, isn't he? Like, in fact, it's like a proof of the patriarchy that we don't think of Trump as a diva. Because if that was a woman doing what Trump, you know what I mean? That's what she would definitely be called, a diva. Like, more than worse things than that. But yeah, Trump is kind of a diva. And not in a good way.
Look, the discourse on Twitter or within like leftist kind of circles on the internet is just not
He thought it was the cool S, says John Arbuckle Zero.
Matching what we're seeing in Maine in terms of the poll numbers. And if you look into like the crosstabs of who Platner is appealing to, it's like some of the best numbers I've seen for a primary candidate that speaks about like Medicare for all and billionaires in this way. And if people want to go back and listen to our interview with him, or my interview with him from a few months ago, my opening question to him was, are you another Fetterman? And he...
Credit where credit is due, Emma. That was a poignant question. I mean, I don't know. I don't, like, look at that as a fait accompli. But it's like it's a non-zero probability, maybe. Oh, Marcus on Struggle Forest says the only gangs and hate groups that the military really looks for is black hate or gang groups. They let white supremacists have a pass. That's comforting. No, that's the opposite of comforting. What is that? That's scary. Yes, that's scary. People can lie. Oh, good point, Sneezewort.
Unequivocally.
But no, like, I'm just giving her credit for, that's the question that people are asking now. And she asked that question all the way back then. Obviously, she does not look at Platner as a potential Fetterman.
He answered no and explained why. And much of it is oriented around his desire to end the genocide in Gaza. And he speaks about that incredibly clearly. And, like to rebuild the Democratic Party in a way that isn't these like focus tested, squeaky clean, professional class candidates that always underperform in states like Maine. The folks have to have some sort of like reckoning with the fact that like we're not going to just dismiss people because they're veterans or something like that. There may be some things in their history that they'll have to explain. It may not necessarily be that squeaky clean, especially because there's no equivalent left-wing oppo research dump capacity for these centrist candidates that can be deployed on them in this way. People have to understand that this is specific to Maine and their political environment, and this is a much more rural state. And in the same way that you had a lot of liberals get upset that Bernie Sanders is a little more Second Amendment than Hillary Clinton was in 2016, Platner is going to be more of a Maine kind of rural Democrat. And folks should probably try to accept that, because we're trying to elect the people that are most likely to vote to end the genocide in Gaza, to vote to raise taxes on billionaires, and to make this country more livable for everybody. And I just, I want us to be more strategic here, and in our coalition understanding that a Democrat like Zoran's politics aren't going to look exactly the same as Platner's and his platform, but the important fundamental foundation is what's key, which are the things I just mentioned. Going after, taxing the rich aggressively and reorienting our foreign policy in a way so that we're not committing genocide. And I am convinced that he is by far the best candidate still in that race to do that.
Yeah, if the candidates I know of.
The attack is now that he joined a socialist paramilitary group. So
I would also, but here's also the other, there's one other argument. It is extremely important in this election.
Oh my God. Wait, he joined the SRA? That would be a bad situation to somehow take your shirt off in. I'm just saying. If he had taken his shirt off around SRI people, then yeah, he would have found out that is not a neutral skull image symbol.
For the Democrats to make ground, if not take the Senate as well. And
or is that just the where is that coming from though?
I'm sorry. There are two options in Maine in this primary race, and it's Platner and it's Mills. And the idea that Janet Mills could beat Susan Collins is absurd. It's patently absurd. I understand she's won governor 2 times in a row. She's older than Collins. I think it's absurd because she's not offering anything that differentiates her from her. She herself said that she's doing a good job. What is the point of her campaign? We know that she was she was recruited and she was reluctant to run.
Emma's right. She sees the bigger picture, says Easy's. Yeah, the problem is she's staring straight through an iceberg, and she doesn't seem to see that, because that is what I see in this campaign, and I don't know how that's going to shake out. I do agree that of the 3 candidates that we're talking about, even with some really bad decisions having been made and not unmade for 20 years, there's it's going to make it more difficult. And also, any sort of contradiction that you're trying to draw between yourself and MAGA, it becomes more difficult to make when you've got something like this to explain. But I guess, cheers for getting it covered up. And him winning is the best outcome. I just don't know. Worried about whether that can happen now.
Even if you are looking at this from a Democratic, moderate, centrist, whatever you want to call it,
oh my God,
perspective, the bottom line is that seat needs to be taken. And Platner has caught on fire. Let me read a couple IMs because I think we get all different perspectives on here. Future reactionary. His inability to get a job is literally the story of Rambo. DSA Aaron in Atlanta. Very disappointed of MR crew defending Platner. He's a war criminal and a baby killer. 4 tours in Blackwater. All the normal guys get out after 1 tour. He did 4. Dude is a
I don't think that's
idiot.
factually
What are you
accurate.
talking about? During the war, a lot of people weren't even allowed to be discharged. They were kept on hold and redeployed over and over and over again. You don't know what you're talking about.
Cole from and the when he worked as a contractor, I don't know if it was for Blackwater or who, but he was working as a guard for the State Department.
But let's throw veterans under the bus as a political movement. That seems really smart. That's how we win. We do a 50-state Democratic Party now, is we throw veterans under the bus. Apparently.
Pat from Michigan. I feel like your defense of Platner is too focused on what's in his heart. One of bigger issues, it will be easy for the GOP to explain away the Nazis and their myths when they can just say, why can the Dems forgive and forget? We can't. We might know
because
that argument
tattoo is not making watermelon jokes. Sorry.
Yes, listen, again, I said this the other day about Hegseth. If the only thing about Pete Hegseth that was fascistic was his tattoo, we would be in much better shape. But if you look at his associations, if you look at what he has said, if you look at what he has done in his career, that the tattoo just becomes one piece of a body of evidence that this guy's a fascist.
Yeah, it's just a tag for it.
And I'm sorry, but the Fetterman thing too is important. Fetterman was taking big donor Israel money, courting the AIPAC lobby. Graham Platner is running on a platform of small dollar contributions. Do we suddenly not care about that? Another thing. Do we suddenly not care about the fact that you have these publications running with this right-wing, that magazine that had that anonymous
Jewish
quote
Insider.
by him, Jewish Insider? This is coming from Zionists in many ways. I would not be shocked. It's at the very least coming from moneyed interests. But it's not a coincidence that these attacks are ramping up as he's been so unequivocal about the ending the genocide in Gaza. We have to be more disciplined as a movement and not fall for this kind of stuff immediately. I mean, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to see this reaction.
I don't see anybody better running, but it is a Nazi tattoo. And there's not, you can't unrhetoric that. You cannot I'm going to have to unrhetoric my stream right now, chat, and I have a class to get to. We will have to pick up where we left off tomorrow. Is that cool with everybody? I'm not trying to recycle content, but I feel like I didn't give the majority report a fair shake. I covered Hasan's, so I was covering Hasan twice, right? And I want to listen to where they're going with this, right? And they do bring up some good points. So we'll get back to those good points. Oh my God. If I can figure out how to raid, because I've got to get to, I'm going to be sitting my ass in this chair like the whole day. Do you realize that? I've got 2 hours of class now. That's crazy. What a life. Sitting in chairs. Gonna complain about the how it drains my social battery, actually. No, I'm not. I won't do that. I'm sorry I have to leave early, chat. I feel like, yeah, I like to get some sense of... There it is. That is the sound of, like, get your ass to class. And I'm going to do that right after I press a button or two. Chair life. Oh my God. I think I need to get a better chair at some point. I don't know. It's not that this one is uncomfortable. It's just like kind of a old oh my god, I am like not. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna see you later, chat. We've got the raid coming up. And be well.